Eh bien, encore nous avons dit bienvenue pour ça c'est programme NTN qui amène directement ça qui a passé à Constituency particulièrement pour présenter un débat à la présentation en budget par Premier ministre là, pour l'année 2024 pour 2025 comme il était présenté ici à Constituency mardi. Ça c'était mardi semaine ça là en valeur 1,89 billion de dollars. C'est l'argent que le Premier ministre a estimé qu'il a dépensé avec l'argent qui a revenu avec ça qui a conseillé. Mais nous pas ça continuer plus, nous avons plus d'informations comme ça s'explique quand il constitue là entrée à présent. Avec tout à l'heure, nous avons commencé session pour ça c'est après-midi, après déjeuner ici en débat.
Good afternoon, members. When we rose, the question before the House is that the Appropriation 2024-2025 bill be read a second time. Member for Babonneau.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the budget address as delivered by the Honourable Member for Castries East and Prime Minister of St. Lucia under the theme, Building Our Infrastructure for a Resilient Economy. Mr. Speaker, I request your leave briefly to once again take this opportunity to thank those who prayed for my speedy recovery. And it was really speedy. Even my doctor is flabbergasted. Mr. Speaker, one of these days I will speak to the St. Lucian public about health, wellness, and illness. I want to thank my husband who accompanied me on this very challenging journey to Martinique for medical treatment. I want to thank the Consul General in Martinique. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues. I want to thank the people of Babonneau, the people of St. Lucia and in the diaspora for their prayers, encouragement and support. Moi, je veux remercier tout le monde qui supportait moi, les j'étais malade là. Avec moi, je veux remercier Marie qui était partie avec moi à Martinique. Moi, je veux remercier Consul General Martinique. Et puis, moi, je veux remercier le Premier ministre. Et puis c'est même cabinet camarade en gouvernement. Moi je veux remercier tous les gens Babonneau. Nous avons commencé Débawa, Bodjis, Laguerre, Moncito, Plateau, Paybush, Gara, Babonneau Central, Tishime, François, Chasse, Talvan, Kakojiwa, Hill 20, Kabish, Balata, Timon, and Union Terrace. Mr. Speaker, there is one phrase that I love when I address a gathering, Mr. Speaker. And it reads, I shall pass through this world but once. Any good, therefore, that I can do, or any kindness I can show to any fellow human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer it, nor neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. Romans 25-26, quoted by Stephen Gallet, 1773 to 1855, a French-American Quaker missionary. I love this because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that what we have to do, when we are given an opportunity to do it, we better do it. Do not defer it or postpone and say we'll do it later. We may never get that chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn quickly to the business at hand. And that business is the budget presentation presented by the Honorable Member for Castries East and Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this is a pregnant budget, and it will deliver many healthy babies in the coming months. The reviews have been overwhelming with positive vibes. That is what I'm getting from the St. Lucian populace. In the same vein, Mr. Speaker, we have seen those on the other side who do not want to see St. Lucia succeed. They will go all out to destroy the good name of our country and paint St. Lucia in a negative light. Mr. Speaker, we are not here for that. We are there to promote positive vibes. And this is what this budget is about. Mr. Speaker, as Minister with responsibility for the public service, Home Affairs, Labor, and Gender Affairs, it is my duty in this House to expand on the presentation made by the Honorable Member for Castries East and Prime Minister of St. Lucia on the state of affairs under my watch. Mr. Speaker, I will speak in the same order as the departments are assigned to the permanent secretaries in my ministry. First, I will speak to the departments of public service, labor, gender affairs, and then to the Department of Home Affairs. I will touch briefly on what was achieved in the last financial year and what we propose to undertake in this financial year, 2024-2025. But before I go into the debate, Mr. Speaker, I want to make no apology for supporting the Honorable Prime Minister, Member for Castries East, an astute leader, a man of his word. And I give my full support to the Prime Minister, who chose not to sign the MOA on the CIP as was requested of the OEC estates. And he did that, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of St. Lucia. And we keep the mantra, putting you first. And he knows what he promised the people of St. Lucia, and therefore he kept his promise, Mr. Speaker. This budget, Mr. Speaker, which I describe as an impregnated budget, has something for everybody, for pensioners, for youth, girls, boys, professionals, farmers, business, persons in tourism, IT, just name it. Mr. Speaker, we need to look beyond those who preach hate and division and show goodwill to each other for prosperity in this country. This government comprises of a team. We have a team leader. And in that team, if you touch one, you touch all. It's not just the noise, Mr. Speaker. It's about remaining cool, remaining calm, and be very decisive in the actions that we take so that we can achieve the goals and the aspirations of the St. Lucian people. Mr. Speaker, to condense 365 days of work by thousands of persons in 1 hour is a huge task. However, I will focus on some of the most critical areas. And I start with the Department of the Public Service. This department has the following units: public sector modernization, human resource management and development, organizational development, facilities management, training, security, and employee assistance program. This department serves as the clearinghouse for all government services in these areas. It is the hub in the middle of the wheel. This hub has to be sufficiently oiled to facilitate the smooth operations of government. During the last financial year, we were able to implement a number of programs to ensure that the government functions in a manner that has resulted in the growth that was highlighted in this budget and by the member for Castries East. Because without proper management, without workers producing and become productive, if they are not efficient, if they are not effective, we will not see growth in our economy. We will not see development in our society. We will not see a reduction in crime. We will not see an advancement in education, improvement in health. Our people, the human resource capacity, is what we have to focus on. Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia recognizes the power of digital transformation as a catalyst and main strategic policy in its efforts to eradicate poverty, promote digital inclusion, and enhance human resource capacity in its effort to achieve the Millennium Development Goals. This process started from 2013 until under this government, and now we have seen the need to refresh the strategy to ensure that it is in keeping with digital trends and the government of St. Lucia's development agenda. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Public Sector Modernization recorded many achievements in the last financial year in the areas where a number of government departments have started getting used to the technology to improve the quality of service they deliver to the public in a digital St. Lucia. And it is not an easy task, Mr. Speaker, because when some persons are not used to the technology, you find quite a bit of resistance. We need some legislative reform to make some of the digital practices in accordance with our laws. We need to enact the Digital Government Governance Bill, which is in draft form now. Digital Government DigiGov platform, for example, within transport, has provided 32 services which have led the way in modernizing government's digital government through the delivery of online service, training, and the development of new capabilities and skills. In 2023 to 2024, Mr. Speaker, a total of 77,183 persons have submitted application in the Transport Department. There are 21,519 registered users of DigiGov. Civil Status Registry Services, where they deal with application for birth and death certificates online during 2023 to 2024, we noticed 11,925 applications given. Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property, ROSIP, from February, 47 law firms have registered. A total of 344 companies have submitted, their applications have been approved. In the coming period, Phase 6 and 7 of the project will deal with the following agencies. Commerce will be dealing with liquor and trade license, import duty concessions, consumer complaints incentives, labor work permit, citizenship application. In the Attorney General's chambers, will deal with new marriage license. Civil Status Registry of birth and death and police trafficking and police traffic ticketing. We have the GINet project island-wide, Mr. Speaker. Island-wide installation completed in Grosile, Lafayette Mothers and Fathers Hall, La Bonne Human Resource Center, Deramo Community Center, Grosile Human Resource Center, Pigeon Island, Rivière Mitan. Then we have Babonneau Community Center, Fonso, Garon, Laguet. In Anslaway, we have in Canaries, Choiseul Playing Field, Micoud South, Micoud North, Castries Central, Castries South, Dennery North, Dennery South, Vieux-Fort South, Castries South, Vieux-Fort North. In this financial year, Phase 3 will cover additional areas in Babonneau, Grosile, Castries South, Castries North, Castries Central, Micoud South, Vieux-Fort North, Anslaway, Choiseul, and Labrie. Mr. Speaker, in the Department of Public Service, we have facilities management. Repairs to the Graham Lucia Administrative Building. We are going to work on the stairs, improve security system, shared services department in the Southern Division to facilitate expansion of government services in the south of the island. This initiative will provide a one-stop solution to the various government services by eliminating the need to visit government offices in the north of the island. And Mr. Speaker, that has been a challenge. It has been troubled. And this is something that in this financial year, the government is going to give serious attention in providing a lot more services to the persons living in the southern part of the island. The Graham Lucia building, Mr. Speaker, you are very familiar with it. If you notice, there is an entrance to the building, and this building is the building that housed the Prime Minister and other governments. We have cabinet room, and all government ministers visit that building on a regular basis. But if you notice, Mr. Speaker, When you enter that building, there are no serious security measures. And this is something that we are going to pay close attention to, and there will be a retrofitting of the front of the building in order to ensure that there are security screening for persons entering that building. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Department, future and projections. The Department of the Public Service is currently preparing a strategic plan to guide the transformation of government's operations. As I indicated earlier, the Department of the Public Service is critical for the efficient and effective functioning of government. And in the strategic plan, which is still in draft form, we look at the vision for the public service. And this vision speaks to a proactive and achievement-focused department devoted to driving innovation in managing and providing exceptional public services. The mission is to deliver exceptional, equitable, and efficient services by fostering inclusivity, transparency, accountability, and sustainability while enhancing employee well-being through institutional strengthening, innovation, and human resource management. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this, the government of St. Lucia is facing a period of radical change at the global, regional, and national levels. The public sector mechanisms dealing with preparing the people, systems, and processes must now be realigned and modernized to lead the change. The government has therefore embarked on a major exercise to develop a 5-year strategic plan for the period 2024 to 2028 for the Department of the Public Service, Gender Affairs and Labor. Along with the strategic plan, there will be an operations manual and a results management process. With these plans, we need an improved working environment to bring most of the units in the Department of Public Service under one roof, to develop a new culture to function in a more efficient manner. Therefore, the proposed plan is to relocate the Public Service Department to the Orange Grove Plaza. We need to replace the staff orders which has been in existence for over 40 years. We will do this by enacting the new Public Sector Modernization Bill of 2024 to realize the goals of the strategic plan. Mr. Speaker, we cannot achieve new things with old ideas. The new brand of the Public Service Management and Administrative Department is expected to give new direction to the rest of the public service, ministries, and agencies. This government will do what is required to retain public officers, improve its recruitment process, and introduce key performance indicators to derive value for money and improve performance of public officers. And Mr. Speaker, by way of statistics, government has to raise approximately $43 million to meet its wages obligation in this country. And therefore, we have to ensure that our officers are giving us value for money. Government under its wages has up to close to 14,000 persons. Government is the largest single employer in this country. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly to gender affairs. The department has made significant strides in recent times. They have just moved into a new location, whereby this location, the last accommodation was insufficient for current staff. we were under the umbrella of innovation, and the innovation wanted to engage in a little more innovative activities, so we were a little constraining the space, so we had to get out. So now we have found a new home for the Department of Gender Affairs. This division of Gender Affairs benefits from regional projects on behalf of the government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, valued collectively at over $4 million US. These are monies that come to St. Lucia as grants. These are not loans. These are monies they give for the department to work on gender equality programs. Mr. Speaker, we have project officers who have been recruited to ease the burden for implementation on the already inadequate staff of the department. The new office space identified can accommodate all members of staff and the project officers for 2 projects. The office is also sufficient to accommodate new staff complement proposed in the new structure for the division beyond the life of the projects. Mr. Speaker, that space includes 2 notable new features and services. 1, an office for a civil society organization in coordination for women's empowerment for over 3 decades, the National Council of Voluntary Women's Organizations. This gesture coincides with the start of the review of the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action 30 years after implementation in 2025. Mr. Speaker, your humble servant was in Beijing 29 years ago when this document was designed to advance gender equality. I was heading the St. Lucia delegation at the time. Then we also have case management for various forms of gender-based violence and provisions of essential services for gender-based violence. The Build Back Equal project has closed application for a case manager for St. Lucia. A gender-based violence case manager will be assigned to St. Lucia in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, I know you are fully aware that this year we have established a Women's Parliamentary Caucus under the chairmanship or chairwomanship of the Honorable President of the Senate. This morning we had the President of the Seawill chapter for St. Lucia, Karen Tobier, who was here with us in the House. I want to commend persons like Catherine Seeley. Raise your voice. These persons have been championing the issues of gender equality in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the provisions made by this government under the leadership of the member for Castries East is a true reflection of this government's commitment to achieving gender equality in the country. Not like those who only give lip service to the issue of gender. When the honorable men and women in cabinet can agree to remove a 12.5% VAT on sanitary napkins, what more would you like to hear, Mr. Speaker? And mostly men who were there. And if you look at the Prime Minister's budget address on page 9, number 31, he speaks to the reduction of VAT or the removal of VAT on sanitary napkins. That is a big thing for the women, especially the youth. The Department of Gender, Mr. Speaker, is one department which has been generating the necessary resources for most of its activities and programs. The department has received financial support from UN Women, the French government through the French embassy here, and the Canadian governments. I need to applaud the Prime Minister and the member for Castries East and his cabinet of ministers for the high level of gender sensitivity in all their programs. I must admit, Mr. Speaker, that the passage of the Domestic Violence Act, number 11 of 2022, has certainly put St. Lucia at a very high level. that earned its greatest respect at the local, regional, and international levels among promoters of gender equality. I need to report that St. Lucia is seen in very high regard in that area. Mr. Speaker, arrangements were made for a reallocation to purchase a vehicle in this financial year. The Domestic Violence Act of number 11 of 2022 places the responsibility to provide transportation for victims on the minister with responsibility for gender affairs. A new vehicle will serve a dual function of transporting survivors of gender-based violence for case management services when needed, and assist with outreach exercises both for gender mainstreaming and gender-based violence prevention. We have professional consultancy on gender-based legislation. The Gender Department is currently conducting an evaluation to determine the status of the Women's Support Center. This center has been in existence, but its status has not been defined as to whether it is a government agency, an NGO, or whatever. And now we are actually looking at how do we define their status, because they are getting a subvention from government, and there are other responsibilities that the government is asked to undertake. So now we are actually investigating to find out what is the status of that entity. The report is, which is the study which is ongoing, is expected to be completed in the next 2 months. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly to the Department of Labor, which is under the Public Service, the PS of Public Service, Labor and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, with regards to labor, on Wednesday next week, it will be Labor Day celebrations. Everyone is invited and reminded that May 1st, 2024 is Labor Day. It's a holiday, and the day is for workers. The Department of Labor, in collaboration with the Trade Union Federation, have planned activities for the week and Labor Day itself, the activity itself for the day. There will be a rally at Serenity Park for all workers in St. Lucia. The employers, government officials, and the trade union leaders who will gather to address you starting from 10 a.m. in the morning. This is a day set aside for workers to reflect, celebrate, and relax. The occasion will start with a solidarity march, and addresses will be given by the Prime Minister, Minister of Labor, representatives from the employers and the trade unions. There will be entertainment from after the speeches by some of our popular entertainers and calypsonians. In the Department of Labor, during last year, Mr. Speaker, we had well over 10 employees of the department who pursued training in areas related to labor and employment relations. There was an increase in the number of occupational safety and health inspections and accident reports from a total of about 250 cases to over 500 cases in 2023. Mr. Speaker, there was the signing of 40 collective agreements in 2023, settlement of a number of industrial disputes, including Wasco and CSA, Lucilec and CSA, Banker St. Lucia and NWU, Henneken St. Lucia and NWU, Riesling Solutions and NWU. Workers continue towards the introduction of domestic employment. Work continues towards the introduction of domestic employment, where potential employees will be able to apply for local jobs through the Labor Department. To this end, I have engaged the Director of the Youth Economy in a discussion to allow the department of Labor to utilize the apps that they have developed that will enable us to register and process applicants in quick time. In the coming months, Mr. Speaker, if you follow the presentation from the member for Castries East and Prime Minister on the number of projects that are coming on stream in St. Lucia, we will have a serious challenge with labor and skills workers in St. Lucia. And for that matter, the Department of Work Permit will have a heavy task in order to address persons who may come. We have CSME and we have persons who are coming outside of St. Lucia to work. And we also have to protect our St. Lucian persons to ensure that they are given priority where they have the necessary skills for the job. Mr. Speaker, increase in presentations on the Labor Act. We have been engaged in a number of activities to educate and enlighten persons on the Labor Act. There was a deliberate effort by the department to help increase sensitization of more people to the contents of the Labor Act. The Beaufort office, with the assistance of the Labor Commissioner, was able to make 10 of the 14 presentations that it was asked to do within the month of March. Appearances by the Labor Commissioner and some other senior officers on Labor Day and other related issues on radio and television stations. This week is Labor Day week, and there are quite a few activities going on in the country. Mr. Speaker, as we look at some new initiatives for 2024-25, for over 3 years now, St. Lucia has failed to live up to its obligations in terms of reporting on ILO conventions. We now have 2 officers who receive special training in that area. And so, as early as this month of May 2024, we expect to commence the reporting on these conventions. We have engaged ILO in assisting us with the ratification of 6 ILO conventions for 2024. These conventions are Convention 138, dealing with minimum wage, 144, tripartite, 184, occupational safety and health in agriculture, 187, promotional framework of occupational safety and health, 189, domestic workers, and 190, violence and harassment convention. And the unions are very strong on the government having to ratify Convention 190, which deals with violence and harassment in the workplace. The Trade Union Federation has written, and they articulated that again this week, that they are not backing down on this one. They want the government to move in the direction. So this is one of them that are included for discussion and ratification. We have secured training for labor officers in the areas of conciliation, mediation, and industrial relations with Cipriani College in Trinidad and Tobago. Advertising some positions at the Labor Department in the coming months, that will be done because we have some vacancies there. And these positions include Assistant Labor Commissioner, Occupational Safety and Health Officer, Statistical Officer, and Clerk, among others. The Department of Labor, in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and other key stakeholders, took a position where regional and international artists performing at the Jazz Festival 2024, I know Minister of Tourism will be happy about that, and beyond, will not be required to complete individual work permit application forms. They have devised a system that will expedite the process. Instead, the information is provided on a spreadsheet for groups of individuals, helping to expedite the process and to enhance the ease of doing business. Minister of Commerce would like to hear we are doing ease of doing business. The government of Canada is embarking on a new foreign labor program for agriculture, fishing and seafood processing, and for agriculture, fishing, and sea processing. This new program will allow workers on completion of one contract to move to another employer on another contract without having to apply for a new work permit. That's a new arrangement. Before, when they sever one contract is like they have to start the whole process again for another employer. The exercise will involve a gradual approach and will be done in a phased basis commencing in 2025, with full completion due by 2027. Mr. Speaker, in the Social and Economic Review of 2023, page 50, we have in that report and in the budget address on page 15, page 11, we have the issue of the labor force. And here we notice that the labor force unemployment, labor force expanded all-time high. There was an expansion in the labor force, increase. High employment recorded for both genders. Here, Mr. Speaker, we saw male 8.5% increase, which amounted to 54,387 persons. And female employment increased by 4.5%, which is 43,007 persons. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of unemployment, one of the areas that we have seen as a challenge, and even in the budget presentation, you would have noticed a number of projects coming on stream. And most of these projects require men in the construction industry. And this is an area that the Department of Gender Affairs has started some discussion, and we are looking at areas where we are willing to train, getting ready to train some women to go into the construction industry. And this is something that we have a lot of women who stay home, and these, because now with technology and heavy duty equipment, it's not like before you needed the strength to lift up heavy things. You can be involved in the, we have so many engineers in the Department of Infrastructure who are women. So we have to open the doors. Rather than saying we do not have enough skilled workers, we have to import persons to come and work, and then we have the women at home doing very little, and therefore, and they are not going into the areas where they have the heavy pay. Women are usually in the areas where they have low pay. And the unemployed persons, when I say I have, how we call it? We have SEP. If you look at the number of persons who are there, the majority of them are women. These are people who could be bricklayers, they could be electricians, they could be putting on tiles, they can do painting, they can do plumbing. This does not require heavy lifting, and therefore we need to open that door so we have more persons involved in the job market. Mr. Speaker, a request was made to purchase another set of equipment to help assess the air quality in workplaces. And I need to report, Mr. Speaker, that the Civil Service Association wrote to the government indicating that they are willing to sit around the table so that we look at the issue of mold and air quality in the workplace, because that has been costing the government a fortune to do air quality tests and treating mold. And they said if we have that dialogue between the unions and government, we can look at what are the best ways of handling and preventing these hazards in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned on page 68 in the budget, the Minister of Finance made reference to the minimum wage. We established a minimum wage commission which has submitted a report to the Cabinet of Ministers for consideration, and the member for Castries East and Prime Minister has indicated that by August 1st, the government will announce a minimum wage for St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we have the Labor Tribunal. The Labor Tribunal is playing a very significant role in ensuring that we have industrial peace in the country. However, they have a challenge in getting a suitable place to operate, Mr. Speaker, to conduct their activities, to ensure that there is justice in the cases involving employer and employee disputes. The number of cases are growing. There were many cases which emerged, especially during the time of COVID-19, when many workers felt they were taken advantage of by some employers. The government is actively working with the tribunal to settle on an appropriate place to function. And the tribunal is like a court case, and they need a place where there is confidentiality, not much disruption, and the Department of Labor does not have adequate space for them to operate. So they have been all over the place trying to get venues to have their meetings, and we have to work on that to give them the support. I need to thank the members of the Labor Tribunal for their patience and understanding. As Minister with responsibility for labor, I have been meeting the trade unions to discuss the implementation of their collective agreement and issues dealing with conciliation, because all these are necessary to ensure that we have dialogue between government and the trade unions, or employer and employee, to minimize conflicts and to avoid industrial disputes. Mr. Speaker, as you know, right now, as we speak, we are in the negotiations mode. The government has set up a negotiating team to discuss with the unions the new areas for conditions of service. The discussions have started, and it is the hope of the Prime Minister that this process will end shortly, so he can focus on the many other matters which impact national development. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly now to the other branch under another permanent secretary, which is Home Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs...
Remember, you have 15 minutes left.
Huh?
You have 15 minutes left.
15 minutes left. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Home Affairs comprises the following units: Fire Service, Babonneau, Correctional Facility, Citizens, Probation and Parole, Youth Justice. At present, there is the creation of the Department of National Security and the transfer of national security programs and the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, the Marine Unit and Immigration from the Department of Home Affairs. During the last 2 years and 8 months, the administration of the police was under the Home Affairs. Now that we have a separation, not a divorce, I have not seen the divorce paper, so it's a separation. A separation, it is important to note that the issue of national security is not the responsibility of just the police, as was stated by the Minister with responsibility for crime and persons with disability. National security is the responsibility of every citizen in this country, and each and every one of us has to play a role to work with the police to keep our country safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, it is important that I draw your attention to what we have achieved in the Department of Home Affairs. The department has reached a point where we have managed to define the role of the department as the protective services. This government is mandated to protect our citizens and keep them safe. The police must continue to work closely with all the other protective units as a united force against crime and antisocial behavior. Mr. Speaker, I was able to visit all, I will not say what the except was, all except 2 police stations to see the conditions in which our law enforcement officers worked. In discussion at our heads of department meeting up to last week, Mr. Speaker, it was admitted by the heads of department that this is the first time in a very, very long time the government has invested so much in the protective services. None was left behind. Babonneau got more than its fair share. The fire service, which had been almost forgotten, got their fair share. The police that always gets more, and others, although they find it sometimes still inadequate, all these units have confirmed that they are very pleased with the level of investment the government has made so far in improving their conditions of service. I think we deserve a pat in the back, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government commissioned a study to develop a new qualification benchmark for the protective services. This document has been submitted to the Prime Minister for further consideration and possible implementation. The rationale for this study was to create a distinction between the protective services and the rest of the public service in determining the requirements for promotion in the respective units. It also includes training plans and succession planning protocols. This indicates a focus on improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the protective services. Mr. Speaker, the policy includes the need for regular evaluation and upgrading of benchmarks and training programs to ensure they align with evolving threats and best practices. Establishment of succession planning protocols to develop a proactive approach to ensuring continuity and leadership within the protective services. Hence, it is vital to institutionalize succession planning across all levels of the protective services and the public service to mitigate leadership vacuums and maintain operational readiness. Citizenship, the implementation of the second generation citizenship. This suggests a policy shift allowing the grandchildren of St. Lucian-born citizens to become eligible to apply for citizen by descent. Legislative amendments review and amend the Citizenship of St. Lucia Act to strengthen citizenship policies with national security considerations, ensuring thorough vetting processes while promoting inclusivity and diversity. Also, the inclusion of provisions for the Residency in Citizenship of St. Lucia Act and make the necessary amendments to the Immigration Act with regards to residency in St. Lucia. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that the fire service got more than its fair share. The Babonneau Correctional Facility have said that they have gotten a lot for years, over 20 years. They have never seen such a heavy investment in these areas. We have established the youth justice, recognizing the unique needs and challenges faced by youth involved in the justice system. It is imperative to address the delivery of services to youth at risk and those engaged in criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, as I move quickly to my constituency, I just want to remind the people in Babonneau, and I want to reiterate that the Lord said to his disciples, O ye of little faith, that they have to believe in the government, they have to believe in me, they have to believe in the ministers of government, because this is one of the best governments that they have seen in their entire life. I make no apologies for that. We have a prime minister, a man of his word, and that's why you must not give him a gun, because he'll use it. So he used his pen. No, he'll never use a gun because he's a man of his word. They said the worst thing is to tell somebody I need a gun to protect myself. The moment he gets into trouble, he remembers the gun. So when you have no gun, you don't think of it. All right? So he is a man of his word, and he has some very good pens that he uses. That's his weapon. His weapon is his pen. He makes sure the pen is not short of ink, so he can sign whatever he has to sign. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, as I said, we look at all the goodies that are there, and I'm very confident so far. I've been hearing from the different ministers that the people of Babonneau will benefit from this budget. Father Albert said he is not a copycat, the famous Father Albert. He said he is not a copycat. He is a trendsetter. And he used that to highlight that the Babonneau choir will be on main stage jazz this year. And the Ministry of Tourism has afforded him. That's the only religious group in St. Lucia that will be on main stage jazz. That's Father Albert's group. He said he's a trendsetter. And I have heard from the Minister of Agriculture, so I know my Maki farmers and those in Fonsa will be smiling. They will get support with the drainage. I will be listening to the Minister of Tourism. I know he has some good things coming for Babonneau. The Minister of Health will be coming with something. The Minister of Housing and Local Government, you're not smiling. The Minister of Youth Development and Sports, the Minister of Infrastructure, he has started, so I know he'll continue along with for everybody. And I remain confident that we will deliver what we have promised the people. So far, in the constituency, it is well structured, it is well organized, and I have been engaging the people, and they are part of the discussion, they are part of the decision making, so they know exactly what will happen in their communities and in the constituency. Babonneau Central is where we will be making the major transformation, and we have identified 12 communities where there will be some signature projects. These signature projects were identified by the persons, and we have already started some of them, and we are waiting for backup from the respective ministries. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Ambassador for China, Taiwan, His Excellency Peter Chen, and the Ambassador for Venezuela and Cuba, for their participation and support in every function that I have invited them to, whether it's through the ministry or the constituency. And I want to thank them for the government support for St. Lucia on the whole. Mr. Speaker, I have told the constituents to be patient, and as they can see from this budget, the Prime Minister will deliver, and we will work with him to deliver what he has promised the people of St. Lucia. We have persons in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, no matter what you do, they will not be happy. No matter what you give them, they will not be happy. But we still have to work with them. And whatever we have, we pass it over to them. And I have been using the spraying can. And whatever water that I get from the Prime Minister, I go ahead and I spray it all over the place. So every single community has benefited from the water that the Prime Minister has given me. So Debara has seen activities going on. Bogies has seen activities. Lage, Plateau, Paybush, Gara, Babonneau Central gets the lion's share. Fonsa, Talvan, Chasse, Tishime, Kako, just name it. I am all over, and you will see my footprints all over the constituency. It's not big, but it reaches the ordinary man. It reaches the ordinary woman. And we help in education, we help in health, we provide food, we create employment, and we create the little contracts, and I'm very happy that the little contracts are helping a lot of the women, the single mothers. They benefit from that to take care of the children. We bury some who have passed. Whatever we have to do, we share it. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish one of my challenging supporters, Mr. Angus Flora, his birthday in advance. He's coming with a big birthday.
He won 200,000.
I'm wishing him a happy birthday in advance. I'm wishing all my persons in Babonneau, all those who prayed for me on my difficult journey, those who are with me, and those who are supporting me, and those who are coming towards me. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the young men and women. There are some young boys in Talvan. They are passionate about this government. And I want to ensure that we take very good care of them. They stand firm for decades for this government. I want to thank the staff of the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labor and Gender Affairs for their support and their work and keeping the government afloat. I want to thank my colleague ministers for their support so far and in advance for what is to come. I want to thank the Prime Minister for having the courage, the fortitude, the strength to deliver this powerful message to the St. Lucian people. And I am hearing the buzz around. I don't know if you have your ears to the ground, but people are talking about this budget. And I don't know, because I was asking whether I should oppose the budget for us to have a debate, because I'm yet to debate the budget. The budget is so good that it does not have opposition. So let us go with what is in it for our people. Let us stay together as a team.
Remember, you need to start wrapping up.
Yeah?
You need to start wrapping up.
Yes, and that's for you, Mr. Speaker, the wrap up. Let us stay together as a team with our able and competent captain, Honorable Member for Castries East and Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my wrap-up time, 1 minute, is for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your determination, perseverance, resilience, and commitment to national service and love for your country, patience and tolerance, for giving me and my colleagues a listening ear. I pledge my full support, Mr. Speaker, for the 2024-25 budget as delivered by our competent captain, the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, I applaud you for your courage, your strength, your tenacity, and your determination to see this government succeed. I thank you.
Member of Babonneau, that last sentence may give the member for Swazelle Saltigo some fodder. The member for Ancillary Canaries.
Mr. Speaker. It gone good. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues in support of the 2024-2025 Appropriation Bill, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, before I continue, Mr. Speaker, after the Prime Minister delivered his speech on Tuesday, I had a little chance to reflect, Mr. Speaker, and I picked up this card of my membership of the Senatorial Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is for one of those reasons why I'm proud to be a member of the Senatorial Labour Party and a member of a Senatorial Labour Party government, fully. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say the light of the star will illumine this land, and a new breed of men will emerge to grapple with the problems of forging a new and just society. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister is that man to grapple with the problems to forge a new and just society. There are two types of people in politics, Mr. Speaker. Those who want to do something, those who want to be something, title and rank, and those who want to do something, Mr. Speaker. We, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, are of the latter. We want to do something. We are proud to be members of the Labour government, and we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to keep our eyes fixed on the prize. It was Oscar Wilde, Mr. Speaker, who wrote, "Those who know the price, there are those who know the price of everything, but the value of nothing." We needed, Mr. Speaker, to design an economy that feels fairer to people. That, Mr. Speaker, is the greatest challenge of our time. This is at the heart of our Prime Minister and this government. The Prime Minister's gift, Mr. Speaker, is that he could be solid in economic theory and a real person at the same time. He takes time, Mr. Speaker, to connect our policies to people. He hears, understands, and gives voice to the concerns and makes provision for the concerns in our discussions in Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, take for example, the livable wage increase for pensioners, university graduate per household, 1 laptop per child, maths and English fees, facility fees, and I know, Mr. Speaker, the intention is to include a language and a science subject in the not too distant future. Mr. Speaker, we are simply trying to close the circle of the redistribution of the economic pie. Our job is to build an economy that is more inclusive, more sustainable, and more just. That is what we have strived to do in previous budgets. With the 2024-2025 budget, making a deliberate effort, Mr. Speaker, to invest in our hard and soft infrastructure. Inclusive growth, Mr. Speaker, focusing on creating a level playing field. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that the future of the citizens of this country should be determined by their talent and effort and not predestined by their background. This approach is based on the belief that success is based on merit and ability rather than the circumstances of their birth. What we witnessed from the last administration was nothing short of bad economics on display. Better economics is what we have witnessed over the few budget stats, with the realization that the approach we inherited was inadequate for the range and magnitude of the challenges we face as a country. These policies, Mr. Speaker, are not only about economic growth, but enhancing the quality of life. Mr. Speaker, together we emerge stronger and better. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we came before this House with a budget of renewed dynamism, hope, and optimism. These results, Mr. Speaker, testify to the efficiency of our strategy. Economic growth, Mr. Speaker, more jobs, higher revenue, higher investment, and higher foreign direct investment. But also, Mr. Speaker, more solidarity, more equity and progress, higher levels of sustainability, and greater inclusiveness. We rose to the challenge, Mr. Speaker, of building back the economy. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, We acted boldly by protecting households faced with rising cost of living. We provided increased benefits. We invested in entrepreneurship, promoting sustainable growth that creates jobs for our youth and consolidating the safety net of the most vulnerable. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, these measures represent an investment of millions of dollars in the people of St. Lucia. This economic philosophy is action. This economic philosophy in action is bearing its fruits. Mr. Speaker, the figures speak for themselves. Now is the time to continue building the future we want together. Building with strength, building with empathy, and building with a purpose. Mr. Speaker, we have dared to do what the previous government failed to do. We are giving back to the population what they have given to our country. It is a choice of society. It is our choice to care for the people of this country. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening the foundations of our economy, continuing the transformation into a sustainable economy, and focused on building the future we deserve. As a nation, we must, Mr. Speaker, aim towards full employment, ensuring that next to no household is workless, enabling those willing to enter the job market to do so, Mr. Speaker. The ICT BPO sector, for example, Mr. Speaker, has been resilient during the pandemic. It is pivotal to the socio-economic development and employment creation of this country. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the sector has grown consistently. To bring the sector to the next level of development, we need to improve the capacity of our workforce. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, a facility within ancillary Canaries, which I hope to hear from the member of Castries South to announce when he stands to speak, would go a long way, Mr. Speaker. Our second strategy is to continue the transformation of St. Lucia into a sustainable economy in terms of energy, water, and the circular economy. We must take steps, Mr. Speaker, to protect our environment and reduce our carbon footprint. We must, Mr. Speaker, give priority to the health and well-being of our children by investing in their education, healthcare, and safety, and continue, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we are facing a critical moment where our actions today will determine our future. We have put in place a bold strategy to reduce our reliance on non-renewable sources of energy. Our transition towards a more secure, cleaner, greener, homegrown energy supply is well underway, Mr. Speaker, and I imagine the senior minister will espouse more on that. Mr. Speaker, the development of our youth is essential to the well-being of our society. Youth and sports are fundamentally linked. Government will continue to invest to support our local athletes, despite the reckless letter penned by the leader of the opposition to an international financial institution. That not being enough, Mr. Speaker, whilst checking out real estate in Washington, he stopped for a photo opportunity and any chance he got to denigrate this country. Mr. Speaker, he cannot name one official he met in Washington. It's all been smoke and mirrors. He cannot, Mr. Speaker, name one official he met in Washington. All smoke and mirrors. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in the purchasing power and the welfare of our citizens directly, assisting the most vulnerable of our society and decreasing inequality, making our fiscal regime even fairer and more equal, aiming at the future we all deserve as a nation. For hundreds and thousands of our citizens, Mr. Speaker, for the towns and villages, for the most vulnerable in our society. We have to prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable groups in our community, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to provide them with the continued support. I will continue to support the vulnerable households to purchase wheelchairs, spectacles, hearing aids, and dentures in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Access to affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, remains a top priority of this government. And as we are aware, Mr. Speaker, there are sites now in Jacmel, in Mondo, in Ancillary, and in Canaries. And I expect the Minister of Housing and the Minister of Investments to continue to work, Mr. Speaker, to deliver the housing revolution for us in Ancillary Canaries. I will thank him in advance, Mr. Speaker, both ministers, Mr. Speaker, in advance, so they can change their mind now to ensure that we get this housing revolution in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the well-being and development of our children are critical to the development of our country. They are our future. we must ensure that every child in our country has access to quality education, a safe and nurturing environment, and the opportunity to thrive. We will engage, Mr. Speaker, in a massive school rehabilitation program across the island. Mr. Speaker, the elderly, they are the pride and they deserve our respect and recognition. Mr. Speaker, this budget, Appropriation Bill 24-25, is one in which we dare and we care. We have transformed our economy by making it easier for businesses to invest, hire, and grow. We are building the economic blocks which will drive our growth and resilience, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there will be no resilience whilst inequality exists. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have made that a very important pillar of our transformation, Mr. Speaker. We have made our citizens the very heart of our policies. The government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is considering a range of options to finance environmental and social goals, Mr. Speaker, including the issuance of thematic bonds. Subject to market conditions, the government plans to tap the international financial markets at the appropriate time. St. Lucia is vulnerable to climate change due to three main conditions. One, small geographic area, so disasters take on a countrywide proportion. Two, its location is one of the highest risk areas on the planet. Hurricane belt, volcanic and seismic activity, and direct forces of the ocean. And three, dependence on few sources of income, namely tourism and a little bit of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this country has strong ESG priorities. St. Lucia has prepared and commenced the implementation of its National Adaptation Plan, which includes a set of 271 climate change adaptation initiatives across 8 sectors that are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This government, Mr. Speaker, is prepared and started to implement 5 sectoral adaptation strategy and action plans for 5 sectors, including water, fisheries, resilient ecosystem, agriculture, and tourism. St. Lucia's oceans, Mr. Speaker, play a critical role in climate mitigation and adaptation. As a country surrounded by water, St. Lucia is planning to build and support its economic recovery and resilience by strengthening the sustainability and competitiveness of the 2 critical and interconnected sectors, tourism and fisheries, and expanding its infrastructure for wastewater management. Mr. Speaker, we have a real challenge in the Castries Harbour. That challenge has begun to affect the coral reefs in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, hampering any opportunity that I may have to generate revenue from my coastal waters, Mr. Speaker. A thematic bond issuance, namely a blue bond issuance, Mr. Speaker, provides an ideal platform for St. Lucia to fund these projects and raise awareness of its commitments to protecting its oceans. The bond, Mr. Speaker, will be used to fund 2 major projects: design and construction of a wastewater treatment facility and the development of sustainable fisheries practices in St. Lucia to scale up the fisheries sector in a sustainable manner. These projects align with Sustainable Development Goal 14, Mr. Speaker, life below water, and 6, clean water and sanitation. Climate change is an immediate and ever-present threat to the lives and livelihood of a large number of people in this country, Mr. Speaker. As a small island developing state, St. Lucia is especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Concurrent with our ambition to prepare St. Lucia and its people for the years ahead, the government recognizes the critical importance of economic diversification and a thriving, sustainable blue economy to its future. For St. Lucia's Blue Bond Framework will enable it to issue blue bonds in the near future to achieve this aim. The government aims to be an exemplar in fiscal management and in exploring financing mechanisms which will be value accretive to its ambition to be a resilient and sustainable blue economy. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to play our role on the international stage and contribute to the ongoing development of the OECD Guidance for Development Cooperation for a Sustainable Economy and the Ocean Investment Protocol. If the oceans were considered a country, Mr. Speaker, they will be ranked amongst the world's top economies. This is because the economic value of the ocean economy, described as gross marine product, is estimated at approximately USD $2.5 trillion per year, Mr. Speaker, or about 3% of global GDP. Those figures alone, Mr. Speaker, will make the oceans the world's 7th largest economy. More than 3 billion people, Mr. Speaker, globally depend on coastal and marine ecosystems daily for their livelihoods. It is estimated that more than 350 million jobs are linked to the oceans worldwide, and that the value of the key ocean assets is at least, Mr. Speaker, 24 trillion US dollars. The oceans are key to addressing many of the interconnected challenges facing our world today. Oceans, Mr. Speaker, absorb 30% of global carbon dioxide emissions and acts as an enormous heat sink for the planet, storing nearly 93% of all excess heat energy generated. The ocean is the world's largest ecosystem, covering 70% of the Earth's surface and home to an estimated 80% of the planet's diversity. The oceans are, however, facing a multitude of challenges. We are now seeing detrimental effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, overexploitation, and the pollution of the oceans. Climate change is an immediate and ever-present threat to the lives and livelihood of large numbers of people around the world. Many small island developing states are facing existential issues with the risk posed by increasing sea level rises, loss of incomes, and livelihood due to ocean pollution, coastal erosion, and adverse weather patterns, Mr. Speaker. And this is very important to me, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I am representing a coastal community, and we rely heavily on the fishing community, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore important that protecting the oceans benefit from the same level of urgency and priority as we have for protecting the terrestrial parts of the planet. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that the abundant opportunities which the oceans provide by way of solutions to the pressing issues of global hunger, productive employment, nature loss, climate change, and energy security. As a small island developing state, 238 square miles, Mr. Speaker, our natural disasters take on a countrywide proportion. We are located, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, in one of the highest risk areas of the planet. This risk, Mr. Speaker, high volcanic and seismic activity, being situated in a hurricane belt, and direct exposure to the forces of our oceans. Mr. Speaker, all presenting a challenge for us insofar as being in an insurable region, Mr. Speaker. A very difficult challenge we will have to confront in the not too distant future. And most importantly, we rely on a few sources of income for a substantial part of our GDP, namely tourism and agriculture. St. Lucia is especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Therefore, the government of St. Lucia is committed to building resilience and implementing adaptation actions to counter our vulnerability to climate change. St. Lucia's nationally determined contribution highlights the importance of the health co-benefits of climate mitigation and identifies human health as a key priority for adaptation implementation. The sustainable blue economy, Mr. Speaker, is an economy based on a circularity, collaboration, resilience, opportunity, and interdependence. Its growth, Mr. Speaker, is driven by investments that reduce carbon emissions and pollutions, enhance energy efficiency, enhance the power of natural capital, and the benefits that these ecosystems provide, and halt the loss of biodiversity. The government of St. Lucia intends to operationalize its blue economy ambitions and sustainably leverage its ocean-based resources to support its economic diversification in accordance with its national oceans policy and in line with Sustainable Development Goal 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, and Sustainable Development Goal 14, Life Below Water. It is hoped, Mr. Speaker, with targeted blue investment, that St. Lucia will be able to realize our vision of ensuring that our marine resources and natural heritage are sustainably managed, nurtured, and protected for the benefit of current and future generations. To this end, Mr. Speaker, in December 2023, around COP28, we launched our Blue Bond Framework. We were pleased to announce that our Blue Bond Framework, Mr. Speaker, is the first framework aligned to the Global Practitioners Guide for Bonds to Finance the Sustainable Blue Economy. And that framework, Mr. Speaker, was launched in Dubai by our Minister of Sustainable Development, the member for Dennery North. Whilst the more mainstream ocean sectors are able to access finance commercially, it is estimated that USD 1 trillion of additional finance is required by 2030, and USD 2 trillion of finance is required between 2030 and 2050 to deliver ocean climate mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, the adaptation bill in St. Lucia is almost $400 million, Mr. Speaker. Ocean-based solutions also need to be supported with finance at scale, including to bring about a transformational change to the approach towards management of the oceans and to encourage the growth of a sustainable blue economy. According to the International Financial Corporation, Mr. Speaker, a member of the World Bank Group, protecting the oceans and preserving clean water resources is more than just a moral imperative. It is also a growing financial opportunity. Although sustainability as a theme has evolved over the past decades, there is less awareness of the strategic importance of all the full potential of the blue economy sectors, such as resilient ports, shipping, green ports, sustainable tourism, and marine offshore wind renewable energy, amongst others, could be realized if finance flows are unlocked. According to the high-level panel, Mr. Speaker, of Sustainable Ocean Economy, investing in social economy, in sustainable ocean economy, could bring net positive returns. Investing euros 2.54 trillion in 2020 in just 4 ocean-based solutions, Mr. Speaker, was able to transform that benefit into 14.11 trillion by 2050, euros by 2050. Private sector investors, Mr. Speaker, are critical to filling the funding gap which exists in the blue economy. Investors in the blue economy have varied investment outcome expectations. Investors' decisions to invest in the blue economy would also be informed by their risk appetite, the anticipated risk-adjusted returns, and their investments, whether it's liquid or otherwise. Given the variability, Mr. Speaker, in those factors, and the importance of private sector investors, it is essential to promote the availability of information, awareness of the different types of blue economy investment opportunities, and the recognition of the industries and states in which those opportunities lie, Mr. Speaker. At COP28 meetings in Dubai, one of the key themes for climate finance, Mr. Speaker, and one of the outcomes for those meetings, widely referred to as the UAE consensus, was the objective of making climate finance available, accessible, and affordable. Support for a sustainable blue economy is therefore a critical need, and one which deserves the immediate attention of governments, policymakers, private sector institutions, and other non-state actors. The 2023 G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration, Mr. Speaker, included a commitment to pursuing reforms for more effective multilateral development banks. MDBs, Mr. Speaker, have a critical role in enhancing, expanding, and diversifying risk transfer mechanisms in order that the private finance can be mobilized at pace and at scale for projects, including the relation to the blue economy. MDBs could play a key role, Mr. Speaker, in facilitating the wider adoption of blue finance within the investor community, helping to de-risk, Mr. Speaker, economic exposures and provide credit enhancements to other forms of blended finance. Lowering the cost of capital through de-risking, Mr. Speaker, or through these financing mechanisms is critical to ensuring that the debt availed is sustainable and there is enough fiscal space with our national budgets to undertake meaningful nature-positive and climate-resilient action. The Joint Declaration and Task Force on Credit Enhancement of Sustainability-Linked Sovereign Financing for Nature and Climate, launched also at COP28, is a crucial step in responding to the needs of the Global South countries by providing long-term fiscal solutions, avoiding short-term debt relief that relies solely on international development assistance. Mr. Speaker, the One Planet Sovereign Wealth Funds initiative was launched also in December, Mr. Speaker, in Paris, to accelerate the integration of climate change analysis into the management of large, long-term, and diversified asset pools. One of the objectives, Mr. Speaker, of the One Planet Sovereign Wealth Fund initiative is to help mobilize the capital of sovereign wealth funds towards the implementation of the Paris Agreement including by working to rapidly grow the investable market for climate solutions. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, we will be very shortly be bringing our sovereign wealth fund legislation to Parliament for endorsement, Mr. Speaker. The sovereign wealth funds and state-owned institutions can also help channel more investment into the sustainable blue economy and make instruments such as blue bonds more widely adopted, which in turn would enable a deeper and more liquid blue bond market as issuance volumes grow. The first green bond, Mr. Speaker, was issued by the European Investment Bank in 2007. Since then, the global green bond market has grown exponentially to approximately USD 2.334 trillion of issuances. With clear sustainability taxonomies and with the adoption of frameworks such as the Blue Bond Guidance, by more issuers, there is a possibility of blue bonds replicating the success of green bonds and having a pronounced impact on finance flows towards Sustainable Development 14 and ocean conservation solutions. Mr. Speaker, Sustainable Development 14 and 6 are the least funded of all these Sustainable Development Goals. It will be important for the financial sector and other stakeholders in the blue economy to recognize the utility of aligning their capital raising strategy with blue finance and thereby creating blue asset classes for investors. A number of ocean-based industries, Mr. Speaker, such as shipping, ports, seafood, and fisheries, could benefit from having their capital raising labeled as blue. And this could encourage more investors to engage with these industries and more issuers to align their business practices with ocean conservation, as well as to promote ancillary capital flows to these sectors. We need both the public and private sector, Mr. Speaker, to keep the finance discussion alive. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud product of the constituency of ancillary Canaries, Mr. Speaker. The dignity, Mr. Speaker, of my constituency matters to me, and I know it matters not to others, Mr. Speaker. Look how they find joy, Mr. Speaker, in reminding us of our challenges, whether it is on Facebook, in the local media, when they have in their fireside chats in the north, but ancillary Canaries, Mr. Speaker, or in Trinidad, Mr. Speaker. But ancillary Canaries, Mr. Speaker, seems to be the go-to constituency whenever people are suffering misery in their own personal lives, Mr. Speaker. I say to the constituent of ancillary Canaries, Mr. Speaker, search your hearts, search your mind. You are better off today with a St. Lucia Labour Party government. We have the gifts, the talents, Mr. Speaker. We have the skills, and we are not of a lesser God. One second. This, Mr. Speaker, is our guiding principle. This is the vision of our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your resilience. Today, we are in a much better shape. I do what I do for the constituency of ancillary Canaries out of the love and gratitude for the constituency that raised me and fortified me. It gives me great joy, Mr. Speaker, to put in the long hours to make a difference in their lives. This government, Mr. Speaker, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for Castries East, is committed to making a difference in their lives and every one of you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I wrap this, I wanted to have a discussion about the issue of, which was raised recently, about taxes, Mr. Speaker. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, is intent on suggesting to the St. Lucia population that we are overtaxing them, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I did a little bit of research and I realized that the tax to GDP ratio, the tax to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, for St. Lucia, for the LSE, and for the OECD, Mr. Speaker. Would you be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that the tax to GDP ratio as of 2023 for St. Lucia is 21.8%, Mr. Speaker. For the OECD, Mr. Speaker, 44.1%, Mr. Speaker. For Barbados, Mr. Speaker, 31.9%, Mr. Speaker. For Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, 27.9%. All in all, Mr. Speaker, the highest tax to GDP ratio ever recorded in St. Lucia was under the reign of the United Workers' Party. And the lowest, Mr. Speaker, was under the reign of a St. Lucia Labour Party. Oh, Mr. Speaker, this came from the OECD IDB documentation, Mr. Speaker, which, if the Prime Minister so approves, we could make a document of the House because it's publicly held information, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was also the conversation about wastage. And I wanted, Mr. Speaker, to just draw a little reference to what took place in the South, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would you be aware, would you know that, Mr. Speaker, that initially at the Urinary International Airport, the foundation package, Mr. Speaker, was meant to cost $1.8 million, Mr. Speaker. Of late, Mr. Speaker, before we got into office, when we got into office, Mr. Speaker, that cost had spiraled to 19 million, Mr. Speaker. 19 million, Mr. Speaker. The Shell package, Mr. Speaker, was 83.8 million. It then ballooned to $108 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when they want to speak about wastage and that we are not taking the people's money seriously, Mr. Speaker, I wonder what you call those estimates, Mr. Speaker. Because there's a report from the OECC, Mr. Speaker, which make clear, unequivocal points, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the inconsistency and the frequent revisions of design details resulting from 261, Mr. Speaker, requests for revisions, Mr. Speaker. 266, Mr. Speaker, revisions. Which begs the question, Mr. Speaker, when they commenced the project, Mr. Speaker, were they not aware of what it is that they were trying to build? 266, Mr. Speaker. It's a significant sum, Mr. Speaker. Were they not aware of what they were trying to build? Mr. Speaker, in the hidden letter, it also went on to suggest, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the project costs, it was suggested not to consider the elevated drive at this stage, to reduce the building floor area, and the reduction of one jet bridge, Mr. Speaker. None of that, Mr. Speaker, was adhered to. But today, Mr. Speaker, they want to come and question the capability of our current Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without getting my colleagues a bit worried, Mr. Speaker, I took time, Mr. Speaker, to just jot down the projects that have been unveiled or already done or in the process of being done in the constituency of Canaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you could hear them making murmurs, Mr. Speaker. I will only give you some, Mr. Speaker, because I still want them to be friends of mine afterwards, Mr. Speaker. But we do, Mr. Speaker, welcome the Diamond Steel Pan, Mr. Speaker. Canbits, Mr. Speaker, is waiting very patiently to compete with the Diamond Steel Orchestra, Mr. Speaker. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister for Investment will also see fit, Mr. Speaker, to continue or to build, Mr. Speaker, a steel pan shed for us in Canaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, oh, Babonneau has one, but I want the more than one that the Prime Minister is about to get. A wellness center, Mr. Speaker, was opened in Ansari, Mr. Speaker. The jetty in Ansari, Mr. Speaker, was repaired. The mangrove project, Mr. Speaker, is about to commence. We have rehabilitated the Ottawa Court, Mr. Speaker, but we have some issue with some derelict vehicle, Mr. Speaker. That Sustainable Waste has given me the assurance that that vehicle will be removed, Mr. Speaker, so we could tidy up the area for a safe space for the young people of Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. The bridge in Ansari, Mr. Speaker, is also underway, Mr. Speaker. The mini theater, Mr. Speaker, repairs to the NSDC building, Mr. Speaker, is currently underway. The Vanna Venus Road bypass road, Mr. Speaker, which the member for Denry North always makes mention as to the most talked about Barber Green in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. All the bus shelters, Mr. Speaker, along that road, Mr. Speaker, has been rehabilitated, Mr. Speaker. The Jonas Road, Mr. Speaker. The Jonas Road, Mr. Speaker, has received some treatment, Mr. Speaker. The Montezor Bridge, Mr. Speaker, which just said would never happen, Mr. Speaker, is almost complete, Mr. Speaker. The retaining wall at the Jackwell Community Center, Mr. Speaker, a contract has been awarded and work is about to commence, Mr. Speaker. The Canaries market, Mr. Speaker, is completed and we're waiting some final details, Mr. Speaker, to move into that, Mr. Speaker. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the West Coast Sub-Fire Station, Mr. Speaker, full with equipment, Mr. Speaker, including a fire ambulance, including an ambulance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, monies were raised for an ambulance before, but we've never seen any of it, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, the member for Social was so impressed that the Prime Minister decided to do a West Coast Sub-Fire Station in the constituency of Canaries that he said to me, that is a feather in my cap. And I thank him for being honest with that comment. The member for Social said that. He was very honest. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. A sewer treatment plant, Mr. Speaker, for Canaries, Mr. Speaker, because there was this suggestion that a bed and breakfast would be built, Mr. Speaker, and no appropriate arrangements was made for the discharge of the sewer, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, have made just over $1 million, Mr. Speaker, to be able to facilitate that, Mr. Speaker. The people of Canaries, everything that the Prime Minister and your Member of Parliament would have said during the election campaign is coming to fruition, Mr. Speaker. We have no time to play games, Mr. Speaker. This is serious business, Mr. Speaker. We take our job very seriously, Mr. Speaker. And I know, Mr. Speaker, I am unable to attend every funeral. But what I am able to do, Mr. Speaker, is to contribute to the burial of every funeral, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I may not, Mr. Speaker, be at every funeral, Mr. Speaker, but we do contribute to the burial assistance of everyone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know they would like to see more of me, Mr. Speaker, and I am not making any excuses for it, Mr. Speaker, and I endeavor to get better at that, Mr. Speaker. I endeavor to get better at that, Mr. Speaker. I ask them, Mr. Speaker, to continue to give me that support and encouragement, Mr. Speaker. Continue to support and support the government, Mr. Speaker. Support the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and ensure we keep our eye on the prize. A transformative Canaries, a better Canaries, a fairer Canaries, and a better country for all, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Suez Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Afternoon, colleagues. I want to give thanks and praise, Mr. Speaker, for another opportunity to represent the people that I serve, Suez Saltibus. And Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for another day to be in the land of the living. Mr. Speaker, before I commence my contribution to the budget debate, I wish to take the opportunity to express condolences to the family of Mr. Edwin Lambert Smith of Saltibus, who is not only a friend, but he was a family and who played a significant role when I entered the political arena in 2016. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I should indicate to you that I would be leaving a little early tomorrow to attend the funeral, as I have been assigned a particular role in the celebration of his life. Mr. Speaker, I am sure you have experienced what is called an aha moment. It's an aha moment. It's a moment of certain insight, or discovery. And I'm sure many of us in this room have discovered these moments when we listen to lectures, conversations, and Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in your professional capacity as a loss adjuster, these moments have come to you. Well, Mr. Speaker, my aha moment came when I could not get a particular line of a song out of my head while listening to various aspects of the budget address. The line, Mr. Speaker, comes from a song of the great Robert Nesta Marley from his album Exodus. And the line, Mr. Speaker, reads, "Guiltiness rests on their conscience." Mr. Speaker, later in my presentation, I will provide you with an insight as to why parts of the budget may have invoked this line. Mr. Speaker, I will be quick to admit, however, that there are aspects of the budget that I support, and I look forward to their implementation and will also advise accordingly. Mr. Speaker, in my short political career, I must make an admission, and that is the St. Lucia Labour Party, as a government and in opposition, are masters in political marketing. In other words, Mr. Speaker, they are masters in influencing people's votes in elections. I am tempted, Mr. Speaker, to refer to this budget as an election budget. Mr. Speaker, the members on the opposite side have proven to say one thing while in opposition, and when in government, say and do otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, you don't have to go very far. Mr. Speaker, just take a look at the theme for this year's budget address: building our infrastructure for a resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, had this government not stopped various works when they came into office, the theme of this budget could have read, "Maintaining a resilient economy by advancing our infrastructure." Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn your attention to page 55 of the 2023 Economic and Social Review. 55, yes. And Mr. Speaker, I will be reading some excerpts from 55 to 57, but I will advise you as I skip accordingly. Mr. Speaker, under revenue performance, it reads, the central government's revenue and grant receipts trended upward for the third consecutive year to a high of $1,427.8 million in 23-24, largely due to an improvement in tax revenue. Total revenue on grants increased by 8.2% relative to 22-23 and represented an estimated 21.4% of GDP. This positive outturn reflected the continued expansion in domestic activity, further price increases, and the implementation of revenue enhancement policy measures. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Prime Minister and members opposite to defy that upward trend had nothing to do with productivity, but everything to do with consumption.
Excuse me, but productivity and consumption.
No, not at all, Chief, not at all. Mr. Speaker, you turn the page to page 56, current revenue. In keeping with the growth in economic activity and higher prices, current revenue rose by 9% to $1,353.5 million in 23-24, the highest to date. This outturn was attributed to sizable increase in tax revenue by $113.1 million. Next line, which speaks to tax revenue. Tax revenue continued to grow in 23-24, albeit at a decelerated pace of 10.1% to 1,231.4 million. Sustained growth in economic activity and further increases in prices led to higher collections from most taxes, coupled with the introduction of the 2.5% health and citizen security levy on selected import goods and domestic services, while VAT revenue collected by the Inland Revenue Department rose by 23.1 million. Collections by the Customs and Excise Department net of refunds fell by 1.7 million. Mr. Speaker, I will compound on what I'm reading, but I just want to read everything right away. The next paragraph. Receipts from taxes on international trade and transactions rose by 8.2% to 614.1 million, contributing 41.3% of the increase in tax revenue in 23-24. Excise tax collections on imports rose significantly by 51.3% to a peak of 119.1 million. This strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of excise tax receipts on petroleum products to 68.7 million, owing to higher excise tax rates and larger volumes coupled with lower subsidy on LPG cooking gas. The next page, Mr. Speaker, well, we're continuing. The excise tax rates on gasoline and diesel per gallon rose from an average of $2.56 and $1.69 respectively in 22-23 to $3.64 and $3.90 in 23-24 respectively. The 20-pound subsidy decreased from $19.24 per cylinder in 22-23 to $16.16 in 23-24. Excise tax receipts from non-fuel imports were also strengthened by 6.2 million to 50.5 million in 23-24. This outturn reflected higher import values of alcohol and the approximate doubling of excise tax rates on tobacco from August 2023. The new Health and Citizen Security Levy charged on the value of imports from August 2023 generated $12.7 million in 23-24. Mr. Speaker, I continue. Mr. Speaker, I highlight these lines from the Economic and Social Review, to indicate something that we have been speaking about throughout the year and last year, and that is the government had the ability to reduce on the price of gas and diesel at the pumps for St. Lucians, and decided against that, but rather to collect as much revenue as possible, Mr. Speaker, to address their own reasons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we know, Mr. Speaker, that and this is really and truly, Mr. Speaker, one of my aha moments, because the government, in recognizing the pain and suffering as a result of the direct consequences of the health and security levy, the refusal to lower gas prices, and the obvious consequences of increased cost of doing business. Obviously, if gas prices are high, everything goes high. They had no choice, Mr. Speaker. They had no choice in an effort to sleep properly at night to increase pensioners' income and fast-track minimum wage policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody on the opposite side to believe or misunderstand me that the minimum wage policy is critical and it is very necessary. But it is very heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker, that how some of our pensioners have to struggle to make ends meet. And this should not be as a result, Mr. Speaker, of the government not being able to do something. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that this increase that the government will be providing to the pensioners, Mr. Speaker, will be suffocated by if they continue to keep the gas prices at the rate that you keep it. Okay, Mr. Speaker? Everything else, bread, transport, everything else. It doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, when members opposite were on this side of the House, I remember very, very clearly, they clamored relentlessly for transparency, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. However, today, Mr. Speaker, there are so many scenarios where people of St. Lucia have to formulate their own interpretations, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the government to be a little more forthcoming with information, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, with the provision of more information, it would avoid the speculation which is rife in the country right now. And I believe it is very necessary that additional information, and I'm hoping that the member for Gros-Islet tomorrow will provide us with some additional information as it relates to the NLA loan, because the Prime Minister in his budget address indicated that the loan would be for the NLA's infrastructure policy throughout the island. So I'm hoping that, in addition, Mr. Speaker, I think a little more transparency is required on the whole St. Jude's reconstruction or continuation of construction. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister, in his budget address, the Prime Minister spoke to the tendering process as it relates to the Saudi Development Fund, the loan. And the Prime Minister indicated that the tenders had to be sent up for no objection. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the following line, the Prime Minister indicated that discussions with the contractor was ongoing. Now, I'm a little confused. Because if the tenders are ongoing, it means that a contractor has not been identified, but you're already having conversations with the contractor. Well, that was not, again, transparency, information. In the lack of information, we are left to speculate. But, Mr. Speaker, you see, and again, with the whole speculation, where St. Lucians are saying is only one person that tender, or one person was invited to tender. You know, that's the kind of speculation you get. And we know under the whole Tenders Act, one tender is not accepted. But I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's so much to speak about. Yeah. But, Mr. Speaker, permit me, you'll ask for more time for me. Mr. Speaker, I will come back to the Prime Minister's budget address, but I thought at this juncture I should swiftly move into my community, because there are a couple of things I want to clarify and address. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the disappointments I had with regards to the budget address, considering the Prime Minister, spoke so much about infrastructure, and he went on further to say that infrastructure was not just roads, but he went and he spoke about a whole set of things. So, Mr. Speaker, I was very, very concerned, and I was telling the Minister of Infrastructure that at lunch today, that I really thought, in the age that we live in, that I would hear a lot more with regards to WASCO's infrastructure. Because, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you have heard predictions, that the future wars will not be about oil, but water. And our droughts are getting more severe. In fact, WASCO had a meeting, a press conference, I think, yesterday, and they indicated to the media that their resources are drying up at an even faster rate than before. They gave various figures, Mr. Speaker, and that is scary, Mr. Speaker. You see, especially, and it's a fact. Water is life, Mr. Speaker. And the complaints from our citizenry, we hate daily, Mr. Speaker. All over the island, it's very very, very loud. People speaking about the scarcity of water in their pipes. And I understand we're in the dry season, and that is understandable. But even out of the dry season, Mr. Speaker, we hear these complaints. And, Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Choiseul, especially in the community of Saltibus are suffering, Mr. Speaker. The irony, Mr. Speaker, is that the community of Saltibus is known to be one that's full of waterfalls and rivers, Mr. Speaker. The member for Beaufort South, very familiar with that, Mr. Speaker. Okay? And Mr. Speaker, I am sure you will recall, while I was in government, I went on a field trip with some WASCO personnel. And I went to visit the intake in the heart of the forest in Saltibus. And I think I may have spoken about it in this house before. And the condition of that intake, when you recognize that that is what is going into people's home, Mr. Speaker, in Creole we say it's a quev chair. You know, it was very, very difficult to accept that that was what our intake was looking like. And I believe that intake is an extremely old intake. And I don't think, I think it has outlived its useful life, Mr. Speaker, to the point where I brought the WASCO personnel even further inland. And we identified a water area, Mr. Speaker, and it was in the dry season. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, 2019, 2020. We went into, in a dry season, we went up into the forest in an area, and the water, Mr. Speaker, you could have swear that we were in Alaska, Iceland, one of these places. The amount of water that was flowing down there, Mr. Speaker, you know, and oh, I'm coming to that. And Mr. Speaker, I indicated to the engineer that accompanied me at the time, I said, could you provide an estimate as to what it will cost for us to run pipes? And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think I was influenced by an earlier picture I had seen of Sir John carrying pipes in that same Saltibus area. And I thought, well, maybe I can duplicate that. And I could get the citizenry of Saltibus to reduce the cost of the infrastructure and the labor, because they were so in dire need of water that we could come together as a community and help carry the pipes to do the work. An estimate was provided, Mr. Speaker, but soon after that, you know, COVID came, and I must tell this house, and a lot of people try to underestimate the effects of COVID, but with COVID coming on the scene, there are lots of things that had to be put on the back burner to address COVID issues. And there are a couple of them I will mention during the course of my contribution, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I am urging, and Mr. Speaker, you know, we have in the gallery my opponent who went against me. And one of the promises I know she made for the people of Saltibus was, had she been elected, she would have ensured that Saltibus would have had a proper water supply, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I understand that while she's not a minister and may not necessarily have a ministry, but I think, Mr. Speaker, and I want to challenge her, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the cabinet, to put some pressure on her cabinet, at least to get the BNTF 10. The member spoke about the BNTF 10 and some of the priority areas, water, okay? I want to, to ensure that Saltibus can get, you know, something similar to what I was able to get for Victoria, 100,000 gallon tank, okay, to provide water for the people. She does not only have influence, you know, in cabinet, you know, she has influence in WASCO as well, Mr. Speaker. So I think she has some influence, Mr. Speaker. Put on your mic and say that. Put on the mic and say that. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to indicate some of the interventions I made with regards to WASCO while in office, Mr. Speaker. While in office, had the reinstatement of a pumping station at Pognon, Mr. Speaker. Pognon is an area between Montgouge and Lewish, Mr. Speaker. And that was to be able to pump water from the Delta station to be able to service a lot more people who are having water challenges, Mr. Speaker. And we also applied under the BNTF to have gotten an additional water tank in the Victoria area to serve 13 constituencies.
Speaker. A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Member for
Speaker, the member for Social is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. In 2004, Mr. Speaker, under the Labour Party, a water policy document was prepared. That water policy document was only updated recently by this current government. But before that, Mr. Speaker, it made a very interesting point to suggest that St. Lucia is a more insecure country, a more water insecure country in 2019 than it was in 2004. What was he doing in government in 2019, 2020, 2021 before the lost election, Mr. Speaker?
But that's not a point of order, member.
Sorry, I said he's misleading the House, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but the basis for misleading the House is to ask him what he was doing.
No, see, to ask what was happening at that point in time, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but that's not a point of order. Proceed, member.
But you see, the member was a little too quick to stand because I was just saying some of the WASCO initiatives that I did while in government. I was just speaking to them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to also indicate, Mr. Speaker, that continuing to speak to some of the initiatives directly WASCO related, that while we were constructing the Saltibus Road, Mr. Speaker, we identified a number of pipes that were rotten, rusty, Mr. Speaker, and we felt that it was in the best interest at the time to change these pipes, Mr. Speaker, and about $500,000 was spent to change pipes, Mr. Speaker. And I also, since I'm talking about pipes and the Saltibus Road, I want to speak to the Minister of Infrastructure, and I brought it to his attention that there needs to be a little more timely cooperation between WASCO and the Ministry of Infrastructure, because WASCO has gone and dug up the road on the Saltibus Road, brand new road, in 3 areas, Mr. Speaker, and it's been months and the roads have not been repaired, Mr. Speaker, and the longer they wait, the more they deteriorate, to the point where you get people saying that that is deliberate. And I don't want to think that that is deliberate, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to think so, because it's a simple issue of cutting the road and patching the road in the areas where WASCO has dug up the road. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to some of the initiatives that the government as a whole, when we were in office, did with regards to WASCO, Mr. Speaker. And you will remember the Rodney Bay Road that was being constructed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last administration spent $4.5 million in purchasing pipes and also for the labor component to lay pipes on that road. In fact, we had to stop somewhere in the Harbour Club, just before Harbour Club, because going forward there would have to have been some issues with regards to some land acquisition, Mr. Speaker. But it is a well-known fact, Mr. Speaker, that the pipes running up all the way to Capestate, Mr. Speaker, need to be changed. The pipes are available. I know they've been stored somewhere by Beausejour, Mr. Speaker. And all of that I thought would have been part of the whole new infrastructure thrust, Mr. Speaker, because we really need to address the WASCO issue in St. Lucia urgently, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move quickly to Not at all. Mr. Speaker, not at all. I won't touch on. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the member for Castries Southeast. with regards to some matters I wish to bring to his attention, Mr. Speaker, and I really need him to look into it urgently. And I'm surprised that the member for Soufrière, Fonse Jacques, may not have brought one to his attention, or maybe she did in cabinet and I was not privy to that. But Choiseul Saltibus, Soufrière, Fonse Jacques, is without a social transformation officer. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's very, very critical, especially with the challenges we have with our young people, that one be instituted as soon as possible. It's over a year. It's over a year. In addition, Mr. Speaker, and I want to speak directly to the Prime Minister through you, Mr. Speaker, I think the time has come that Choiseul have their own STO and Soufrière have their own STO, because the dynamics of various communities are different. And the STOs have their own challenges, Mr. Speaker. And it is critical, Mr. Speaker, that an STO be put in place as soon as possible to address some of these challenges. Since I'm speaking on that issue, Mr. Speaker, I thought you'd knock the table for me, Madam Soufrière Fonse. Mr. Speaker, since I'm speaking to the member for Castries Southeast, well, through the Speaker, I'm addressing him, yes. I'm addressing him through the Speaker. It is important that there be housing accommodation for a number of community-oriented people in the community of Choiseul. Right now, community development officer, social transformation officer, who's not even there, welfare officer, they all located in Vieux-Fort to serve Choiseul. Now, Mr. Speaker, you can well understand the challenges that there's. Even at one point, you had quite a few senior citizens who had to come and sign for the the allowance that they get. And they had no place to go, Mr. Speaker, they had no place to go. You want them to go all the way to Vieux-Fort? Remember, so it is important, Mr. Speaker, and on that point, Mr. Speaker, I will just indicate that we have had, and it's not that we have a lack of space in Choiseul to house these people, because we just completed the PI Community Center and the Roblo Community Center. It's been over a year, and they're just there. They're not open, Mr. Speaker, and the contractor handed over the buildings to the government in June last year. And do you know, Mr. Speaker, there's a defect liability period which ends in June this year. So it means, Mr. Speaker, whenever the government decides to go in and there's any problems, it would have to be at the cost of government. Already we're struggling to deal with these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's critical. PI Community Center, Roblo Community Center. It is critical, Mr. Speaker, that these buildings be commissioned. I am hearing an excuse that is because they're not insured, so nothing can happen. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, because the communities themselves have a lot of plans. They want to do things, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot get access, Mr. Speaker, because the buildings are closed, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
So, on a point of order?
Point of elucidation.
Go ahead.
Can I, Mr. Speaker?
Point of elucidation.
Thank you.
Is
Mr.
up to the
Speaker, I just
members
needed
as
to
well.
Mr. Speaker, I just needed to inform the member that there are only 10 positions of STOs. It means that you do not have 17. You have 17 constituencies. Secondly, we have one of the islands with the most STOs. We cannot have one STO per constituency, and they are not employed based on a location. They are traveling officers and allowed to move around the place. So this is one point that I'd like to draw. If there's a need to have more STOs, it's something completely different. And I do not think it is necessary. The cost of having STOs would be extremely high, and absolutely, something that government do not want to take. But I understand the need for having coverage in all other communities around the island for service providers to do so. Mr. Speaker, before we had less, and the officers did cover the entire island. So it's a matter of having the right persons, the right attitude, and persons who are willing to move around the island.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've heard the song, serious times require serious action. And there are times when we have to do certain things differently to address some of the challenges that we have. And I do believe because of the crisis that we have with regards to various youth misbehavior the whole youth deviating to illegal areas, Mr. Speaker, that is one area that the government can give priority. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you must remember, Mr. Speaker, that Choiseul Saltibus, while we not necessarily have the population, but it's one of the largest constituencies. And to have an STO to serve such a large space, Mr. Speaker, is something that you must consider when making some decisions. So while they may be funding for 10, I think the Prime Minister has the ability to make a lot of these adjustments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yeah, so I also, Mr. Speaker, through you, advise the member for Castries Southeast that it is my understanding, and I must say that Choiseul Saltibus have a very aging population. A lot of the people, Mr. Speaker, are getting up there in age. And as a result of that, there's a lot more pressure. Because a lot of these people depended on their little craft and their little agriculture, their little fishing. And they really cannot afford the home care, And I think my constituency may be one of the only constituencies where the numbers have not been increased for the home care program. And it's a struggle. I can tell you, I speak to the caregivers, and some of them have to serve 4, 5 people a day. The practical, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm not saying things that's not true. Maybe it's not happening for you, the member for Denrinoff. But in my community, it is happening. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that I think, that attention must be given to increasing the numbers and to addressing some of the needs of our senior citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak to my good friend from Miku North, who was speaking this morning with regards to making certain advancement to accommodate the disabled people, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that irks me quite a bit, and I don't know how we can address that to make people have a little more respect for disabled people, Mr. Speaker. But on many occasions, you go to either supermarkets or various places where there are special parkings that have been allocated for disabled people. And you see people who are known to be active sportsmen and women parking there. And Mr. Speaker, you can't speak to them because you spoke to them. If you speak to them, you find out about your grandmother and your great-grandmother. Mr. Speaker? So I think there must come a time where people take these things very, very serious, I was telling, a colleague at lunch that, sometimes you want to take people on, but everybody have a phone, and they only start recording when they can take advantage of what your actions are, not from the beginning, So, Mr. Speaker, I think these are some of the things that, as the minister responsible for, and also since you have an affiliation with the police, that, there could be some sort of, monitoring of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking to matters in my community, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak very briefly with regards to Ministry of Education, my good friend from Denrinoff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact, Mr. Speaker, that we know that kids are not coming out of school prepared for the workforce. A lot of children are dropping out of school. A lot of them, even after serving 5 years at secondary school, they come out not prepared for the workforce. And Mr. Speaker, I think it was under that pretext, the last administration, made a huge push to get the human capital resilience project going, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe even before we left office, the unit was set up, and a team was put in place. I think one of the recommendations was that they should establish centers of excellence, and the Sports Academy in Grosley was one of them, and TVET, agriculture, performing arts. These things were to follow, Mr. Speaker. And we had already secured the funding for the huge push in TVET, and that's why I was telling the member for Denrinoff, I was a little disappointed that he did not provide me, with a little update as to the fact that the PI Secondary School, was heading full steam ahead into becoming a TVET center for construction and the arts. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, going forward, he will address that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the issue of education, there's one area that disappoints me, and I'm sure my good friend from Denrinoff will address that as soon as he gets the first opportunity. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, when I go to my constituency office, there are many, many parents who come to me and they tell me, can I make arrangements for their child to get transport to go to school? Because a lot of Choiseul children go to school in Beaufort. And I said, but have you tried the school? They said it's full, and they cannot afford the private bus. And I thought, but when I was in office, we had increased the school subsidy, and they should have had quite a few buses, Mr. Speaker. But then, Mr. Speaker, I turn your attention to page 60, second paragraph, and I saw something which kind of woke up my antennas. It says, the Economic and Social Review 2023, page 60. It says, notwithstanding the increased fuel rebate to registered officials at a cost of $0.3 million annually, the cost of subsidies dipped by $0.3 million to $5 million in 23-24 on account of a decrease in the school bus subsidy. Mr. Speaker, then I got another aha moment. So that is why the children of Choiseul Saltibus are not able to get on a school bus to go to school. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that my good friend would address that, Mr. Speaker. A very good friend, Mr. Speaker, during my tenure while in the last administration, one of the things we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that Choiseul Saltibus community lacked green spaces. And there were certain landmarks in the community that were identified as part of the historical, the historical story of the community. And in fact, I realized community tourism has been using one of the sugar mills extensively in one of their ads, Mr. Speaker. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, we should have some fee for that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I did was to acquire for the people of Choiseul, Mr. Speaker, lands on which the sugar mills had been sitting. In fact, I remember coming. In fact, I didn't see it, but people brought to my attention that a certain talk show came down on me for actually purchasing one of these sugar mills, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Choiseul Saltibus. I'm very, very happy to know that over the weekend, the Earth Day celebrations was held at one of these sites, and from all accounts, it was a very successful occasion, Mr. Speaker. We also did some land acquisition in La Pointe d'Else, La Fargue, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the plans in some of these acquisitions was to empower the community in doing various camping programs or having the place as an area for various functions so that the community could be involved and get involved, Mr. Speaker, and make some money. So I'm asking the Minister for Tourism and the member for Castries South to do not let these sites deteriorate, take care of them, pay some attention, because they're an area, Mr. Speaker, where a lot of people visit, a lot of people take photos, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's good for the community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, there was a loan that was approved for 3 islands, I think St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Vincent. An EC $40 million loan was approved, Mr. Speaker, and that was to do programs island-wide. And one of the projects that was identified by the last administration was the Choiseul Arts and Crafts Center. And I realize it is a project that is about completing, Mr. Speaker, and it is a project that was supposed to elevate the whole visitor experience in Choiseul. They were supposed to have a restaurant, and create various jobs for the community. But there are little murmurings over that who will be managing this facility, Mr. Speaker. And so I am hoping that there's a very transparent process in terms of how this project will work, that the Choiseul crafters will be able to play a major role in the running of this facility, Mr. Speaker, because we know some of the sufferings the crafters had gone through. One of the things that we did when we were in office, we identified a number of crafters and we went to their location and we provided funds so that they could have built toilets and restrooms so that the visitor experience would have been one which was a little more palatable for our guests. And the whole intention was from visiting the areas where they see how the pottery and the handbags and everything is made, they can then gravitate to the handicraft center and purchase the finished product, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's something that, we have always boasted the community of Choiseul Saldibas as the craft capital, and we have to show it in more than just words, Mr. Speaker, and place a lot more emphasis on it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the time to congratulate the members of the Choiseul Pro League. I believe the semi-pro league is a good project, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I have sufficient information. I know the players are being paid, but I'm not sure as to whether coaches are also being paid for the players to give them that sort of guidance and hone their game to an even more skillful level, Mr. Speaker. I think there's also the issue of how will revenue be generated by the various communities to sustain, that. And for a long time now, we've been speaking about the Lafargue playing field, being cordoned off or made into a sort of a mini stadium, so that so I'm sure you will provide me with some additional information. I continue to speak to the issue of the lights. The member for Grosley has promised me that the lights will be fully functional before the end of the year, and I'll hold him to that, Mr. Speaker, because there's so many activities that can take place on that field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to speak to, and the member for Castries North may want to pay attention to this. Permit me to speak to, or to read from the opening remarks of a statement made by the member for Castries North in October 2023. And it began, and I just read a portion of it, not much, Mr. Speaker. It says, Mr. Speaker, permit me this opportunity this morning to address the pressing issue of road infrastructure in our country. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the acute link of our economy, connecting communities, facilitating trade, underpinning social services, and enabling the movement of people and goods on a daily basis. However, a major section of our road infrastructure is severely stressed and fatigued, and it is evident that it is in dire need of increased attention and investment. Our roads are plagued by congestion, which hampers productivity and contributes to increased fuel consumption and, by extension, pollution. The significant delays on our highways and byways imposes severe strain on economic activities. Hence, it is imperative that we consider investing in the expansion of existing roads, constructing new highways, and in the very near future, the implementation of intelligent transportation systems to alleviate congestion and improve the flow of traffic. So, Mr. Speaker, my thing is that a revelation or is that common sense? Mr. Speaker, because you see why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is when the last administration was taking on some major road infrastructure, you know, there was so much political mischief and psychological warfare. You want one? People don't eat roads. People don't eat roads. That was a mantra. People don't eat roads, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, the population wholesale, Mr. Speaker, has denounced the actions and words of the opposition back then. Mr. Speaker, I hope after making that statement, the Minister of Infrastructure still gives me my due.
Member, you have 15 minutes left.
15? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to identify a few roads for the member for Castries North, Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the ring road from Dibrel to Myers Bridge. While I was in office, Mr. Speaker, there was financial challenges, but we did identify the worst parts of that road. And we engaged a contractor, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of work was done on that road. Dibrel Myers Bridge. The work was done by BND. Not how you call it? Nationwide. Nationwide, yes. But Mr. Speaker, the parts that were good now have come worse. So now we have a situation where, while we had tried to address some of the worst parts, the good parts have now become worse, Mr. Speaker. We did do some significant drainage work in the Myers Bridge area, and now I believe, you know, surfacing of the entire ring road is critical. Mr. Speaker, the Gayabwa, Opak to Balka Gap, Mr. Speaker, is another road that's in dire need of attention. The member for Vieux-Fort North, Vieux-Fort South, is very familiar with the road, and it brings back childhood memories. So every now and then he would drive on it, Mr. Speaker. But his last encounter, he told me his four-wheel drive could not make it because it is that bad. The gullies are, you know. I must give thanks to the member for Canaries for Vieux-Fort South in that while he was Prime Minister, he did engage in drainage from the top of Gayabwa all the way down to Tetmon. You did, and we're very grateful for that. But you know, the gap between putting on the road was a little too long, and now we're suffering significantly. One of the challenges, and the Minister for Infrastructure have recognized it, is that because of the amount of water that has washed off the top surface of that road, the drains are so much higher, and that poses a significant challenge. When we were concreting a part of that road, what we did to save costs, or to rather not save costs, but to push the limits of the amount that was available, we used a government pumice site for base material, and that did enable us to go a little further than what was originally contracted. So I suggest that, you know, it is something that you can do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the Monjack through Café Road, Mr. Speaker. There's a school in Café in Diga, and a lot of people use that road to take their children to school, Mr. Speaker, and this road has some potholes that are very hard to maneuver, Mr. Speaker. The Grace Road in Saltibus, Mr. Speaker, better known as Park Cabwit, is also a road, Mr. Speaker, that should be paid attention to. The Devil Bridge Road, we know the history of that area, very historic, can be used in the whole community tourism thrust, Mr. Speaker. Pont George, that's right, Pont George, yes. Pont George. Pont George. Well, I was going to give a story about your family and you know, Was it your father or your grandfather?
My grandfather.
Yeah, his grandfather. His grandfather was tasked with the job of building that bridge. And they said the bridge was so difficult, or rather impossible to build, that his grandfather had to make a pact with the devil. And the pact with the devil was that the first human, or the first living thing to cross that bridge becomes mine. And it so happened that his grandfather had a dog to pass over the bridge. So the devil got the soul of a dog. It's a history that's well known in Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's, we have to look at these historical areas, Mr. Speaker, in terms. There's also a very small road, I think, Minister of Education, you should pay much attention to it, because it's a road that leads to your district education office. Okay? Mr. Speaker, that road is in a real bad situation. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, because if I have to mention in Lafargue, if I have to mention all the roads in Choiseul that need attention, but I'm trying to hone in on some of the most significant ones. And the Cedars Road, Mr. Speaker, Cedars Road, and my good friend would be happy to know that we've identified that road as one of the roads that need priority. The Cedars Road, Mr. Speaker, Cedars Road. The road is, well known as Chutig, and the member for Castries Central, he knows that area very well, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to Lafargue, Mr. Speaker, to view a land development that was done during my tenure, Mr. Speaker. I think it's one of the best developments ever done by Invest and Lucia, where we developed 114 lots, Mr. Speaker, and we have some beautiful houses going up on there right now. In addition, there were another 20 lots that were done by the Ministry of Housing, Mr. Speaker, and very, very good infrastructure. And I'm hoping that with all of the other land development that have been done, you replicate that concrete. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the whole issue of fishing and agriculture. My good friend.
And you have 6 minutes left.
6 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I always tell my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, that when I have a lot of friends, I have friends everywhere, except one. Mr. Speaker, despite significant investments in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the sector declined by 17%. And I think that's something we need to pay serious attention to. I know the farmers are catching their royals right now in the dry season. I'm happy to have all of what is going to come for the agricultural sector, but I think we need to pay very attention, because there's still a very, very large population that depend on agriculture for their livelihood, and we should never, never let that industry or that sector, Mr. Speaker, die. I always tease the Minister for Agriculture Fisheries that when he's speaking about the various fishing ports, he does not give credit where credit is due with regards to the Choiseul fish port. He always speaks to it, very fleetingly, Mr. Speaker. But I think it's apt, because I got some pressure from my constituents that I need to say, what happened with regards to that fishing port. Because you remember, Mr. Speaker, there was a non-ending story. Every day, HTS, Desmond Collimo had to come and interview fishermen with regards to the difficulty they were facing, Mr. Speaker. And when we came in office, one of the things I told the Minister of Agriculture, we need to address that. He said to me, well, as far as you know, the Japanese have put up their hands on that already. They say they finished with this thing because they gave us an excavator and a pickup, and that was never used. But we persevered, Mr. Speaker, and we went to Japan sometime in November 2019, Mr. Speaker, and if I tell you, while I suffered significantly because I did not prepare for that kind of cold, and maybe the officials felt sorry for me because I couldn't even speak. It was so cold that they decided, yes, we'll give you what you asked for. And the funds were given to us. The funds were given to us in 2 tranches. The first tranche was extensive desilting and a finger pear, well, not necessarily a pear, but well, it's sort of pear, but it was out of stones. And the second phase would be the ground and a proper finger pear to assist the fishermen. The second phase is happening now. There's significant activity in the community, providing some good economic activity, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that it will be complete very, very soon, Mr. Speaker, and we will have, a proper, what you can call an example for people to come and see as to, the work that was done in the area, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the Minister for Infrastructure did send one of his engineers to Japan with me. Yes, you did. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by, I want my good friend to give me 10 minutes, if I take so long. Invoke section 2. Mr. Speaker, the youth economy, Mr. Speaker. A lot has been said about the youth economy, and it is an extremely good thrust. And I believe the Prime Minister, with his political experience, took advantage of a foundation that was left. And I must say that. He took advantage of a foundation that was left. And why I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because he recognized some of the incentives that had been created under the adjustment to the Fiscal Incentives Act, Mr. Speaker, and realized that, we can create a whole new economy out of what has been put in place. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind the House, the Parliament, of some of the things that happened, in that area, Mr. Speaker. Because when we changed the Fiscal Incentive Act, at the time, there were only two areas that was getting incentives from the government, agriculture and tourism. And we decided, Mr. Speaker, we had to open that up. Service sector, Mr. Speaker. And we looked at a number of areas. Professional services, which included accounting services, management consultancy services, photographic services, architectural services, engineering services, integrated engineering services, printing and publishing services, veterinary services, medical and dental services. Under the creative industries, we had the motion picture projection service, entertainment service, sporting and other recreational service, motion picture projection and videotape production and distribution services. Under information and communication technology, telecommunication services, online information and or data processing, including transaction processing. Under spa and wellness, beauty and spa, physiotherapist services provided by midwives and paramedical personnel and medical laboratories. All of these services, Mr. Speaker, are now able to bring in raw material, equipment for their businesses, any technical, infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, under customs duty and excise duty free, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, a lot of them are young people involved in it, young people. So that's why I say, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister will agree, he took the advantage of it. And I think that's where, continuation is in effect. So kudos to you and I can also offer you, some additional advice whenever you. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's budget address, Mr. Speaker, page 1. Third paragraph, second line before the last. The Prime Minister says, we must therefore, as a government, fight this disrespect and contempt for the citizens of this country, wherever and whenever it is manifested. I urge the Prime Minister to take out the word government and use we must therefore as a country. Because, Mr. Speaker, I say that, Mr. Speaker, because every day we see citizens from both sides of the fence lashing out insults, all kind of abuses, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we as the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I told the Prime Minister that, in a private conversation while we were walking down the stairs, I said to him, he needs to say this to every occasion that he goes to, every Monday in Cabinet, every opportunity he gets, he needs to speak this. Because if he continues to say that, Mr. Speaker, people will get the message. We heard from the group recently to fight crime, and some other people who were speaking. And they said, a lot of crime that is caused in St. Lucia is as a result of disrespect. So the disrespect thing, Mr. Speaker, is a serious thing, and we need to learn, Mr. Speaker, to live as one, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to ask for more time, Mr. Speaker, but just, I was very surprised. My good friend, Mr. Speaker, very, very good friend, and my mentor at one point in time, maybe still, although she's in the political and on the other side of the house, the member for Soufrière-Fonce-Jacques, Mr. Speaker. We had a long working relationship. And I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, that she started her contribution with a scorecard. She started her contribution with a scorecard, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, I could come with a scorecard too, Mr. Speaker. But there are two glaring things that came out to me when she was doing her scorecard, Mr. Speaker, when she was comparing then and us, is that the last administration reduced VAT by 2.5%, and this administration imposed a health and security levy of 2.5%, Mr. Speaker. Just that alone, Mr. Speaker, speaks volumes about the scorecard. But I was also happy, Mr. Speaker, that you mentioned the business incubator. The business incubator. Because I remember when I was going up in 2016, and I spoke to constructing a warehouse to provide young people with it. I was given all kind of mépris, Mr. Speaker. When we came into office speaking to Invest and Lucia, they said there were a lot of legislative procedures to address a business incubator. So I'm happy that work is finally going to bring this to fruition. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of projects that the Prime Minister spoke about that I believe was not quite genuine in terms of saying that it was projects of this administration. I think a lot of it started under our reign, Mr. Speaker, but we'll have time to deal with that at another time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of them I want to remind the Prime Minister was that the Headquarters Act. The Headquarters Act was an initiative of the last administration, because remember, Mr. Speaker, when we just came in, we had difficulties with the European Union. We were on a grey list, then a black list, and all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. And we had some serious adjustment to do to our tax regime, Mr. Speaker. And coming out of that, the Headquarters Act was one of those that we did. And I must say, a lot of people are taking advantage of it. I believe the latest now is Republic Bank taking advantage of the Headquarters Act. And I believe it's a good thing. We need to encourage a lot more entities to come in. Digicel is another one, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me a little leeway, and I thank the House for listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir. Maiden address. Very good. Maiden address.
Member for View Vote South.
You must speak like that all the time.
Maiden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this presentation today, I have chosen to be rather eclectic and to speak without any unifying theme. I have opted to roam far and wide, meander here and there. So if there is no thematic coherence in what I say, Mr. Speaker, it's only because of the approach that I have decided to adopt on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, there's a common saying that nothing happens before its time. These are very simple words, but in my view, they really are profound words of wisdom. They're words of advice. And perhaps no other undertaking than that of public life should always take those words into consideration. Because as politicians, sometimes we fail because our timing was wrong. Sometimes we succeed when we least expected to succeed. And really, a lot has to have to do with that iron rule that nothing happens before its time. It means, Mr. Speaker, that if the timing and circumstances are not right, then our plans, whatever they may be, will not materialize, no matter how sincere or noble our instincts or intentions may be. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that may well help to explain why certain politicians are ahead of their time, why you do certain things at a specific point in time, but those things are rejected until somehow later in the movement of history, the value is understood. In politics, Mr. Speaker, we mirror that thinking by speaking of the political conjuncture. That's a term that political scientists use all the time. We say that a conjuncture must be right to undertake or implement certain policies or take certain actions. But what we simply mean, Mr. Speaker, is that a combination of circumstances must be right, or that a particular state of affairs must exist. Likewise, when we speak of the political conjuncture more narrowly defined, we really mean the political circumstances, the rare balance of political forces, the mood, sentiments, and prevailing thinking of the electorate or citizenry must be right. And part of the skill of the politician is to know when the circumstances are right. It is that understanding that allows the politician to exercise judgment as to whether to pursue or not to pursue, or whether to implement what may have been established before, and whether the chances of success are good or failure still attends to the process. I believe, Mr. Speaker, I have shared with colleagues two particular experiences in my life. I am sure that I did at one sitting of the House. I illustrated by my experience over the date of Carnival. I'm sure honorable members may remember I mentioned that episode. I remember telling them that when I was a young minister designated of education way back in 1980, I decided with the then organizers of Carnival that we would change the date of Carnival to July. And the reasons that are now cited why that change was essential were all championed by us at the time, giving St. Lucian Carnival its own separate identity, being in a better position to market Carnival so it doesn't have to compete with Trinidad and Tobago. We'll have the ripple effect of allowing St. Lucian Calypsonians to create more songs because they will have to feed their Carnival celebration with their own songs. We did it for a year, but immediately after we lost the general elections in 1982, the decision was reversed. But what a torrid time it was. I was accused of being a communist, of being a sheep, being a wolf in sheep clothing. The church hierarchy was on my back, that I was interfering with the practice of the church. By preventing the faithful from observing Ash Wednesday. All kinds of manner of names, calumny. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I live to see the day when organizers of Carnival, albeit when the Labour administration was in power, changed the date again, back to what we had experimented with. And this time it was accepted without the usual conflict and without the usual disagreements. And yes, there will always be diehards who tell you Carnival is best celebrated on prior to Ash Wednesday. It must presage Ash Wednesday. It has symbolic value for the practice surrounding Ash Wednesday. But the point is, when we first attempted to do it, we simply did not judge the circumstances right, or put differently, it was simply the wrong time to embark on the initiative. But in my quiet moments, I sit back and reflect on those things and realize that there's a golden lesson in all of this, that we must never ever give up in what we believe. Sometimes we have to beat the drums of retreat, take a step backwards, and then wait for the right moment and the right opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you a second example that in fact had to do with some amendments to the tax legislation which the Minister of Finance introduced in this House a year or two ago to amend our tax laws. Shortly after assuming power in 1997, the then Labour government decided to undertake a major overhaul of St. Lucia's personal income tax regime. Why? Because we had one of the most backward pieces of legislation to govern tax administration in St. Lucia. I remember we invited the IMF into St. Lucia to do an analysis of the tax legislation and to prepare a draft. No matter what the then Labour administration said, well, no matter what I said to people, they insisted that we had every intention to enact that tax legislation and that we were not sincere about consulting people to get their views on what was possible. In fact, I will never forget that the former foreign minister of St. Lucia, George Odlum, called me from some distant land to say that, called me, which he normally never did, to say that he understands that there is a rebellion in St. Lucia over tax legislation that the government intended to enact. And then I explained to him it was no more than draft legislation to put to the electorate for consideration, to put to stakeholders to review so that we can extract from it the very best provisions and reform our tax regime. All to no avail. All to no avail. The talk shows were loud, the attacks and the onslaught unimaginable. Unimaginable. And so the government then had to withdraw. Time passed. Other countries in the Caribbean modernized their tax legislation St. Lucia languished with our archaic laws which continue to this day. But lo and behold, in comes the administration of which my friend to my right was a member, and the accountants whom they hired to give them advice, Ernst & Young, on how to prepare a budget, indicated that a critical plank was the reform of the taxation system, and in fact proposed to recommend what had been rejected when the Labour Party was in office in 1997 and had been put to the public at large. That's the history. Of course, months before, while we were in office, we had attempted to do some tepid reforms to the tax legislation. And then it fell to the current Minister of Finance and this government to, again, tinker with the tax regime, introduce some of these reforms which have fundamentally altered the balances of taxation between sectors in the economy. And this time it is generally accepted, save and except that the middle class professionals are not the happiest of persons by the changes that were introduced. But my point is that nothing happens before its time, and the circumstances were propitious, were just right, that these taxation amendments were enacted by this Parliament and are currently now in force, imperfect as they may be. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the lesson. Nothing happens before it's time. And we politicians constantly have to look at the balance of forces. We have to look at the mood of people, the sentiments, to cast judgment on whether we take one step forward or we take 2 steps backward and wait for the right moment. But there's nothing like being vindicated in politics. Nothing. The pain sometimes is that the vindication comes long after the event, when the damage has been done. And this is where I guess politicians have to be exceedingly generous, because the whole world takes time to evaluate them, but they hardly ever take time to evaluate the whole world. That's the tricky part of it. But vindication in politics is very, very rare. And I suspect every member in this House probably will have their moments of vindication. It may not come immediately, but it will come later, possibly on the rocking chair of retirement. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was quite intrigued by the member for Suzelle who spoke earlier when he offered his aha moments. Because beneath his aha moments were those moments when perhaps, like me in a few minutes, he may have quietly whispered, "I told you so." Mr. Speaker, I say all of this to make a few observations on the policy announcement of the Minister of Finance that St. Lucian workers will have a new minimum livable wage by August 1st, 2024.
That was kind of a hard moment for you, Bradley.
No, I don't know if maybe for Bradley, but I'll tell you in a minute. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, mate.
Mr. Speaker, that announcement was made by the Minister of Finance. But I go back for a moment to reflect on how important this is. This is good news to many workers, particularly those who work with private security firms, gas stations, small restaurants, and those in retail services. Of course, those who involved in small business and medium-sized business establishments will, I am sure, welcome whatever adjustments that have to be made, but we shall see how it plays in the final analysis. And this is one issue, let me add, that workers frequently question me about. Whenever I am out, whether it is to the gas station or to the supermarket, inevitably I am confronted with this issue. When are we going to have a minimum wage? And it is pleasing, Mr. Speaker, that it is a Labour government taking this step precisely because of its unmatched record of addressing the needs of workers. And while I applaud the Minister of Finance for taking us back into history, into the exploits of Sir George F.L. Charles, inevitably I too was drawn to the recent history of the St. Lucia Labour Party in the years gone by, because it is a Labour administration that produced a Labour Code, of which I will have to say much more about in a few minutes. But I said to you, sometimes a politician is ahead of his time, a government is ahead of its time. And that is a part of the costs and the burdens that we have to bear. In truth and in fact, a Minimum Wages Act was enacted by the former Labour government in 1999. The provisions of that Act, number 27 of 1999, now repealed, were absorbed into the Labour Code and codified as sections 68 to 89, two sections of which were quoted by the Minister of Finance. And here's my point. This is a milestone. The government is to be congratulated, even if we do not know what the eventual outcome will be. When this was first attempted, it met a hostile response. Today, 25 years later, it is better received because its value is better understood. Nothing, truly nothing happens before its time. So 25 years after a Labour government enacted minimum wages legislation, today it is understood that it is vitally necessary to the protection of workers in this country. I can well understand why you must take a moment of reflection to consider this simple little fact. The job of administering this new minimum livable wage will be that of the Labour Department. And the question is, will the Labour Department be able to cope with the complaints and queries that are bound to arise? And while I was unfortunately away when the Minister commenced her address, I happened to have arrived just at that point when she was sharing some reflections on the Labour Tribunal. I want to share some reflections too, share my experience with the administration of the Labour Code, my experience as a practitioner in labor law, and my experience as a legislator over the years. I raise this question because it seems to me that the Labour Department is at this time simply overwhelmed with complaints and disputes awaiting resolution. Numerous decisions, both at the level of the Labour Commissioner and the Tribunal, are outstanding. I can cite to you complaints made to the Labour Commissioner 2 years ago that have not seen the light of day. I can cite to you adjudications that have been made by the Labour Commissioner, but parties are unable to get decisions. Now, don't interpret the situation in a pejorative way. Don't. Because what we did as legislators, when we enacted the labor code, is that we ended up burdening the labor commissioner with a task that he or she was ill prepared to undertake, because we transformed the labor commissioner virtually into a first instance judge. The result is that as workers begin to discover the value and benefits of the labor code or labor act, they are flooding the department with complaints and with issues to be resolved. The department seems unable to deal with the torrent of labor disputes reaching the desk of the labor commissioner. And I believe that the mistake which was made was the decision to make the labor commissioner the adjudicator of disputes at first instance. The holder of the post is too consumed in hearing and rendering decisions in disputes that he or she does not really have the time to attend to the vital job of managing the department and implementing the provisions of the legislation. We have adjustments to be made. Mr. Speaker, this is not the only issue compromising the full benefits of the Labor Act. And I add very quickly that there are a number of other defects in the drafting and administration of the Act that have become evident. The good thing is the department is aware of these problems, and to their credit, they have identified provisions which require amendments. But we cannot allow this centerpiece of the Labour Party to be disrupted, to be rendered ineffective because of the problems that exist. This is too sacred an initiative for the Labour Party to allow to continue to exist without attending to it. I really do believe, Mr. Speaker, that a tripartite committee should be assembled and empowered at the soonest to make recommendations to reform the code. And I think in a previous conversation on this issue, I did say it was a low-hanging fruit that should be picked very, very quickly for the sake of the workers of this country. But in any event, even if we take that path, we need to bring relief to the Labour Commissioner. And we have to resist the temptation to blame the Labour Commissioner. We have to resist it. It is simply a case that there are too many cases brought before him to adjudicate. He cannot handle it. The number is impossible. How do you do it? In my view, the Labour Commissioner ought to be spared that responsibility. I believe that the Act should be amended swiftly to create and appoint at least 3 what I call dispute adjudicators to replace the Labour Commissioner, who should be left to manage the department and implement the Act in the manner prescribed by Parliament. Each adjudicator can then be assigned the responsibility to hear and determine the number of cases. And I believe that these adjudicators at first instance should in fact be lawyers if it is possible to recruit lawyers to that position. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have added to the complexity of the process. The process requires you to engage the Labour Commissioner, first up. If you are dissatisfied, the next stop is then the Labour Tribunal. If you are dissatisfied with the Labour Tribunal, then the next stop is the High Court. If you are dissatisfied with the High Court, then your next stop becomes the Court of Appeal. And nowadays, if you are dissatisfied with the Court of Appeal, your next stop would be the Caribbean Court of Justice. As you can see, lots of wrongs. I don't think the workers of this country deserve this. We may believe that we are giving them so many opportunities that somehow it is in their interest. That's not so. One of the biggest problems with the labor code is the cost of engaging lawyers to represent workers. And this is a matter, one of those matters that have to be resolved in any amendments to the labor code. What do you do about this issue of costs? What do you do when you succeed before the labor commissioner and 18 months pass, you cannot get a decision from the labor commissioner, so you cannot pursue your costs? What do you do? I believe that the process really should be dispute adjudicators in the first instance, the labor tribunal in the second instance, and appeals should go directly from the labor tribunal to the Court of Appeal, bypassing the rung of a high court judge. We need to reform and rethink this legislation. And this has nothing to do with the minister or casting blame. Nothing to do with that. This has to do with defects which we did not anticipate at the point of enactment. But the point is, it is now causing major frustration in the system, in the decision-making system. And we cannot forget our commitment to resolving the issues and problems of the workers of this country. We have to maintain that impeccable record. There's not a single piece of legislation, possibly they might say the Contracts of Service Act, which is really more for middle-class professionals, but there's not a single piece of legislation that the other party, the United Workers' Party, could cite to say that they enacted this in the interest of the workers of this country. I don't think there's any on the statute books. As I said, yes, they enacted something called contracts, labor contracts, but whatever the case is. But really that was for middle-class professionals who are entering into the realm of formal contracts. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that in the next few weeks some attention would be paid to this issue, because as the workforce becomes more sophisticated, more complex, it is going to be even more critical that the machinery that we place at their disposal works efficiently. I shift focus, Mr. Speaker. I told you I would be eclectic. And I now turn to the declaration of the year of infrastructure. Speaker, as you know, Minister of Finance has designated this as a year of infrastructure. I believe this is a welcome development. It is a major policy plank of the government for this financial year. This initiative is critical not only to restore the integrity of our road network, build public confidence, but most importantly to provide employment to the army of small contractors and masons in our midst. And I continue to plead for them, as I did on the last occasion, that we must get these individuals busy. Ultimately, and this is the government's thinking rationale, this investment will drive domestic economic growth in the short term. I believe, too, it is a wise and good strategy to sustain and expand GDP growth. I am sorry, Mr. Speaker, that I will miss the contribution of the member for Castries North, as I shall not be attending Parliament tomorrow. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I must travel to Trinidad and Tobago to join a team of lawyers who will be representing the former CLICO policyholders before the Caribbean Court of Justice. The policyholders were shut out of seeking a legal remedy by the traditional means through the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, so they have had to invoke the Treaty of Chaguaramas to determine their rights for what occurred during the CLICO debacle. And finally, the matter is being heard on Monday and Tuesday, and it becomes essential that preliminary preparations are made for that for the hearing. You will, I believe, Mr. Speaker, understand my regret. I believe you share with me a wish to hear the member on how his ministry will tackle the road issues in my constituency. After all, I've been raising this for nearly 3 years, year in, year out, and now I believe he has a plan. He hasn't told me what it is, but I suspect tomorrow he will make the big announcements. I am also sorry that I will not be present when other ministers explain how they plan to address the issues in my constituency, Beaufort South. I have asked my constituents to monitor closely what all the ministers say and to update me on each pronouncement. So tomorrow will be a big day. Member for Castries North, the member for Castries South, the member for Beaufort North, the member for Castries Central. All of them. And of course, oh yes! Yes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you are errant. You should have drawn my attention. The member for Gros Islet, the minister responsible for youth and sport, he has to make some big pronouncements tomorrow. So my constituents, well, the member for Labrie, Saltibus will be on a flight tomorrow. I don't know whether he'll ever make a landing safely tomorrow, but we shall see. But I am pleased to report to this House, Mr. Speaker, that one minister has already reported, and believe it or not, it is the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. He has assured me that even though he did not mention the commencement of the construction of the administrative complex for Beaufort South, later during the year, the first steps to construction will commence. I have his authority, Mr. Speaker, to say what I just said. He has an opportunity for a rebuttal so he can deny and he can denounce. But, Mr. Speaker, I will say, why did you say why? You learning? But you're in the wrong company. You're in the wrong company, my friend. When I heard you this afternoon, I said to myself, but why is he a member of the United Workers' Party? I don't understand. You have to explain that to me one of these days. To return, Mr. Speaker, to center stage, to the issue of infrastructure, I agree that the program in infrastructure is truly ambitious. Whether the program will be successfully implemented will depend on the capability, the resources, and leadership of the managerial and technical staff of the ministry. In this regard, I also share the concerns of the Minister of Finance, and I think there are two issues that stand out in his address to this House. Mr. Speaker, you see, sometimes when we have budget addresses, you must analyze carefully what ministers of finance say. They're usually very guarded with language. And they're usually very obtuse, sometimes even oblique. But they also send messages, not just to Parliament, but to ministries, to departments, etc. Now listen to the Minister of Finance in respect of one matter I will quote. The first is the likely cost of the East Coast Road. He said at page 53, and I'm going to read it out to you, and this is the ancillary Soufrière Road. This is what he said. Sorry, the West Coast Road. I keep on calling it East, the West Coast Road. Mr. Speaker, it is intended that the rehabilitation of roadworks from ancillary to Soufrière will be part of an additional 2 other phases. Mr. Speaker, let me inform the honorable members that the contract for this road was negotiated, tendered, and awarded under the last administration. Take that in your pipe and smoke it. However, I have been informed by officials of the Ministry of Economic Development that, quote, the project has exceeded its initial costing before. Therefore, a financing gap of approximately US $10.048 million or EC20, 7.12 million exists. Meaning that at present prices there is already a cost overrun of 27 million to complete the road. Unquote. Now, why do I highlight this? You might say the Minister of Finance is protecting himself, wanting to act with considerable prescience by anticipating what will happen inevitably and protecting his administration. But I'm not surprised by the pronouncement. Sometimes when those of us engage in "I told you so" episodes, we are condemned for arrogance. When you say that, "I told you so," why you did it, "I told you so." The response is you are arrogant and you always believe you know. But on some occasions, the "I told you so" can be sweet. And it is sweet now. I'll tell you why. When I sat on the opposition benches during the last term and told the then government, of which the honorable member for Castries North was a minister, that the road would exceed the estimated costs, they laughed at me, scoffed, and reminded me of my alleged history of cost overruns. Yes, he was. He was. The member for Castries North. Oh, you see? I speak the truth. He remembers that I was assaulted and assailed by the then member for Castries South, Guy Joseph. Southeast, Guy Joseph. Yes! That can never happen. It's only those who administer cost overruns, and today, even before the project starts, we have been told that there will be cost overruns of $27 million. And yes, I heard that by professionals. So today, even before construction of the road is in full swing, the Minister of Finance says that the road will cost $27 million more than originally estimated. Mr. Speaker, I will make another prediction. I predict it will cost even more. Mark my words. What's a Creole saying that they have? Au point du vent, avant du vent point. Minister of Finance, I agree with you. Point du vent, avant du vent, point du vent. You're right. Take in front. What a beautiful term, eh? Point du vent, avant du vent, point du vent. Yeah, beautiful term. Why are you likely to incur additional costs, Mr. Speaker? Unforeseen events are bound to occur, and the rising cost of equipment, materials, and labor will inevitably impact on the construction cost. I only hope, Mr. Speaker, that the administration is spared the ignominy that I went through when a commission of inquiry was launched against the construction of that road, and it is not repeated. The second pronouncement is the establishment of planning and design units in the Ministry of Infrastructure. This is what the Minister of Finance said. Again, let us take a look at page 53, immediately below the statement on the ancillary software route. This is what the Minister of Finance said. Mr. Speaker, given the experience of projects, quality and time, a planning and design unit will be established to provide additional support staff to ensure better oversight of projects to allow for an improvement in the rate of implementation and the quality of project outputs. This unit will also provide technical assistance and support to the existing staff of the Ministry of Infrastructure, unquote. I believe that the Minister of Finance will agree with me that this model has been tried before. It's not the first time that these special project units have been created in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Not the first time. The question that I have, Mr. Speaker, is whether the time has not come for us to rethink how we do things in some ministries. Have we not arrived at a point where we reevaluate our processes of governance? Have we reached that point? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about constitutional reform and so on, and I hope when I get an opportunity to share my views that it will be understood when I say that we have to bring an end to the corrupt permanent secretaries in the public service, that henceforth all permanent secretaries should be appointed along with the term of the government in office, so that you can be guaranteed that the program of the government will be attended to. And we led the way when we experimented, and of course we were repudiated in 2006 and went back to the old system which we now have, and we are afraid to experiment. The reality is, we know that the Ministry of Infrastructure has a historical problem with the implementation of projects. It has been so from time immemorial. It has nothing to do with the current minister. He inherited it, and he has to live with it. He has to apply it as he found it. It has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with the fact that the ministry is not organized or designed to conceptualize and implement projects. The model has failed us. What then is the alternative? Because it becomes a permanent, a pertinent, relevant and valid question because of the huge responsibilities that has been placed on the shoulders of the minister to ensure that this year of infrastructure is a success. That's the reality, and he's going to need all the support that he can get. I thought I might share with honorable members, Mr. Speaker, an approach that has been adopted in Trinidad and Tobago. The Trinidad government has opted to create a company owned by the government and to endow it with the powers to plan, design, and implement projects by using the tools of the private sector. In other words, you have the traditional Ministry of Infrastructure, you create a company, and you task that company to design and implement your project outside of the strictures of the public service, and you make the allocation of funds to that company. The company becomes the executing arm of the ministry for particular projects, not all projects, outside the structures and norms of the public service. I believe that this approach merits evaluation to determine its feasibility for adaptation in our circumstances. But let me put in a cautionary note, because we have history before us. Mr. Speaker, if that route is ever taken, there will have to be appropriate checks and balances to protect the entity from what I described as wayward
Remember, you
ministers.
have 15 minutes left.
What did you say? What did you say, Mr. Speaker?
I know you lose sense of time when you're having fun, but 15 minutes.
Oh. And you stopped me at a delicate point, Mr. Speaker, because I was about to explain to honorable members that if you create a company like that, you have to introduce appropriate checks and balances in the event that You have wayward ministers at the helm, and I suspect you know who I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, in case you really don't understand what I'm trying, could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a Guy Joseph in charge of such an entity? No, I did not invite comments from the member for Castries. Mr. Speaker, I rather like the expansive definition of investments in infrastructure offered by the Minister of Finance in his presentation. If you look at page 18, Mr. Speaker, page 18, he says that infrastructure does not only refer to roads, bridges, drains, and culverts, but extends to digital public infrastructure, civil status, e-government services, telecommunication, housing infrastructure, health, hospitals, education, economic, agriculture, fishing facilities, jetties, social transformation, citizen security, all of those things. I'd rather like that. The only thing I would say is that there's one omission, that is the provision of legal services. I have in the past complained about the delays being experienced by lawyers to execute conveyances because of the unnecessary bureaucratic impositions of the National Insurance Corporation and the Inland Revenue Department. We do not seem to understand that these impositions, which are not statutorily recognized or approved, are causing huge delays in the execution of conveyances, contributing to St. Lucia's reputation as an unfriendly place to do business. Government revenue also suffers immeasurably. Mr. Speaker, some attention needs to be paid to the land registry. In recent times, the delays in obtaining public documents have become unacceptable. When these delays are added to the time it takes to secure compliance documents from the Inland Revenue Department and the NIC, then it becomes easier to understand why lawyers are frustrated by the delivery of these services. While some steps have been taken to deal with the administrative issues in the department, the underlying problems remain. No one seems to be taking the pleas of the Bar Association seriously. I don't know why lawyers are being ignored like this. It baffles me. I will give you an example of the kind of problems. It is nigh difficult to get from the land registry copies of instruments to execute deeds and other conveyancing documents. Why? Rightly, the department has asked that you apply for these documents online. This is excellent. But there will be no one to answer your email. None at all. Weeks pass by, months sometimes, and you can't get the instruments in your hands to execute the documents while the banks and the clients are putting maximum pressure on you, Mr. Speaker. This foolishness has to end. I urge that a meeting be convened with the Bar Association at the soonest to hear their concerns and complaints before the services offered by that department comes to a grinding halt. That department requires a systematic and major overhaul. It can no longer wait. These comments, Mr. Speaker, bring me closer to the halls of justice. Again, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the government for its decision to design and construct the halls of justice. I am sure the judiciary will breathe a sigh of relief and quietly mutter, at last, at long last. And as I said in my opening remarks, nothing happens before it's time. The model which is being used to finance, design, and construct the halls of justice is tried and tested. It was employed by a previous Labour government to finance the construction of the Ministry of Infrastructure at Union and the car park here in Castries. Both of these buildings are now fully owned by the public sector. So, it was a tried and tested model of financing for projects of this type, pioneered by a former Labour government. But, Mr. Speaker, I have on previous occasions in this House made it clear that I would not be a hypocrite to what I believe and what I once championed, unless, of course, there are compelling and overwhelming reasons to change my mind. I have to be faithful to what I believe, what I hold in my breast. If, Mr. Speaker, there are compelling reasons to change, take a different route, I will say so and admit it. So sometimes when I make my comments, it is against, for me, that sacred philosophical position. As much as I welcome the House of Justice, I have grave reservations about the selected site. I believe that the selection of the site presents challenges, not just access and parking, but also space constraints. I know that the building will cost an estimated $145.8 million. The cost of piling is bound to be significant as the water table of Castries continues to rise. I do not wish to cause any alarm, but I do believe that the water table in the Castries Basin is rising and presenting unique challenges to the design and construction of the foundations of all new buildings in the city. But that is a layman's view, an observer, somebody looking and familiar with Castries and looking at it. And all these problems we are having with offices, with problems of what you call it again? Mold, etc., has a lot to do with that unless the foundations of those buildings are properly secured. A decision having been made, which is the right of the government to do, the government has opted to take that route. And that is its choice, and there can be no quarrels with it. I would nevertheless say, for what it is worth, that a committee of non-technical personnel comprising persons who are familiar with the design and operation of courts should be selected to review systematically and carefully the spatial allocations proposed by the architect of the building. This is not a matter which should be left to engineers. These are not engineering decisions. A design has to respect the logic of the structure of the courts. Courts have a hierarchical structure. The lower courts comprising the magistracy, the high court, and then the court of appeal. A design should not conflate the system of courts. Likewise, a commercial court should not be positioned next to a family court. Why would you do that? The two are incompatible, as they provide for two different streams of litigants and personnel. Indeed, given the nature of a family court, it should have its own space and operational environment. So, Mr. Speaker, the decision having been made, I believe that we have to ensure that we get good value for money. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because inevitably the construction of the Halls of Justice invited us to reflect on the future. And I hope this government can be a pioneer as the predecessor governments were, and I'll come to that in a few minutes. I believe we should look to the future. There's no question that the people of St. Lucia need a new and dedicated parliamentary building. What we have as Parliament today does not reflect who or what we are or what we want to be. Civilizations are also known by their physical edifices. All I'm doing, Mr. Speaker, is to urge that we should begin the process to design a proper parliament to conduct the parliamentary business of the country. Let's take the first step to do a concept brief of a new parliament for the people of this country. And of course, the second major public sector investment has to be the Center for the Creative and Performing Arts. Mr. Speaker, I beg this government to be proactive. The former Labour government had reserved a site overlooking Massimega for the complex. We had gone as far as to get a design brief from the Taiwanese who had agreed to finance the design. It was shared with the artistic community. Lo and behold, the former government came into office, and on the urgings again of the member for Castries Southeast, you all believe that the former Prime Minister has sins, but no one is yet compiling the sins of the member for Castries Southeast. I will not engage in any statements that will... No, Mr. Speaker.
But you have 5 minutes left.
So, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me... yes, I will need more time, Mr. Speaker, about 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I am reminded that in 1999, the Labour government commissioned a vision plan for Castries. 15 more minutes, yes. Well, Speaker, the plan was prepared by NLBA Inter-Island architects Paul Hippolyte and Mervyn Williams, an urban planner and a brilliant son of this country. This was followed by the Hyder report prepared for the Ministry of Fiscal Development in December 2007. Still other reports followed. There is, I believe, the Castries Vision 2030 prepared in 2018. The GPA investment to Port Castries will bring the NLBA plan to life. According to the Minister of Finance, the GPA investment, and I want to quote him on it, GPH, Government of St. Lucia investment, will see the upgrade of Port Castries and Soufrière waterfront. Well, knock out Soufrière for the time being. I'm only focusing on Castries. This project will require dredging at Point Serafin, the building of a boardwalk from Sanssouci Bridge to the Vendors Arcade, rebuilding and expanding the Vendors Arcade, building of the piers at the arcade, demolition of the old customs building, and rebuilding of a new customs building, creation of parking lots, constructing a fisherman's village at Banan, and the total upgrade of the Soufrière waterfront, which for my purposes I will exclude. Mr. Speaker, the ideas mentioned here all come from the NLBA proposals by a forward-thinking Labour government in 1999. NLBA owns these ideas, and it is fitting that Neville Skeet, Claude Guillaume, Paul Hippolyte, Mervyn Williams are properly recognized, given credit and acclaimed for these proposals. Perhaps in time we can name the boardwalk after Neville Skeet and Claude Guillaume to remember their unique contribution to the redevelopment of Castries. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming close now. I know the revolution in education continues. The legacy of the SLP in education remains unmatched, untouched. And when you're talking about legacy, look to education where, well, it is so pronounced. In this budget presentation, considerable attention has been devoted to education by the Minister of Finance. In fact, the attention rivals the pronouncements of infrastructure. I applaud the Minister for his transformational initiatives, particularly for creating specialized institutes of training and to match skills with jobs. I welcome, too, the announcement that there will be major repairs to 3 schools in my constituency, Beanfield Secondary, Plainview Combined, and my alma mater, Viewfort Comprehensive. I await clarification of the status of repairs to the building next to the Kimatrai Hotel, which was affected by the storm. I have to say this is one minister. I repeat, I have to say that this is one minister who regularly keeps in touch with me to apprise me and update me on developments in education in my constituency. He respects the parliamentary representative. Mr. Speaker, despite my lean appearance, the minister has heightened my appetite for more transformational changes. I look forward to the return of CAKE examinations to our secondary schools. Centralization of A-levels may have been justified in the early days when a few secondary schools existed, but not so now. We are denying secondary schools of badly needed student leadership and competitive opportunities to excel. This passion for so-called meritocracy is nothing more than a cloak for mindless uniformity. While educational institutions should provide opportunities and certification for all in accordance with their abilities, they also have a responsibility to discover, nurture, and promote excellence. I do not have the time, Mr. Speaker, but I know the Minister of Education has a merit list of how schools performed in the Caribbean, and he has a lot to report in the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School. I am not surprised, hardly surprised, Mr. Speaker, by this outstanding performance. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost there. I promise you, Mr. Speaker. I will touch one final matter before I close. Towards the end of his presentation, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance advised that the government is giving consideration to the creation of a sovereign wealth fund. He said it as follows, I think it is, at page 73, and it's short, Mr. Speaker. For the last 2 years, we have been speaking about the creation of a sovereign wealth fund to create a multi-generational plan that would safeguard future generations. We are pursuing this initiative and have employed experienced advisors to assist. A memo is to be considered by Cabinet to approve the way forward. I will update members on the progress of this initiative. While I have in the past been skeptical about the creation of such a fund, I have noted the mounting interest in such funds as traditional sources of financing and wealth creation drive. It is another idea whose time may have come. It is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that other states of the OECS are also considering the establishment of a sovereign wealth fund. Given capacity limitations, it seems to me that it would be eminently sensible if the OECS could agree to establish a single sovereign wealth fund for the region as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I am closing. Mr. Speaker, I once said that every budget presentation has a philosophical soul. Beneath it is a philosophy, an expression of the philosophy of the Minister of Finance. Ministers of Finance usually share with the public the vision of the government of the day for the ensuing budgetary cycle. Some philosophies are easier to identify and define than others. For example, I had a hard time identifying the philosophy of the former government when it was in office, but that's another story for another time. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Finance has brought bread, justice, and freedom to all in total satisfaction of the creed to which he ascribes. Those who are hungry, he fed them in this budget. Those who are crying out for justice, he heard them. Those who wanted freedom from abuse, oppression, and insults, he has offered protection. I think, Mr. Speaker, of the workers who will be protected by minimum wages, the pensioners and elderly who are often forgotten, the young people who are in search of opportunities, the professionals who seek to advance their careers and utilize their skills, the farmers who are crying out for help as they undergo another cycle of adjustment, the motoring public who have shared their frustrations with the deterioration of our public highways, the most innocent among us, our children, particularly our preschoolers, the elderly, poor and marginalized whose homes were repaired or rebuilt, our students who are guaranteed their laptops. In my view, Mr. Speaker, don't ring the bell, this Minister of Finance has passed the ultimate test. He will not only touch lives, but most importantly, transform them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience and your understanding.
The member for Dennery North.
details, we buy details. Consider loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the...
Speaker giving you the okay to proceed. Honourable member, you may now proceed. The Speaker recognizes you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was just reviewing some of the allocations that had already been made for some schools in the south. And in my history report, Mr. Speaker, I did not observe you in the chair. But Mr. Speaker, after that admonition, I have a lot to think about, and I may just re-examine the allocations and the amounts that have been pledged to certain parts of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the Appropriation Bill 2024-2025, commonly referred to many in our country as the budget statement, or even the budget address. But as I delve, Mr. Speaker, or before rather I delve into the substantive part of my presentation, I crave your indulgence and that of colleagues to extend condolences to Geneva and their family of Ulio, Patrice, who lost a loved one, Gina Princess Joseph, Mr. Speaker. She passed away in the US at the tender age of 13. She was dearly loved by her family, and naturally, Mr. Speaker, the pain would be excruciating for that particular family. I must also express condolences to all other families that have lost loved ones in the recent past in the Denver North constituency. Katitin, a lady from Olio, who was a co-worker of mine at the Olio Combined School, Mr. Speaker. And whilst I was stationed in the grade 6 classroom, commonly referred to as Standard 4, back then, she worked at that school as an ancillary worker, and tomorrow she buries her son Boone, and I want to express, Mr. Speaker, condolences, or extend condolences to her and her family. I also want to extend condolences to the family and friends of Bertram Stew St. Catherine, the caretaker at the Binfield Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, who's a constituent of yours, who served education for almost 3 decades at 3 different institutions in the South, namely what we knew as Campus A back then, the Viewfort Technical School, and more recently, the Binfield Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, he was loved by the students, staff, faculty, and everybody he interfaced with at the Binfield Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, I must also extend condolences to the family of veteran educator Benilda Alphonse, a teacher who was at the time of her passing attached to the Labrie Girls School. But prior to being deployed to the Labrie Girls School, Mr. Speaker, she had stints at the Bocage Secondary and the Dame Poulet Primary School. Mr. Speaker, like the member for Choiseul Saltibus, I must express or extend condolences to the family of Mr. Lambert Smith of Saltibus. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that he was a staunch supporter of the United Workers' Party. However, his admiration for my disposition in the politics was something he spoke about openly whenever an opportunity presented itself. We were extremely cordial with each other, Mr. Speaker, and in the words of my colleague from Labrie, who's not here, as he journeys to the silent continent, I hope that he can find eternal rest. Mr. Speaker, I will extend get well wishes to a constituent in the person of James Alexander, better known as Apu, who is currently warded at the OKEU, where he's been for a couple of days, and I want to wish him a speedy recovery, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, before I get to the substantive part of my presentation on the budget, I want to extend belated birthday wishes to Kalin of Richford, a former student of mine whom I prefer to call by her father's name, Falco. She celebrated her 30th yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, also Butch Francis of Denny Riviere, who last Saturday celebrated 40. Butch is a fast bowler who enjoyed very decent returns in the domestic Marbella Valley Cricket League. But the good thing about it for him is that we were on the same team and he never had to face the wrath of the MP for Denry North when he was at the summit of his game. But Mr. Speaker, my best form in cricket is behind me, maybe 2 decades behind me. What I can tell you when it comes to the politics of Denry North and the business of the Labour Party, I believe I am in the form of my life. And having listened to the PM as he presented the budget statement on Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot to look forward to with the people of Denry North and, of course, the agencies, ministries, and departments that are in my ministerial purview. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, Lynette Alfred reaches a milestone at the Denny Riviere Combined School, where she celebrates her 42nd year as a teacher at that institution. And Mr. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of all the constituents of Denry North, congratulate Mrs. Alfred for having served the community, served the district, and by extension our country so diligently. Mr. Speaker, it was the legendary Barbadian cricket commentator Andrew Mason who, whilst doing commentary on a regional red stripe cricket game many years ago, remarked that form is temporary, but class is permanent. And there's nothing more pleasing and divine than when a class player finds himself at the summit or commanding heights of his craft. And Mr. Speaker, if I were to liken the Prime Minister's presentation on Tuesday night to a cricket match, everyone who was in the house or wherever else his voice could have been heard, Mr. Speaker, would unequivocally conclude that he was seeing that prime ministerial ball as big as the proverbial breadfoot. Breadfoot, Mr. Speaker, much bigger than the ones cultivated in the backyard of the member for Viewfort North. Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, provided another stark reminder of the quality of the member for Castries East and Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday evening, we were treated to yet another masterclass by a man whose experience, competence, compassion, his commitment to the well-being of this country, Mr. Speaker, cannot be questioned. And as I indicated on Tuesday night, Mr. Speaker, that was in the full view of everybody who had time and an appreciation for the forward march of our country. On Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister unveiled a suite of policies, projects, and programs that will positively impact the Ministry of Education and its satellite agencies, the Department of Sustainable Development and its line agencies, and the people of Denry North, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia. And notwithstanding all that the Prime Minister and his government have been able to achieve during this term of government, Mr. Speaker, where we have just gone beyond the halfway mark, there are surrogates and associates of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, who at every opportunity are trying to denounce and discredit the work of our government. Mr. Speaker, noise is the easiest thing to make in politics, and the loudness of the individuals is usually a reflection of their emptiness. The amplified voices, Mr. Speaker, of the opposition and its surrogates, a group, a clique, a side, no cohesion, no formation, no semblance of togetherness, Mr. Speaker. All they're concerned about is to try and regain power at any cost, not realizing, Mr. Speaker, that their posture is not in keeping with the well-being of our country. Mr. Speaker, we see an alliance of failed and recycled politicians masquerading this country, making it seem as if this government is not working in the interest of the people of this St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the attacks are vile and they are nasty on a daily basis. Anybody who attempts to oppose the posture of the United Workers' Party, you become a target. And it doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker, whether you're in the clergy, whether you're a private individual, whether you have served your country with dignity and pride over time, that is not their business. They come, Mr. Speaker, for cutthroat and to derail anything that is or anybody associated with the St. Lucia Labour Party. The desperation is therefore all to see. The denigration of character is the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, they will not succeed in their attempts to derail the commitment of this government, nor will they derail the desire of the people of this country to retain the St. Lucia Labour Party as the government that always produces for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when they try to shamelessly paint us as a government not working in the interest of the people, Mr. Speaker, we are the government that has made it possible for public officers to be able to go to the bank, notwithstanding their own personal circumstances, to get a mortgage and to put a shelter, Mr. Speaker, over their heads. Mr. Speaker, a power-hungry opposition, prepared to do anything, as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, to gain the levels of government. They attack everybody, anybody, anytime, anywhere, via any medium. And Mr. Speaker, you know what? Notwithstanding the grand charge and the posture, I am comforted when I hear even their own supporters in constituency respectfully say, Maliba, me gouvernement sa ka travail. Ek ma pa wè ki mon yè, nou kay sa antouen an gouvernement. I've said to them in Denver North, Mr. Speaker, that we are prepared to embrace all constituents to move the constituency forward. On the eve of the 2021 general elections, a gentleman by the name of Joseph Similien, better known as Blanchillot, he's in his 80s. He has been a diehard supporter of the Labour Party all his life. He was so convinced, Mr. Speaker, that we would have won the last election that he started saying to some members of the UWP, Pavini, train na haple. And I had to admonish him on several occasions to let him know that trains are pas jamais plein, and that there will always be room in a Labour Party setup for St. Lucians who want to work in the interest of the constituency and in the interest of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about the CIP program and make it seem as if there is something untoward about the CIP program in St. Lucia, when just a few days ago, our CIP program was ranked as being in the top 5 in the world, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, they believe it is politically expedient to create doubt in the minds of St. Lucians. And they're not satisfied with the mischief that they cultivate on local soil. They travel overseas to try and discredit the good name of St. Lucia, all in an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to be in government again. A group of individuals who came into government with a heavy mandate, but by the first year, St. Lucians had become so disgruntled, had so much disaffection for them, Mr. Speaker, that we staged the biggest protest march held in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have criticized us for not signing the MOA, or the Memorandum of Agreement, as it relates to the CIP. Mr. Speaker, the record of the St. Lucia Labour Party on the regional integration front is as impressive as that of any other country in the Caribbean. So when the Prime Minister or as a government we decided that we were not signing, Mr. Speaker, our position was not intended to hurt anybody. And in as much as you are committed to the regional integration movement, as much as you are committed to the Caribbean cause, Mr. Speaker, every single island, every single sovereign country in the Caribbean has had reason to step back, engage in a bit of introspection, and say, I am not going the regional way on this particular matter because I believe it is in the best interest of our country. And that should never be interpreted to mean that we are not committed to the regional cause. There are circumstances, Mr. Speaker, that affect every country on the domestic front that will take precedent over a regional imperative. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to remind them that it is the St. Lucia Labour Party government that has always projected the best images of stability, performance, growth, and prosperity for St. Lucia at any given time in the history of our country. So when they attack CIP, Mr. Speaker, they have to will and come again. Mr. Speaker, they want to attack us on crime. And you can't help but observe with despair when it comes across as if the opposition not necessarily the parliamentary opposition, but the wider grouping of the opposition. It's as if they are celebrating criminality when it happens in this country. And Mr. Speaker, historically, they have always attempted to politicize crime. When we were in opposition and the crime situation was spiraling out of control, I challenged the opposition to produce any document or any footage from social media or mainstream media where the St. Lucia Labour Party had a posture where we were celebrating crime. When we were called to the table to discuss crime as an opposition, the then opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, made himself available. And on days when he wasn't available, he ensured that the St. Lucia Labour Party was adequately represented when the conversation was happening in relation to crime. But what happens today? I am not going to come here and exhibit ostrich syndrome, bury my head in the sun and make it seem in the sand and make it seem as if we don't have a crime problem. Of course, the homicide rates in this country are too high. We will be the first to make that admission. But Mr. Speaker, we will insist that solving crime in this country is not a function of the government alone. Civil society organizations have a role to play. The opposition as an organization, Mr. Speaker, has a role to play. Parents have a contribution to make, Mr. Speaker. But there's only so much you can do as a government. The police complained about not having adequate resources. Mr. Speaker, in the recent past, no administration has done more for the police than this current administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, we amended legislation to give special powers to the police. We have given the police in excess of 54 vehicles of all types, Mr. Speaker. We have provided training. We have provided equipment, cameras, scanners, Mr. Speaker. We have attempted to improve the infrastructure. The Viewfort or the Southern Divisional Headquarters is currently being refurbished to the tune of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. The Northern Divisional Headquarters in Grosile is currently under construction. And very recently, the Prime Minister gave a commitment to the police and by extension, the people of this country, that a new police administration building or headquarters, if you prefer, will be constructed soon from now to ensure that the police have an administrative environment within which for them to operate. But Mr. Speaker, when you hear people talk about the government not being serious about crime, what do they want us to do? You have to draw a very solid line between the policymaker and the police officers who are the technical people involved in this. Do they want us as politicians to go up to Chesterfield and instruct what should happen on a daily basis? That is not our role, Mr. Speaker. And to whom much is given, much is expected. So when we invest millions of dollars into the police service as a response to the crime situation that we have, Mr. Speaker, as a government, there are certain questions we have to ask the police. I came into this parliament after election. I held a Bible in my hand and I took an oath, Mr. Speaker, that I will be fair in the discharge of my duties. And if I believe at the level of the administration or in certain areas the police are found wanting, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Denry North, who do not have a voice to come in this parliament to give expression to their concerns, I will do so on their behalf. So when we give 50, almost 60 vehicles, we are spending tens of millions of dollars on infrastructure. We have to demand more. But I will be very, very quick to say, Mr. Speaker, that crime is not a function of the police. It mirrors the decay in society. And it starts with the young. It starts in the school system. It starts at home, Mr. Speaker. And I've made the point here before that when you see certain acts of indiscipline manifesting themselves in the school system, Mr. Speaker, it usually mirrors what obtains in the wider society. So if we have a problem with guns in the community, invariably the guns will infiltrate the school system. And then everybody, Mr. Speaker, out of convenience, begins to chide the education system, the Ministry of Education, the teachers, and the principals. The one thing I have always said is that we will not give up on the children of this country interested in our care. We will do whatever we can with the resources at our disposal. But it is the responsibility of parents. It is the responsibility of families to teach our children right from wrong at an early age. When your child has violated a school rule and the teacher admonishes that child, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to see parents marching down to the school ready to engage in fist fights with teachers because the teachers attempted to put that child on a right path. And that is not me saying that some teachers have not transgressed in the past in terms of the measures they've resorted to. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful what message and what signal we send to our young people. Mr. Speaker, the opposition peddle lies about ours not being a caring government. Mr. Speaker, who stopped the laptop program? Who denied the children of St. Lucia a device that gave them connectivity to the world? Mr. Speaker, who denied the children of St. Lucia an opportunity where they could have been on the same plane as their counterparts from more developed countries? Mr. Speaker, we are not only a government about the poor and the marginalized, but when you look at the range of programs, the range of policies that we present to this country, in as much as, Mr. Speaker, we are the government that started the distress fund and they stopped it, notwithstanding all explanations they've given. It is the St. Lucia Labour Party who has reinstated the distress fund. A distress fund is an amount in the office of the Prime Minister, so that when something happens to you, and the most glaring example is when your house, your little plywood house that you struggled. A lot of people in this country are not able to go to the bank and take a mortgage to build a 2-story concrete structure. But, Mr. Speaker, they can put 10 sheets of plywood together, paint it up, and have a nice flower garden. And in those little plywood structures, Mr. Speaker, you find love, you find tranquility, you find peace. And sometimes they are at work at the hotel or in the garden, and then it goes up in flames, no insurance, and they have to start back from scratch. And the Canaries and Lucia Labour Party government, during the period 2011 to 2016, gave birth to the distress fund. They came in, they took it out. They took it out. The same government that can take out the distress fund from the programming of government is the same one that would enable or create an environment in which $112 million could have been spent on horses. But they tell you we're not a caring government. Mr. Speaker, not only poor people, you know. This government created a tax amnesty and we waive millions of dollars to businesses. So we're helping those persons who are less fortunate on their level, at that level of the scale, but we are also reaching out to the business community to give them a break because we understand the contribution of private sector involvement to the development of our country and our people. Mr. Speaker, pensioners who have been out of work for a very, very long time, and whereas the cost of living and inflation and everything continues to rise, Mr. Speaker, on the little that they got monthly, they had to make ends meet. They had to take care of themselves. They had to pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, they had to look after the medical expenses on the little that they got. And this Prime Minister has come in this budget and is saying, it wasn't a case where pensioners had an association that held him at ransom, you know, Mr. Speaker. That is a man who is the epitome of compassion. And being cognizant of the plight of pensioners, he has come into the budget and said to pensioners, in much the same way that unionized workers are agitating for increases and everybody wants more, we have not forgotten you and we're giving you. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the few pensioners I've spoken to are extremely elated at this intervention, and this is what we mean when we took to the hustings. This is what we meant, and this is what we mean in government today when we tell you we are putting people first. Mr. Speaker, they speak a lot of untruths about our Prime Minister and the performance of our government. Mr. Speaker, which administration has consistently registered the lowest unemployment figures in this country? Mr. Speaker, the most glaring and obvious expressions of investor confidence in this country for a very long time is happening now. And when you had a number of hotels and mega projects that are in the pipeline, and sometimes I tried the Minister for Investment and the Prime Minister to a lesser extent, why are we not coming out to make those pronouncements? But the Prime Minister is very guarded. He wants for the sword to be turned, and he wants to see action even before he can make certain pronouncements. But them, just the drawings they had, they were parading everywhere in this country talking about billions of dollars of investment. Mr. Speaker, this is the government for St. Lucia. This is the government that puts people first. This is the government that looks after the marginalized. This is the government that looks after the poor in this country. And this is the government, Mr. Speaker, that will ensure that irrespective of your station in life, St. Lucia is a place where everybody can coexist and can meet their individual goals while at the same time moving our country forward. Mr. Speaker, je veux dire que that gouvernement et puis Premier ministre là venu ici à m'a dit au souhait et pour ça nous a créé budget debate. Premier ministre là venu et puis plan pour l'année qui nous a dit dans présentement about différents bagages il a fait by tout secteur et puis tout le monde en pays. Et je me dit that pour un chaître, Mr. Speaker, nous pouvons jouer une pièce qualité statement budget en cette année qui déjà passé que le Premier ministre venu ici et qu'il a bail en bagaille by tout le monde. Même Parlement pour choisir, il voulait dire ça c'est un bon budget. Mais il essaie de dire plutôt d'être la dernière bail pour tout le monde. Et Mr. Speaker, moi ça pour qui raison, il pas voulu dire budget là c'est un qui bon. Parce que s'il te dit ça, il y a un chai bagaille pour répondre côté les aller et puis l'autre monde qui n'est même qu'à chill. Même quand il n'est même qu'à chill qu'on lit, les venir à sous manière gouvernement nous qu'a fait. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn my attention to the tremendous work that is being done or being undertaken by the Department of Sustainable Development, one of the bigger agencies in my ministerial remit. Permit me to share a bit of the accomplishments in combating what we call the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, loss and pollution. Mr. Speaker, Green Climate Fund National Adaptation Plan Readiness Project. Over the next 2 to 3 years, St. Lucia will receive approximately $4.5 million to implement a GEF Readiness and Preparatory Support Program, a project which will allow St. Lucia to develop adaptation strategies and action plans for the remaining priority sectors of education, tourism, infrastructure, and of course, spatial planning. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that adaptation strategies and action plans have already been developed for the priority sectors of agriculture, fisheries, water, and resilient ecosystems. These sectors will prioritize through a highly inclusive and participatory process. By utilizing such an approach, Mr. Speaker, the capacity of critical institutions and line ministries in national adaptation planning is being enhanced. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Adaptation Plan is a very critical policy document. And whereas the function resides in the Department of Sustainable Development, we are fully cognizant that for us to have a national adaptation plan that truly reflects the ideals of our country, some of the more critical sectors have to be adequately represented and have their input in this document so as to position St. Lucia as our other counterparts in the world to make good on some of the environmental issues that we face. Mr. Speaker, these sectors were prioritized, as I indicated, through a participatory process. So it wasn't a case where the technocrats from the Department of Sustainable Development met in a room and they decided what to include in the document. There were instances when they went into communities to have engagements with locals to inform the final policy document. Mr. Speaker, critical to the success of this initiative is the full involvement of the private sector as well. And so with this in mind, particular stakeholders in the banking, financial, and insurance sectors will be actively engaged through targeted interventions using the private sector engagement strategy as a guiding document. The private sector engagement strategy outlines 8 critical ways in which domestic and international private sectors can be effectively engaged in climate adaptation actions. Mr. Speaker, in order to strengthen the national understanding of coastal vulnerability and risk to which we are exposed, the Readiness Grant will undertake detailed modeling of St. Lucia's coastal zone and its exposure to sea level rise and flooding risk. Mr. Speaker, we've all heard about climate change and the debilitating effect it can have on small island states like St. Lucia. As the global temperature or the temperature of the earth increases, Mr. Speaker, the polar caps, they melt. And as they melt, it contributes to sea level rise. And so for almost every island in the Caribbean, there is evidence where the shoreline has been pushed inland and the sea is claiming what we knew as beach, what we knew as the shoreline, or even the Queen's Chain. And we have to find ways to live with that particular phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, the two defining terms in the whole climate change discourse are adaptation and mitigation. Adaptation refers to what you have to do to coexist with the impacts or the effects of climate change. Whereas mitigation, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the things that we have to do to reduce greenhouse gas emission and to ensure we do not further exacerbate some of the problems that we are currently experiencing. Mr. Speaker, we have to increase the resilience of our population, particularly our vulnerable coastal communities and enterprises, our infrastructure, our economic sectors like fisheries and tourism. Mr. Speaker, overall, the strategy set of actions undertaken for this project will result in several positive outcomes, including a more informed and knowledgeable citizenry. And that is very important. We can have all the conversations we want about climate change. We can attend all the international meetings, COP, and whatever else. If, Mr. Speaker, we do not have a knowledgeable citizen, a population that appreciates the impact of climate change and environmental degradation, whether it is biodiversity loss, Mr. Speaker, or it is pollution, Mr. Speaker, it makes the work of technical officers and the government a lot more difficult. And so, during this term of government, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to successfully enact legislation in relation to climate change. The climate change bill came to this House, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that I was the minister who presented the climate change bill, which is today the Climate Change Act. And that bill, or that piece of legislation, is very necessary because it aligns St. Lucia with the rest of the world in terms of the resources you can access and how active a participant you can be in the whole global climate change discourse. Mr. Speaker, smallness of size can work against you in the international community, particularly in the realm of climate change. And against that backdrop, we have always attempted to deal with some of our climate change issues or environmental issues as an OECS, as CARICOM, and we have gone further, Mr. Speaker, through AOSIS, which is the Association of Small Island States, to Mr. Speaker, give expression to what we in the Caribbean suffer, in much the same way that our counterparts from the Pacific suffer. The bill signals St. Lucia's commitment to combating climate change to the rest of the world by establishing an approved national coordinated response to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to loss and damage, that for two COPs that I've attended, or the more recent ones in Glasgow, Sharm el-Sheikh, and thirdly, Mr. Speaker, Dubai, the whole concept of loss and damage was on the cards. And loss and damage basically speaks to small island developing states that do not necessarily have the resources to deal with the impact of climate change. Mr. Speaker, we have more ferocious hurricanes. We have weather patterns that have become very erratic and unpredictable. We are now exposed to more severe rainfall, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, and in the dry season, the droughts are a lot worse than what we would have experienced in times past. It has implications for farmers, it has implications for schools, and it even can impact the health of our people. And we're saying that all of those are caused by climate change. And as a result, we have to find the monies. Notwithstanding, we have small economies who can hardly pay our bills on our own, but we are being asked to pay for something we did not create. And we're saying there is need for climate justice. We are saying that there is need at the international community for the establishment of a loss and damage fund. And whereas a commitment was given in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, at COP, Mr. Speaker, I was happy when I left Dubai at COP in December to have learned that significant progress had been made on the establishment of the loss and damage fund. But it is not unheard of in the international community where things are established and then it is extremely bureaucratic for small island states to be able to access the resources to make things happen. I see the member for Grosdale, Mr. Speaker, nodding, because not too long ago, when they were roasting nuts in Viewfort because of the amount of sunshine they had on that particular day, appliances, Mr. Speaker, were floating in the streets of Corinth and other parts of the constituency because of a deluge where a weather system remained stationary over his constituency, and in the space of 2 hours, Mr. Speaker, the damage was untold and it was quantified in the tens of millions. And that is the reality of climate change. And that is how we have to distill the concept of climate change to the average man. That in the month of May, or April going into May, Mr. Speaker, there are no signs of rain. And we know what it does to the hospital. Only recently the minister had to install a massive tank to ensure that there's adequate water at the hospital so that the medical professionals can continue discharging their duties to the patients. Mr. Speaker, we have suffered loss of instruction time at our schools because the supply has been inadequate at times in some pockets because of the excessive dry season. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the electric vehicle mobility. The share of the transport sector to greenhouse gas emission in St. Lucia is substantial, almost 98%. And like the rest of the world, we are moving to phase out, Mr. Speaker, vehicles that rely on petrol to traverse our roads. It will take us some time. We do not have the resources that the more developed countries have, but we have demonstrated that there's a commitment to get it done, Mr. Speaker. And we are proposing to start by having some of the electric vehicles, Mr. Speaker, in the government fleet. I will be saying more on this, Mr. Speaker, in the coming days, notwithstanding that I have only utilized 10 minutes of my time, Mr. Speaker, but there's a lot more that I will be saying on this. Mr. Speaker, I also have the education portfolio on which to speak and also shed light on some of the dynamics for Denrinov in relation to the budget as presented by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, biodiversity is another area of programming for the Department of Sustainable Development. With respect to biodiversity, St. Lucia can boast of a high degree of biodiversity, with over 200 endemic species, with our waters supporting a number of globally and regionally important habitats and species. In order to safeguard these precious resources, while also ensuring we meet our obligations under the Convention on Biological Diversity, Mr. Speaker, work is being undertaken at the policy and at the community level with the recent commencement of 2 projects funded by the Global Environment Facility. These are the Global Biodiversity Framework Early Action Support Grant and the Strengthening Access and Benefit Sharing Policies and Institutional Frameworks through Demonstrable Models in St. Lucia projects, or the ABS projects in short. While Early Action Support Grant, Mr. Speaker, valued at approximately $714,000 will be used to review St. Lucia's National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan and determine coherence between national targets and actions with the Global Biodiversity Framework. Mr. Speaker, where gaps exist, the national targets will be updated to ensure alignment with the Global Biodiversity Framework. The second project, Mr. Speaker, the ABS is valued at approximately $4.3 million and will, over the next 3 years, support the operationalization of the Niagara Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization. Mr. Speaker, there's a practice from so-called technocrats, scientists, professors who come into our country. They tap into the natural resources that we have. They exploit it more than they explore it, and they are able to derive millions out of it, Mr. Speaker, when they return. Mr. Speaker, by this I mean the project will establish a mechanism to facilitate the effective use of our valuable biodiversity and the traditional knowledge associated with it. Through this mechanism, which will develop a legal and institutional framework covering access and benefits sharing in St. Lucia, a permitting system for accessing St. Lucia's genetic resources and mutually agreed terms for the use of our genetic resources, St. Lucia will have greater control over the use of our own genetic resources. Mr. Speaker, Mindful of the need to ensure that the rights of local communities who possess the traditional knowledge and are custodians of these genetic resources are recognized and respected, the project will take deliberate steps to actively engage and build their capacities. Mr. Speaker, one example is the featherless snake in St. Lucia. I'm extremely pleased, and I applaud the project for the inclusion of a component that will demonstrate through pilot how our genetic resources can be explored for commercial development and the earmarking of 2 species for this particular undertaking. The St. Lucia viper, also known as the featherless, which is no stranger to the member for Dennery South, having served as the country's lead officer in the forestry department for several years. Mr. Speaker, it has been brought to our attention that the venom of the featherless has huge economic potential, and we are going to regulate how people come here and they use that or look to exploit it. Mr. Speaker, a lot of work is being done in the area of chemicals and hazardous waste management, but the time will not permit me to delve into how we can contribute to safeguarding the depletion of or reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other gases or substances that deplete the ozone layer. And a particular officer in the department, Mrs. Keisha Zabatis, Mr. Speaker, has been doing quite a bit of work and would have loved for me to see a lot more on this than time will permit me. Mr. Speaker, permit me to move to the area of education. The Prime Minister spoke extensively on education on Tuesday night. Mr. Speaker, he quoted our very own Sir Arthur Lewis, who posited that education, or the fundamental cure for poverty, is not money but knowledge. Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela went further when he said that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And Mr. Speaker, the importance of education to this government has been underscored by the quantum that the Prime Minister has made available to the Ministry of Education for this particular budget period. Mr. Speaker, I will move straight into early childhood education, one of our areas of programming. Early childhood education is a very important component of the Ministry of Education's work. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education facilitates brain development. It encourages children at a very tender age to socialize in an environment that is caring. And in a number of cases, we have children in our system who do not have that enabling environment at home. And the early childhood centers to which they report on a daily basis have proven to be precisely what they need, Mr. Speaker, to grow up and to be nurtured as children who will eventually become productive citizens. At the early childhood centers, Mr. Speaker, they get a proper meal and nutrition. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, these children report to environments that would stimulate their development, both cognitively and also their psychomotor skills. We recently, at the Ministry of Education, appointed a new head through the Service Commission to the Early Childhood Development Unit in the person of Ms. Zephrina Lansiko, Mr. Speaker, whose previous post in the Ministry of Education was that of principal at the Canaries Infant School. It's just a couple of weeks now, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, since she reported to the Early Childhood Unit as the lead person in there, having received training at the postgraduate level in early childhood education. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding she is new to the unit, that she will be able to draw from the wealth of experience and expertise that exists in the unit, given that the individual, Ms. Bruce, who held the fort prior to that appointment being made, Mr. Speaker, is an authority on early childhood education. In St. Lucia to date, Mr. Speaker, we have a total enrollment of 3,460 students or children in early childhood centers. But interestingly, Mr. Speaker, out of the 3,460 children we have in early childhood centers, only 806 attend public or government-run daycare or early childhood centers. And you have a whopping 2,654 children attending daycares, preschools, or early childhood centers run by private individuals in our community. So, Mr. Speaker, it is fair to say that the private individuals carry or they bear the brunt of the early childhood load in this country. And government only operates 21 centers, and private owners or operators account for 93. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, giving us a total of 114 early childhood centers, and the private sector carrying the brunt. In his wisdom, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, not being asked to do so by the technocrats of the Ministry of Education or being chided by the Minister of Education, but after the figures were presented to him on his own volition, in the first instance, the Prime Minister saw it necessary to make a one-time contribution, Mr. Speaker, of $2,500 to each of the 93 private registered early childhood centers in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased with that particular intervention. But notwithstanding the fact that the majority of them are privately run, we will continue to ensure that there are tight controls and that the standards are maintained. In areas where early childhood service providers have to be spoken to, we will. But we will never resort to a punitive approach, Mr. Speaker, where the intention is to derail or drop the guillotine on everybody. We will work with them, we will make the assessments, and in areas where they need the support, we will take them by the hand, given the critical nature of the service that they so diligently provide to our country. Mr. Speaker, we will monitor them, as I said, and we're hoping that in the coming weeks we will see drastic improvements in the area of early childhood. There's a lot more I want to say, but in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I have to move on to another area. Only to say 15 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That in the estimates of expenditure and revenue for this year, we had an allocation of $148,398 for the registration of new early childhood centers. And Mr. Speaker, the Patience Early Childhood Center, which was mentioned by the member for Mikud North, comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, and not too far behind is the Early Childhood Center in Granville, Denver, which is privately run. And come September or the ensuing academic year, Mr. Speaker, this will be a government-run early childhood center. We have opened quite a few pre-K classes, but time will not permit me because there are other areas of the education portfolio I want to speak on, Mr. Speaker, in addition to giving expression, as I indicated, to some of the issues that confront the people of Denver North. Mr. Speaker, scholarships and higher education. In the front page, His Excellency said, and I quote, in reference to Julian Alfred, "This young lady of humble background has given us reason to be proud St. Lucians. Her tenacity and self-belief must be an inspiration to all of us." And he went on further to say, "Her achievement is a reminder that talent and ability are not the preserve of those enabled by privilege and resources." Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this. Her achievement is a reminder that talent and ability are not the preserve of those enabled by privilege and resources. In other words, what he was saying, Mr. Speaker, and I'll attempt to translate in Creole, that moun pa bon ou sa fait go bagay pi sou ni an chay l'argent et bon sorti en famille qui riche. Mais depuis ou ni habilité, depuis ou ni santé, et que des moun qui ka pousse ou sa achieve presque n'importe bagay ou vle achieve. And I want to preface my contribution to higher education and scholarship on that particular code. Mr. Speaker, our government has been pushing the one university graduate per household agenda from day one since we came into government. But it's more than just the university graduate. And today I want to speak of a term that is even more inclusive and speak about higher education. Mr. Speaker, from 2021, when we came into government, to present, to today, Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia, the administration led by the member for Castries East, has awarded a total of 752 higher educational opportunities to young St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. A total of 400 and 40 university scholarships. And Mr. Speaker, a total of 312 bursaries to students attending the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, Mon Campus, Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, Southern Extension, the Viewford Comprehensive Cape Program, the Ministry of Education Post-Secondary Program, giving us a total, as I indicated, of 440 university scholarships, 312 bursary programs, a total of 752. And Mr. Speaker, if you had to add the interventions that are being made by members through the constituency development allocation, I am certain that we have assisted over 800 young St. Lucians from the day we entered office to today. So, Mr. Speaker, we are on course with our higher education program. I know Tessa Swanson of Denier Riviere, who never went to high school, but through the programming of this government, she never went to secondary school. But because of our scholarship program today, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, if I should invoke a quote from the member for Viewford South, whom I think was quoting a former Castries Central representative in the person of George Mallet. As we speak, or as I speak, is that what he said? Donisa David, as we speak, Donisa David, who is the daughter of Tessa Swanson, is in Cuba studying to become a medical doctor. Mr. Speaker, I know Isaac and Lera from Tigadet. Their story is the same. They never went to high school or secondary school, not because they were not bright or they were dumb, but at the time that they went to school, the higher educational opportunities or secondary places were limited, and just a few could have gone to secondary school. So they never went to secondary school. But Mr. Speaker, today, Elora Rampal, their daughter, has been chosen to take her rightful place at a medical university in Cuba. So that by the time she returns, Mr. Speaker, the Larissus Health Center will be ready for her. By the time she returns, the St. Jude Hospital will be ready for her. By the time she returns, Mr. Speaker, would have effected changes at the OKEU to cause her to take her rightful place as a doctor and as a medical practitioner in this country. And these are the children of ordinary people. And that is why I had to invoke His Excellency when he said, Mr. Speaker, that achievement, to paraphrase, is not our ability. Those are not the preserve of people whose circumstances are better in life. Kim Boudou of Denier Riviere has presented his acceptance letter because he's excited about the first generation program. Jonasia Jalim of Denier Riviere, Mr. Speaker, wants to be a doctor, and she has been accepted, and she has been chosen. Her mother never went to any high school to talk about. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, the satisfaction I derive from that program is when the parents can tell you the circumstances. They admit that they never made it in the education realm, and in quite a few instances, not because of their doing, but the opportunities were not available. But today, a St. Lucia Labour Party government can roll out scholarship programs and can reach out to the children of those individuals and say, come here, go and take your place and sit in the walls of those universities, whether it's in Morocco, Cuba, or wherever else in the world, and come back and serve your country. I'm a proud Minister of Education. When I see them at the airport, in the departure lounge, Mr. Speaker, they pack their bags and they go in to better themselves to come back to serve our country. That is what we mean when we say we are putting people first. Mr. Speaker, school supervision and support.
You have 5 minutes left, member.
School supervision and support, Mr. Speaker. The Viewford Comprehensive Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, is one of the better performing schools in this country. There is an allocation, Mr. Speaker, in the budget. There is a, Mr. Speaker, I want to be heard in silence, please. There is an allocation in the budget for the statement or to install, Mr. Speaker, a vice principal at the Viewford Comprehensive Secondary School. At present, the school has an enrollment of 974 students, and we anticipate come September, Mr. Speaker, that the enrollment will move from 974 to approximately 1,040 students. And so the current administrative structure had to be reviewed, Mr. Speaker. And it is against that backdrop we have advertised the position to have a second vice principal that will help streamline the management of the school, to free up the principal to be able to make more informed decisions on a daily basis to help the school continue its forward march. The member would have indicated, member for Viewford South, Mr. Speaker, about the achievement of the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School, not just on the domestic front, but regionally. And just to give you a snippet in terms of how students from that school performed in regional CAPE exams, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the visual art, Jester Young placed first, not in St. Lucia or in the OCS, but in the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. Vienna Flavius, information technology, Mr. Speaker, was able to perform better than all her counterparts in Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Grenada, and be first place in the entire Caribbean from the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive. Accounting, Mr. Speaker, Jester Young. Adela Henry, environmental science. Simaj Lambert came third in entrepreneurship regionally. Literatures in English, Thomasa Ogis, fifth. Mr. Speaker, green energy, Helena James, Cedric Augustine, Benedict Edmond, and Maxime Avril all performed outstandingly, Mr. Speaker, regionally. And Chades Blanchard in tourism, Chester Young again, Mr. Speaker, in economics. So the school is doing well, and with a staff complement of 122. Very big school, Mr. Speaker. Staff or teaching staff of 96 and ancillary and other support personnel 26 gives the school a total staff complement of 122. Mr. Speaker, I cannot even delve into mathematics, the mathematics intervention program, except to say that we have monies in the budget, Mr. Speaker, to take care of the mathematics. Pardon? Yes, you like? Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is glad for mathematics. He has made the monies available. Mr. Speaker, the accreditation, and he's a formidable mathematician himself, Mr. Speaker. But he has a calculator that he uses that the people of Denrinoff have been able to benefit from tremendously. Mr. Speaker, the Accreditation Council, I cannot go into everything I wanted to say about the Accreditation Council because of time, but in the budget we have an amount of $344,000 for the establishment of a National Accreditation Council, which is headed by Dr. Alison Kajada. They are doing a tremendous amount of work, and their role is one, Mr. Speaker, where they basically do due diligence and background checks on a number of institutions that want to provide courses and programs. The role of the Accreditation Council should not be mistaken from the role of the HRD unit in the Ministry of Education. HRD is about certification, but there's a lot more to accreditation than certification. Mr. Speaker, this school security, discipline and psychosocial support are also key areas for us. We have monies in the budget to bring in additional guidance counselors in our school system. We also have a significant amount in the budget, Mr. Speaker, and steps are being taken and will continue to be taken to strengthen security. Mr. Speaker, AfriExim, we have so far, Mr. Speaker, almost $20 million to undertake repairs on a number of schools. We would have done repairs using monies from the Tropical Storm Bread allocation. We have the AfriExim, which is another allocation, and Mr. Speaker, in the coming weeks, we will also have another allocation to take care of what we call in the Ministry of Education the Summer Works Program, where we do minor repairs to schools, electricals, etc. Mr. Speaker, the people of Denrinoff have a lot to look forward to. The road infrastructure, Austin Hill, as we speak, has been completed, and for that I must thank the Prime Minister and the Senior Minister. But Mr. Speaker, that main stretch of road from the Richmond Highway into La Pelle, what we call the Mambers stretch, that road is down for major or total rehabilitation, and I will accept nothing less than Baba Green of a thickness comparable to what we find in Venus and certain parts of Ancillary. Mr. Speaker, the Richmond Ring Road is also down for repair, and there are so many other routes, but I know you will tell me that my time is up and I need to wrap up, and this is precisely what I'm doing when I say, Mr. Speaker, that this St. Lucia Labour Party is the best team to govern St. Lucia today. Yes. The member for Castries is the best man to be at the helm of government today, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister has demonstrated on so many occasions that he is all embracing. And sometimes when we sit in cabinet and we say, that we are programming and we are making resources available only to our constituencies, sometimes out of frustration, he is quick to admonish and say every one of the 17 members in here will get resources and will be treated with. That is the measure of the man, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you see the huffing and the puffing, in Denrinoff these days, everybody is a candidate from what I'm hearing. Mr. Speaker, I am not perturbed. And that should never be interpreted to mean that I am arrogant or I am aloof. I know what I can do for Denrinoff. I know what I've done for Denrinoff. And everybody, if for one moment you can be objective, you can say that when the St. Lucia Labour Party and Sean Edward are in government, Denrinoff is a better place for us. Mr. Speaker, we may so be tout mam ici, même que tout je Denrinoff qui sa kasi botema. Moi teni tellement bagay pour di moi sa moi pas kay ni assez temps et moi we may say tout le monde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wholeheartedly support the Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I greet you, I greet my parliamentary colleagues, and I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I stand today grounded by the Holy Spirit, firm in my belief that the leadership of Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, the Member of Parliament for Castries East, is the leadership of now and for now, Mr. Speaker. This budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates once again that this is a compassionate government, that this is a caring leader, one who believes in St. Lucia and one who believes in our St. Lucianness. Very different, Mr. Speaker, to what we experienced for 5 years and a few months in the last government. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the steadfast people of Vieux-Fort North, people of Bellevue, Pirou, Picon Savans, Grace, Vigé Kako, and all the communities. I want to thank and salute my family, including my extended family, Mr. Speaker, who are now in pain as my very beloved uncle passed away in the United States a few days ago, and I know my mom and the rest of the family is grieving. I want to say to them, hold tight, for the Holy Spirit will give us strength. I want to thank the Prime Minister for making me part of his cabinet once again. I appreciate the camaraderie of my colleagues and the support we give to each other, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to welcome the officials of the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, Dr. Joy St. John, and who is the Executive Director, and all the delegates who are here for a conference on violence in the Caribbean, a public health crisis. Just this morning, Mr. Speaker, our own Prime Minister was the featured speaker at the opening ceremony, and we had the honor of welcoming Dr. the Honorable Terence Drew, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, who was also here this morning as a special guest. Research will be shared, Mr. Speaker, over the next few days by professionals in the health sector and in other sectors of the society. I note, Mr. Speaker, the powerful contributions of our young people from the schools from all around St. Lucia, from the Beanfield Secondary School, from the Viewfort Comprehensive School and other schools, the St. Mary's College, Corinth, and other schools, the South Louis Community College last night, Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday night, which was last night, at a powerful town hall meeting which took place at the Financial Center on the whole issue of youth, the violence affecting youth, Mr. Speaker. It was a powerful testament of the abilities of our young people. And everyone left there, including the minister, Minister Norbert. Everyone left, Mr. Speaker, everybody left there with really awe at the contributions of these young people. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the opposition, and once again, the member for Choiseul indicated that the member for Soufrière should not come up with a scorecard. I don't have a scorecard, Mr. Speaker, but I simply want to say that while the last Prime Minister was condemning single mothers, indicating or suggesting that they were responsible for breeding criminals, our Prime Minister caused us to have services for maternal and child care, Mr. Speaker. While they were doing this, while they were doing that, our Prime Minister allocated $2,500 to our early childhood education centers. There are 6 of them in Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure they are all happy. While the last Prime Minister gave away thousands of acres of land to undeserving foreigners without due diligence, without due concern, our Prime Minister is providing special avenues for civil servants to own their own house and their own piece of St. Lucia and paying $1,000 in legal fees for our civil servants, Mr. Speaker. So this is not a scorecard. This is just the reality. While the last Prime Minister neglected the police, our Prime Minister allocated millions of dollars in new equipment, returned the training vote for the police, repairs to the police headquarters in Vieux-Fort, millions of dollars, building of a new headquarters, a northern headquarters in Grosselet, a new facility, Mr. Speaker. This is not a scorecard, they are just different, Mr. Speaker. And while they spent $32 million on a few sporting facilities, 4 or 5 in the country, we will be repairing facilities all around St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. $25 million on a consultancy for the management of the Owen King EU Hospital. Look at what's happening now. We have a competent team of competent management team at the Owen King EU Hospital, a board made up of St. Lucians, people who are qualified, individuals who are compassionate, with no privatization of the hospital. This is not a scorecard, it's just a reality. It's just a reality, the difference between the two governments, Mr. Speaker. While they destroyed custody suites, we are rebuilding custody suites, Mr. Speaker. While they said our culture is a credit card or something like that, Mr. Speaker. Our patrimony is in a credit card. Look at what we have done to emancipation and Laos and the drumming festival. And look at what the Jazz and Arts Festival. We are just different. Very different. This Prime Minister is different to the last Prime Minister. And while they patronize youth and call them all sorts of names and use them around election time, we have built the Youth Economy Agency. Hundreds of young people getting opportunities. And while they're there up to now, discouraging people who are 80 years and over from accessing health care, and they're saying, oh, Gouvernement Saka now 80 years, bagay. While they are doing this, look at what this Prime Minister has done. I am sure there are a number of pensioners who are 80 years or 70 years and over. They are going to get, instead of $300-something in the pensions, over $750 in the pensions. So this is not a scorecard. We are not interested in scorecards. It's just the reality. This Prime Minister is different to the last Prime Minister. His focus is different, Mr. Speaker. He believes in people. And he believes in doing things with St. Lucians, with interested investors, for the people of St. Lucia. This is a different government, Mr. Speaker. Night and day. Green and orange. Different government. This year of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is a very ambitious program. Premier Minister dit c'est l'année infrastructure pour bâti bagay. Not just roads but buildings, schools. And the people of Vieux-Fort North will benefit from this year of infrastructure. I'm confident in the pronouncements of the Prime Minister. I have trusted the leadership of this man from Castries East for a long time. And I am pleased that the road from Zabo to Bellevue will finally, this road from Zabo to Bellevue, which goes to connect Fontjoyer up to the Fontjoyer Bridge, will finally be done. And when the Prime Minister says it will be done, it will be done. The people of Bellevue and Vieux-Fort North will get relief. I look forward to the pronouncements of the member for Castries North. As I have said to my people in Vieux-Fort North, in our constituency group and in other groups, I make no pronouncement unless I almost know the day that the backhoe or the grader will come to the road. I have suffered before, Mr. Speaker, and I know that sometimes things change. So I await the pronouncements of the Minister for Infrastructure on the Grace Road. On the other difficulties that we have, areas where up to now the roads are dirt roads in major communities. And I did promise the people that this time around, this Labour government will once and for all take care of these basic amenities in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North. The Pierrot School as part of the year of infrastructure, a school which is one of the best schools on the island, best primary schools on the island in terms of performance, and the infrastructure needs rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, I continue to say to you that this budget, this year of infrastructure, is not just a year of infrastructure budget. And someone whom I know well suggested to me that, you know something, this is more than just a year of infrastructure budget. It's a building back better budget. It's probably a 6 and 4s budget. And in cricket terms, it's probably a beyond the boundary budget. And I thank him for that. This is the kind of budget that we have. Mr. Speaker, again I want to thank the Prime Minister for assigning me this challenge of health, wellness and elderly affairs. This is challenging, Mr. Speaker, but also deeply gratifying. This task of Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs caused me to think even more about the importance of life. That precious gift which can be spent in pain for many people who have sick relatives or who are sick themselves. It also gives us tremendous opportunities to provide leadership for wellness and for the wellness movement at every level, at the homes, in the communities, in the churches, in the hospitals, in the wellness centers, and everywhere. My job as a minister, Mr. Speaker, is to try to inspire and encourage the teams at our ministry. Obviously, we can't do it all. Try to encourage them and inspire them to ensure that we cause health care reform to move forward and to demonstrate that reform by way of evidence. All of this, Mr. Speaker, with the understanding that the people who access health care must continue to see improved services, and that although we may improve the buildings and we may have new equipment and vehicles and so on, what is most important is what people feel when they go to the health center, how people are treated when they go to the hospitals, how our staff, the kind of training that we can give to our staff so they can cause generosity of spirit to be transferred to the patients, and how can we incentivize the whole nation to live better lifestyles, healthier lifestyles, so that we do not place too much pressure on the hospitals and on the nurses and the professionals and the health aides and so on. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that our manifesto pledged to build capacity, build local capacity in our health sector. No privatization of our public health facilities, we said in our campaign. We are going to reopen and rehabilitate the St. Jude Hospital. The Owen King EU Hospital should be adequately resourced with proper emergency services. We will encourage healthy lifestyles. We will have a health desk at schools. We are going to make temporary nurses permanent. We said we are going to track diseases with data and new information technology, and we are going to ensure that we have timely delivery of services. We are going to work on proper healthcare financing. We are going to begin the implementation of universal health coverage. If you go to our manifesto on page 20, you will find all of these promises there. But we also know, Mr. Speaker, that the World Health Organization continuously promotes 6 building blocks for a proper health system. You must strengthen leadership. On pou ni bon leader. Ak on pou ni leader qui ka parler en parole qui moun ka comprendre et ka bay bon direction. You need to work on integrating the health systems, the health system information system. You need to improve essential medical products. You need to understand training and have better training. You need to understand and have sustainable health financing. You need to mobilize human resources. And you need to improve the quality of service delivery. So if you want to look for whether a government is doing well or whether a government is on the path to improving the health sector in the country, there must be a benchmark. You must benchmark your work, first of all, against some basic standards, and you must go outside of your own system to look at what the experts are saying, what the World Health Organization is saying, what PAHO is saying, and look at what you are doing to see whether you are making sense, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you what we are going to do this year and what we did last year. There are many areas. I will not go through all of them, Mr. Speaker, but the main areas. We said that we are going to continue to strengthen the health system. And under universal health coverage, I have given you the whole story about our method of implementing universal health coverage. And I don't want to go over that argument because up to now there are still individuals who have different views about universal health coverage. What we should do, how we should do it, whether we are doing it the way they want it. All I know, Mr. Speaker, for me, and when I look at the benchmarking for health reform, all I'm focused on is delivering additional services every single week, every single month, every single day to the people of St. Lucia. What have we done in universal health coverage? Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford and her whole team, working together with other partners and private sector, public sector, and the staff of the ministry, did some great work this year. And I have told you before that they cause more individuals to access routine lab tests and ultrasounds. It significantly enhanced the service delivery. As a result, 307 additional clients were registered during the period, only between June and December of 2023. Services were available for pregnant women and more services. These are new individuals who are accessing our healthcare services. These are not people who were there before. So these are new ladies, well, not new ladies, but ladies who have accessed the primary services for the first time. Mr. Speaker, we went on to develop a logo contest for universal health coverage. We are still working on this to finalize the logo, the logo which will be made public. We had a competition, there is a winner, but we are working to finalize the logo. Throughout the year, Mr. Speaker, we conducted training sessions aimed at preparing for the implementation of the essential package of health services. Mr. Speaker, $1.8 million was allocated. And listen to what happened. Phlebotomy services, meaning blood tests and so on, 1,463 St. Lucians did not have to pay for phlebotomy services, pregnant St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. Ultrasounds, 1,302 pregnant ladies did not have to pay. And the private sector is also involved in this. There are several businesses in the health sector, private sector, who got paid for ultrasound services and so on. What will we do this year, Mr. Speaker? Well, this year, the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, has made allocations, additional allocations, and here is what we are going to do. We are going to incorporate cervical cancer screening free of charge, prostate cancer screening free of charge, chronic disease screening, and snake bite management this year. Let me tell you a little story, Mr. Speaker. The results of a survey were revealed this year by the Ministry of Health together with PAHO and other international agencies. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that among young ladies 30 years to 49 years of age, based on the survey, 80% of them never had any cervical cancer screening. Can you believe that? 30 years to 49 years. They never had cervical cancer screening. Mr. Speaker, that must be alarming. Is it because they don't have money, or is it because they need more awareness? So this year, we are going to raise the awareness, and we are going to go one step further to pay for the screening for them, Mr. Speaker. Here is what we're going to do again. We are going to provide financial services for deliveries of babies at both the Owen King EU Hospital and the St. Jude Hospital within certain parameters. So from this year, we are going to assist with the finances to pay for the deliveries at both the St. Jude and the Owen King EU Hospital. So you see, what we are doing, we are expanding the services. Last year, we started only maternal and childcare services, and we are building it. And as we build, we get lessons, the cost of the services. We work with the private sector. Contracts, how do we do it? Maybe the first time we didn't do it well enough. We learn as we go along. And we are building blocks to universal health coverage. So this year, this is what our people can look forward to. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank Health System Strengthening Project is another project aimed at strengthening the health system in St. Lucia. Mrs. Jeanette Hughes and her team at the Project Implementation Unit are doing a wonderful job providing services and providing materials, providing equipment for the performance-based financing pilot project, focusing on diabetes and hypertension, and more St. Lucians are getting assistance with medication, tests, and so on. And I want to recognize Mr. Nahum Jean-Baptiste, who is responsible for this program, the PBF. And you know, he lost his wife a few days ago. He buried his wife a few days ago. And this man courageously came to work every day to ensure that this program succeeds. Mr. Speaker, here is another thing we will do this year. Contracts have been finalized for the provision of mammography machines, eye lasers, ophthalmology equipment, and dental equipment. Eye lasers and ophthalmology equipment will significantly enhance the Cuban eye care program. Again, I want to thank the Cubans for their generosity. We have been without surgeries in the Cuban eye care program since March of last year. And I have explained, I will do so again, that we had to refurbish the room, purchase new equipment. We have purchased a number of pieces of new equipment, and as we speak, work is happening at the Victoria Hospital, and very soon we'll reopen the Cuban Eye Care Clinic for surgeries with advanced equipment and better services. Why are we purchasing machines for mammograms? Let me tell you something else. In the survey which we conducted with the international agencies, we found that 58% of respondents never had a mammogram, and 20% never even had a breast exam. So what do we do about that? We are increasing our capacity in the public sector. People first. The machines will assist government's efforts to increase testing and diagnosis of breast cancer. Mr. Speaker, there are several other achievements. We provided phlebotomy services for many clients. Over 90 persons went to use the Millennium Heights Medical Complex facilities. People from the Dennery Hospital, Richmond, Jacmel, Lacroix, and I'm sure nurses Enda Antoine and Yasmin Jules Gabriel, who are the nursing supervisors of Regions 3 and 7, can attest to that. 2,194 individuals went to the St. Jude Hospital from Monrepo and all around, Mr. Speaker, receiving services. The phlebotomy chairs, we supplied 24 new phlebotomy chairs. And these are comfortable chairs which are very different to the regular chairs that were being used by the professionals in phlebotomy. I'm very proud that we have a phlebotomy expert from the Vieux-Fort North constituency here with us this evening, who I'm sure is making use of the new chairs. The renovations at the Deriso Wellness Center, and the renovations are complete. Soon, the Deriso Wellness Center will be renamed the Nurse Haraxing Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. And we will invite everyone to this ceremony very soon because the renovations are complete. We continue to provide supplies island-wide, $4 million worth of supplies, laptops, desktops, lab equipment, reagents, supply of vehicles, supply of video conferencing facilities, equipment, laptops, medical equipment for the Victoria Hospital, beds, oxygen concentrators, ventilators, pharmaceuticals, and so on. $4 million worth. We continue to strengthen the health system under the Health System Strengthening Project. The St. Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker, received a brand new van and also a brand new 4x4 pickup to help them. The Central Procurement, Biomedical Department, and Community Nursing, among others, Mr. Speaker. What else are we doing? And I spoke about the different pillars of a good health system. Well, there is quality. How do you have a good health system if you do not ensure quality? So what were we doing last year? Accreditation assessment of the labs, assessment of the Ezra Long lab, and the lab at St. Jude Hospital. These are activities that started and they are on the way, Mr. Speaker. The procurement of chemistry analyzers for the Grosile Polyclinic and the Soufrière Hospital, where certain infections and conditions can be checked right there at Grosile and Soufrière. People with diabetes, hypertension, basic lab tests, gastro infections, and you can speak to Nurse Shirley-Anne Lamontagne at Soufrière, and I'm sure she will tell you about the benefits of the new equipment there. Specimen transportation for Soufrière and the Grosile Polyclinic. Specific equipment to carry specimens to whether it be the St. Jude Hospital lab or to the OKEU. I do not want to describe to you what happened before that. Mr. Speaker, we focus on health emergency operation centers and also providing software for both the Millennium Heights Medical Complex lab and the St. Jude Hospital lab. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Medical Officer's office, under the leadership of Dr. Sharon Belma George, over the budget year, Mr. Speaker, so much has happened. What should I pick? We spoke about the Cuban Eye program, childhood immunization, and you saw what happened during COVID-19. Lani moun ki deka di tout moun, pa point, vaccination pa bon, pa fe this, pa fe that. And as a result, a number of children who should have received the vaccines did not receive the vaccines, some of them because of the problems of COVID-19, but others because there are some people who are really discouraged in vaccination. But our professionals, Mr. Speaker, carried out a campaign at the end of last year, and as a result of this campaign, within 16 days, a total of 1,030 children, their health cards were reviewed, and 609 children who had missed their vaccinations, their basic vaccinations, were successfully immunized. I want to thank the nurses, the immunization manager, and the team for being bold and courageous and going house to house. We didn't make a big fuss about it. Quietly going house to house, and we got the children who missed their immunizations, Mr. Speaker. Maternal and child health services were enhanced. Family planning services were strengthened and will be strengthened this year. What is important is that we did promise to open a school health desk, and the adolescent program at the schools will be strengthened this year, and we are going to introduce this year the school health desk. Food safety and the environment, Mr. Ragunanan, Ms. Cheryl Clovis and their team, a very hard-working team, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes really underappreciated, the environmental health department and the environmental health officers. And what are we focusing on this year? In addition to the basic things that you know about, what are we focusing on? We are focusing, Mr. Speaker, on food safety. There is a draft food safety bill which will be discussed and taken to Parliament. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, because all around St. Lucia, we see the entrepreneurs opening shop and, having all kinds of tasty food and so on. And we want them to make more profits. And we know if we have proper food safety regulations and everyone is doing what they have to do, the population will be secured and the individuals who are selling food will make even more money. So we look forward to this in the coming period. The biomedical equipment department, the biomedical department, Mr. Speaker, we continue to strengthen this new unit which we have developed since coming into office. And they continue to provide equipment across the health sector, whether it be at the health centers or at the hospitals. And during the last period, we spent over $500,000, Mr. Speaker, providing urine analyzers, HbA1c testing equipment, BP monitors, ophthalmoscope, otoscope, fetal monitors, ophthalmic surgical sets, surgical knives, and so on, and so many others, autorefractor, digital microscope, eye projectors, ultrasound, so many pieces of equipment to strengthen the eye care and also the rest of the services around St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the World Bank for their support and PAHO for working close with us very, very, very tightly in order to ensure that we succeed. We too, Mr. Speaker, have a very minimum infrastructure program in our ministry. Very, very minimum. But this year of infrastructure will also impact the Ministry of Health. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, about the additional inpatient ward at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. I will tell you a little about that in a little while. The Lauritius Wellness Center, the member for Denry North speaks about it passionately. C'est pas nous capons mettre pour vieux bâti Lauritius Wellness Center. Sou aller là demain bon matin, ou kaiwe, ils a couvert contracteur qui travaille, moun qui travaille. We will deliver the Lauritius Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. I recall the member for VA4 South and Prime Minister at the time allocated the money in the budget. We lost the election and that money, I don't know where it went to, Mr. Speaker, and the people suffered. But we are now working on it. The Comfort Bay home, the designs for the expansion and so on are complete, and we are waiting approval from the Development Control Authority to begin construction. The Castries Urban Polyclinic, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the Francis Dolto building and the accident and emergency building are being renovated. The roof, we have removed the roof, and also structures in there are being renovated so that we can move the Castries Wellness Center into the Victoria Hospital space. Demolition, salvaging, and others. So that will come in the infrastructure, not that will come, this is happening in the infrastructure program, Mr. Speaker. The Soufrière District Hospital, the Prime Minister spoke about the Soufrière District Hospital, and we are endeavoring to provide Soufriere with a brand new state-of-the-art hospital, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of facilities in Babonneau, the Grace Wellness Center, and 12 other areas around the island where the wellness centers will be improved with smarting. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at the Cicero Wellness Center. We have visited that wellness center, and we have decided as a ministry that we cannot continue for the medium to long term in these conditions. Cicero is a very large community, and in this year's budget, we have made allocations to look at a design for the wellness center. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build on quality, and we do not have a full program yet, but we have a quality assurance unit, and they have employed training for healthcare aides and attendants in the environmental cleaning and so on. They are working with medical labs and the policy and legislation for the labs. We need to have legislation which guides our labs. The experiences of our patients, Mr. Speaker, must be key. And this is important to our government. Mr. Speaker, in the new budget, the Quality Assurance Unit will be working to ensure that the framework for regulation of all healthcare facilities, that this framework is established, and it will include the development of the licensing and certification systems for healthcare facilities. We want to ensure that if you want to open a doctor's office or a lab and so on, that there are certain regulations, certain standards that you must meet. So this year, we are going to work on it. And Nurse Tekla Jabatis is in charge of this department, this unit, and we are working hard on it. Human resources for health continue to be a challenge. The nursing challenge and the challenge for professionals in pharmacy. A chay nos ka ale travail lot pays, ek se mounan ki ka travail an se pharmacy, Mr. Speaker. Most of them work in the private sector. Yo ka ale a secteur privé parce que yo ka jwen pli l'argent là. So we need to do something to retain our nurses and also to retain and attract professionals in the pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that in 2022, 64 nurses left. By 2023, we are recording 73 nurses who have left, and others want to leave. We are hoping that we can persuade them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we thank once again the Cuban government for their assistance with nurses, and they are providing a humanitarian service to St. Lucia. We wish to thank the people and government of Cuba, Mr. Speaker. We have a deficit, Mr. Speaker. We have a shortage, a deficit of 127 nurses in St. Lucia. We need 127 nurses in St. Lucia. And we are talking to the Cubans, and we are doing other things, Mr. Speaker, to see if we can incentivize them. Over the past year, we have collaborated with stakeholders in the nursing profession to address the shortage, Mr. Speaker. Educational opportunities, more support from the Cuban Medical Brigade. We are employing graduate nurses. We are employing nurses as registered assistant nurses, engaging nurses who are in their final year to get into some form of practice. And we are going to strengthen recruitment, and working with the nursing school, hopefully we can help to expand capacity to train even more nurses. We promise, Mr. Speaker, in our manifesto that we will end this practice of nurses with temporary 3-month contracts, 6-month contracts, 1-year contracts. This is because of the structure of the Ministry of Health, the structure of the staff, the staffing structure. And we are working on a new structure which will obviously go to the Ministry of the Public Service. And I know that the Prime Minister is interested. He has asked me for this document for many months, and we are working on it so that we can end, as we promised in our manifesto, this practice of nurses being on contract for 6 months and 3 months and so on. When we came into office, I did indicate that no nurse should have a 3-month contract, and I know why it happens sometimes because of the financial year and so on, but we are working very hard this financial year to ensure that we come with a workable solution, one that will end the practice. I mean, we need 127 nurses. Mr. Speaker, if you speak to Nurse Jasmine Daniel, the head of Region 5, and Nurse Persia Ajoda in Region 4, you will know the challenges with cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, cancer. If you speak to the doctors, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco smoking, and so on. Recently, Mr. Speaker, the STEPS survey indicated that 65% of our population, 18 to 69 years old, were overweight or obese. 50% males and 76% female. This is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. We see an increase in individuals who have persistent hypertension, 37.3, compared to a lower percentage over the last few years. So, pli moun kani high blood pressure. Ek sa suppose si an bagay ki ka konsene nou. Pli moun an sent li si bouizen marché pli, yo nit pou perdre titak gosse. Parce que se bagay sa la, Mr. Speaker, ka mette pressure ale chou, i ka mette pressure ale fwisi molou, e ki ka banou pli di fewa twaka. So what do? We have the wellness agenda, Mr. Speaker, the Hearts Initiative, the St. Lucia Moves Initiative, and if you speak to Nurse Jeannie Morgan, Raphael from Region 1, and Nurse Makelina Alexander Philip of Region 2, they will explain to you. Nurse Simone Solomon, Mrs. Solomon, and Nurse Karen Bissett from Regions 8A and 8B, they will explain to you how these figures impact the people whom they see. It's important, Mr. Speaker, for us to develop a wellness agenda, a whole wellness vibe in this country. And some of the things we need to do, Mr. Speaker, of course, building capacity. We started a discussion on the ban of high sugar sweetened beverages in schools, and the Ministry of Education and others are participating in this discussion. The performance-based financing project and others, Mr. Speaker. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that mental health is a very serious issue and climate change is important. That is why we are smarting 12 more health facilities. Elderly affairs, Mr. Speaker, we have finally been able to Mr. Speaker, to reassign a senior member of staff to the unit, to the elderly affairs unit, with the help of the public service. And now we are going to have an acting director of elderly affairs from within the ministry, and we should see accelerated strides in this area. We have completed the policy, and this policy is just now going through final review. It has to be taken to cabinet and then to the parliament. So we have made some steady progress. Mr. Speaker, the Golden 80+ healthcare program will be integrated into the Universal Health Coverage Program, and you will hear a lot more about the Golden 80+ program. I turn my attention now, Mr. Speaker, to secondary services, the St. Jude Hospital. I wish, Mr. Speaker, once again, as the Prime Minister has done time and time again, to really tip my hat and my heart to the staff of the St. Jude Hospital at the stadium, Mr. Speaker. They have really, really been through trying times as they await eagerly the completion of the St. Jude Hospital at Auger. Over the last year, Mr. Speaker, cantonment or Auger. Mr. Speaker, over the last financial year, the bed occupancy has been extremely high. 294% for 2023. You know what this means, Mr. Speaker? We have so many more people whom we have to provide a bed to at St. Jude than we can supply. And I know sometimes you go to the St. Jude Hospital and there are individuals on stretchers, on beds in the corridors. And people ask why. It is because, Mr. Speaker, the bed capacity is 50. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, because of that pressure, we are increasing the bed capacity. We are hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to do some work on the east wing of the stadium to have some more beds in the interim while the hospital is being completed. Mr. Speaker, also at the hospital, we see an increase in the services because of universal health coverage and because of the inclusion of cervical cancer and so on. The St. Jude Hospital will provide additional services. The hospital is hoping to expand the pharmacy operating hours to meet the needs of a 24-hour facility. Mr. Speaker, the board and management did a wonderful job with the staff and in terms of the labor relations there. And last year, Mr. Speaker, they were able to settle with the unions to give the workers at St. Jude a better compensation and to determine the future even better. Mr. Speaker, last year, the number of emergency room visits,
15 minutes left.
thank you, continue to increase. 12,000. The number of outpatient visits, 27,000. And some capital works will be done, as I said before. Sealing of the seismic joints as we approach the hurricane season, construction of a space for endoscopy, refurbishment of radiology department and so on, and refurbishment of the medical wards. Again, the nursing gap, 30 nurses. There's a gap of 30 nurses, a gap of physicians, 3 consultants. But, Mr. Speaker, they are continuing to persevere. Mr. Speaker, the Millennium Heights Medical Complex continues to operate with tremendous support from the government of St. Lucia. They depend on patient fees, a loan of $5 million, philanthropy, an overdraft facility of $6.5 million. Last year, Mr. Speaker, $52.1 million was appropriated to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. As you can imagine, $49.8 million was allocated to employee costs, $2.3 to meet reimbursements for debt servicing, on a $14 million to the NH Consulting Group, which we've spoken about so much. But the hospital continues to have a people first initiative, a people's first strategy, as the government indicates, putting you first. Mr. Speaker, last year, the hospital continued to service its outpatient clinic, 15,000, 1,500 surgeries. It delivered 1,168 bouncing babies and 94 dialysis patients at the hospital. Mr. Speaker, the hospital continues to provide diagnostic services, and it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the accident and emergency department continues to be under pressure. The aim next year is to see to it that the 26% of patients who come to the accident and emergency department can be dealt with even faster. They've been able to reduce much of the waiting time of the individuals who do not need urgent, who do not need specialized care, but they come to the hospital for urgent care. There is still a concern, Mr. Speaker, and the hospital is working to ensuring that patients see medical professionals a little faster. There is work to be done, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that some of the equipment there is replaced. The commissioning of a secondary hospital took place, Mr. Speaker, at the Castries multipurpose medical facility. $5 million was spent. Also, Mr. Speaker, the board successfully transitioned the staff of the former respiratory hospital to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. 94 employees were onboarded with new contracts, and the transition was seamless. I wish to congratulate the staff, Mr. Speaker. We did not have big fracas and endless trouble. I wish to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the new inpatient ward known as the Hummingbird, it has 12 beds, 2 bathroom facilities, and also there's a remodeling of the nursing station and so forth. So work was done there. The Millennium Heights Medical Complex, Mr. Speaker, is expanding their relationship with the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. There's a work-study program, and nurses are being engaged. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say to you that the accreditation process is moving with the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. They have engaged Accreditation Canada, and work continues. Because, Mr. Speaker, le munale l'hôpital Owen King EU Hospital, yo kay sav ki l'ania organisation l'autre pays qui yo ka créé Accreditation Canada qui ka garder ces process là l'hôpital là pour faire bagay primaire. We are not there yet, Mr. Speaker, but the hospital is taking concrete steps to ensure that we do what is necessary, Mr. Speaker. And I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that this government did not give a contract of $25 million to cause all of these things to happen, Mr. Speaker. And we are not privatizing the hospital to cause all of these things to happen, Mr. Speaker. It's a different government. Nous pas bail Jean l'autre pays $25 millions pour toutes ces bagailles là qui a fait là, fait. $1 million par mois. C'est ça dernier gouvernement te bail en l'autre organisation. Et regardez qui ça, c'est lycéen. C'est lycéen même qui a fait toutes ces bagailles là, moi qui a fait à l'hôpital là. Nous savons, nous pouvons faire assez. And there are many things we need to do to improve your comfort at both the St. Jude and the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. But it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, and the people of St. Lucia, that the hospitals have a direction. They are on a path. And this is the difference between the last government and this government, Mr. Speaker. Community outreach. The hospital met with the community. There were community town hall meetings, Mr. Speaker. And the St. Jude Hospital staff are accessing the media even more to talk to people. The Prime Minister says so all the time. Parlez by moun. Expliquez by moun pour qui sa yon pour espérer tellement temps l'hôpital là. We keep telling our medical professionals and the hospitals are doing a job to go out. They met with Grozile residents, 150 people joined the town hall meeting. Castries residents, 125. They went to Babonneau, 199, plus those who are online. And Mr. Speaker, it will continue. The hospital has started hospital philanthropy. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that I am so proud. I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, that finally, with the help of the Maria Holder Memorial Trust, a registered charity from Barbados, that we were able to construct housing for the oxygen system at the Owen King EU Hospital. Finally, Mr. Speaker. And right now, the oxygen housing is complete and the oxygen system is working at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to thank the board. I wish to thank the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. James, and all the staff of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. I know that the Mental Wellness Center, we did several pieces of work there, and I'm sure that the toilets and so on that you so need will be done this year. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, I witnessed a signing ceremony at our ministry for $1.8 million for the erection of a $75,000 water tank at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex that will serve mainly the Mental Wellness Center and the other parts of the hospital. 75,000 gallon tank at the hospital. Very soon we will be going there for the opening of this project. But I want to tell you something, Mr. Speaker, before I close on hospitals and to sum up. We asked the people of St. Lucia to make a sacrifice with a 2.5% for health and security. The opposition is all over the place saying that St. Lucians should not contribute to the health and the security. Everything, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about today. You heard the millions of dollars. Whether it be from the World Bank, we have to repay that loan. Whether it be the investment at Victoria Hospital, that's happening now, whether it be the investment at St. Jude, the temporary, and plus the rebuilding of the St. Jude Hospital, millions and millions and millions of dollars. We are getting dividends from the it's not enough, but we are getting dividends from the 2.5% levy. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for allocating monies to the health sector so that we can continue to improve the health sector. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, through you to the people of St. Lucia. When I came here last year, I said to you that the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, especially OKEU, was collecting only about $0.5 million per month from individuals who were using the hospital. People were not paying. And that tradition came from Victoria Hospital. And I said to you that at St. Jude, the patients were paying about 35 to 40% of their fees. They were paying a lot more. I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that because of discussions and public cajoling and speaking to people and advising them on what's good for their health and good for them, I'm pleased to report that the people of St. Lucia who use the Millennium Heights Medical Complex have voluntarily, Mr. Speaker, increased their contributions in patient revenues to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. It's now averaging 2.5 million per month, Mr. Speaker. 2.5 million per month. So while the cash flow is not where it should be, Mr. Speaker, and we still need more help from the government, the people are now saying, just give me a system, a proper system to contribute. I don't have all the money now, mais si vous dites moi, comment moi ça paye peut-être pas moi, moi qu'à payer à l'argent là. And the people of St. Lucia, I want to congratulate you because, Mr. Speaker, it's not just, healthcare is not just a government thing. Healthcare is about every single one of us. All of these improvements to the hospitals and to the wellness centers, to leadership, and to all of those people who are working hard, the permanent secretary, the CMO, and the nurses and the doctors and the health aides, the security, the lab techs, the phlebotomists, all of those people who are working in the health center, we have to give them equipment, vehicles, an ambulance for the Grosile polyclinic and all that. Ambulance and more ambulances are coming. But, Mr. Speaker, the individual responsibility for your own health is another part we have to build on this year. The wellness agenda. Combien de temps on peut faire pour santé? When I told you the numbers of people who need to walk more, drink water, we cannot leave that to any government, Mr. Speaker. That has to do with us. The people of Bellevue, Pierrot, Labrie, everywhere. Vieux-Fort, everywhere. Castries. It has to do with us. We can get up and walk a little more. We can visit our doctors a little more. The men, every budget I will say it. The men go and get your prostate tests. Go and get your blood tests and do the diagnostics before it gets bagay la ravin to guave. So, Mr. Speaker, the wellness agenda is not just about ambulances and hospitals and equipment. It's about us. It's about every single one of us doing what we have to do. But here's the difference, Mr. Speaker. Différence là c'est dernier gouvernement take a buy cheval air condition pour venir les DC-10 while our government is investing in strengthening healthcare, Mr. Speaker, for the people of St. Lucia. The difference is, the last time, Mr. Speaker, you teni un ministre santé, là il vient au parlement, c'est babier, bay moun parole, et ka oui, tout quartier bagay comme ça. But we have now a team, not just me, but a team, Mr. Speaker, and a cabinet of ministers, and we are prepared to put the resources of time, of talent into reforming the healthcare sector, Mr. Speaker. The difference is, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about universal health coverage for years. And I want to admit that we are still working on the answer to the sustainable financing of universal health care. We just came from a conference. We are working with the Ministry of Finance. And this year, we will have models to present to the Prime Minister and to the Cabinet so that we can choose whether it's an insurance path, whether it's a contributory path, what is the path to sustain universal health care? And we are coming with that. I do admit, and all countries around the world admit, that financing is a critical mountain to climb. But my conviction and the conviction of this government is that we are not waiting for any financing model to give pregnant women services. We are not waiting for any financing model to test everybody who wants to be tested for cervical cancer. We are not waiting for any financial model to give prostate cancer screening free. We are not waiting for the financing model. We are doing it now. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues in Cabinet, the Prime Minister, they give me full support. Of course they give me piquant because Vieux-Fort South wants to know what's happening with the health center, what new thing is coming, Ancillary, Gozile, Larry Shoes, everybody, Mr. Speaker. It is because the Chaussee Health Center, it's because our government cares. If they did not care, Mr. Speaker, they would not be pressuring me for pharmaceuticals when medications are not available. And we know the issues and we are working with them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the staff of the ministry, the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Jani Daniel, the CMO, and all the heads of the various departments, whether it is Dr. Ragunanan or Dr. Ford or people in nutrition, every single part. I want to thank the drivers, Mr. Speaker, the security people at the hospitals, the health aides, those people who clean the rooms, the orderlies. Every one of them play an integral role in the reform of health care. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it is when the patient comes to the health center or when they come to the hospital, they are in pain. And the last thing they want is to get someone who does not try to understand their pain. And we too have to help the healthcare workers with counseling and with training and give them incentives so that they too can bear the burden of this healthcare system. The violence as a public health concern, Mr. Speaker, is one that has come to the fore. And we as a ministry, we are going to develop strategies to deal with violence as a public health concern, a public health crisis in this country. And the safety of the nurses and the doctors at the health centers, Prime Minister has spoken to me. Et nous regardons qui manière nous ça fait sécurité avec caméra et bail comme ça pour ces nurses là ces docteurs sortir plus safe. So thanks to all, Mr. Speaker, everybody who has contributed over last year. Thanks to my secretary at the ministry, the driver at the ministry, and all those who work with me, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell the Prime Minister that I support his budget. It will benefit the people of Vieux-Fort North. It will benefit those who have been crying out for infrastructure improvement in the constituency. I look forward to it. And I thank those in the constituency who continue to assist me with my work at the constituency office, in the field, and all over, the groups in the constituency, the St. Lucia Labour Party constituency group, and all those. And Mr. Speaker, I really wish to thank those in the gallery from Vieux-Fort North who have come to support me. They are always there with me, Mr. Speaker. Always there with me, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your support. I really love your prayers and your encouragement, because sometimes the days and the nights are dark when you get pressure, Mr. Speaker, and you sometimes don't know where to turn. Thanks to my family and thanks to them for their support. I will continue, Mr. Speaker, to give all my strength to this government and to the health sector to ensure that when I come here next year, as I did last year, when I come here next year, I can report to you even more progress, more success, and more health reform, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your dedication to this work. Merci Achai. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand suspended until Friday, April 26 at 9 in the forenoon.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned until 9 o'clock in the forenoon tomorrow, Friday 26. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Welcome back. We've just come to the conclusion of the first day of debate of the government estimates, the budget for 2024 in the amount of $1.89 million. And just before the House stand adjourned, we heard from the Health Minister, that is the Member of Parliament for Beaufort North, who made his contribution. He gave an update on his universal health care, which is a major plank of the health services, and he's saying that the health care overall is improving. He said he could make this statement because he has based it on measurements and benchmarks set by the World Health Organization. But as I was saying, the major plank of his contribution dealt with a lot with universal health care. He was saying that the government is not waiting on any particular model to implement it, but gradually, he said his government was taking steps to implement universal health care, and he said in the new year they will be presenting some options on sustainable financing of universal health care. He said it is a worldwide challenge that governments face in financing universal health care. Some of the achievements that he listed was that he said that more than 1,000 people didn't pay for ultrasound last year. He said there were increase in the number of single mothers that were accessing the child's maternal health care program. He made some projections for the year, including that there would be some cervical and prostate cancer screening free of charge. Quickly, before he came on, we heard from the Member of Parliament for Canaries South, also the Minister for Education, Mr. Sean Edwards. He really had high praise for the budget and for the Finance Minister. He really said this was a Finance Minister who had compassion and the compassion for the people. He was dedicated and committed, and he said, you know, it could have been reflected in all of the programs, in all of the policies that the Minister of Finance, that is the Prime Minister, lined out in this budget. One of the things he spoke about was the past achievements, particularly in the area of higher education, that his ministry and this government was able to advance. He cited 752 students receiving higher education, 430 students receiving university scholarships, and more than 300 students receiving benefits from various bursary programs. And as I said, he really praised the Prime Minister also for giving a $2,500 one-time payment to proprietors of early childhood preschool. And I just want to mention quickly before I pass on to you to wrap up quickly, Michael, was the contribution by the member for Beaufort South, that is ex-Prime Minister, Dr. Kenny Anthony. He started his address by saying nothing happens before its time, and it was sort of a summary, yes, and it was a summary of his a reflection of his contribution, because basically he was saying He cited 2 examples, for instance, the livable wage and something else I will get to later on, that it was under his government, or it was a Labour government, it was the tax, it was the tax amendment legislation. And he was saying 25 years ago that it was already introduced. But he was saying that it was fitting that it was under a Labour government that legislation was being passed to advance legislation was being passed to establish the minimum wage. And he was saying this is such an important legislation, and he made some very pertinent recommendations. He was saying that this legislation is so important, and he was questioning whether the Department of Labor was fully equipped to handle such piece of legislation. And he made some recommendations for even legislation to ensure that this piece of legislation is not derailed. He also, he did speak about the adequacy of the Labour Department in implementing such an important thing. And he said the workers of St. Lucia should not be let down in such an important legislation, and called on the government to look into the adequacy of that Labour Department to handle the implementation of such a program. I just want to mention one other thing, another recommendation that he made, because there were several, and of course we cannot go through the whole gamut of them right now, but another important recommendation that the ex-Prime Minister mentioned was, and he used a Trinidad example, he said, in the whole implementation of and execution of the government's move of making this year the year of infrastructure. And he was saying that one of the things that Trinidad has done, and it could be something that this government could look into, was establishing a private company to execute projects that the government themselves have, the projects that the government, infrastructural projects that the government wants to undertake. So he's saying that a private company could do that through to the Ministry of the infrastructure. Michael?
Oui, merci Virgile. Avec en plus, pour après-midi, session après-midi, nous avons parlé, commencé puis Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, qui est membre parlement pour Babonneau, avec une responsabilité pour les affaires, pour le service public là, avec ça nous a créé les affaires nationales, les affaires relations hommes-femmes, et puis les affaires travail. Il parlait en chai, enfin il commençait à dire remercier les gens pour la prière, avec ça, jusqu'à souhaiter bonne santé, avec il supportait bien fort manière gouvernement Premier ministre présenté ça c'est BGA, avec il parlait en chai aussi à ce affaires mouvement, c'est pas mouvement mais à nous des affaires plein gouvernement pour aller devant avec service avec internet, puisque c'est comme ça la vie qui a marché à présent, c'est tout le monde qui a fait business, c'est sur internet avec pour plus service gouvernement, présenter plus service gouvernement. Il aussi parlé à ce affaires Wi-Fi pour en toutes ces communes avec attention, c'est pour grandir ça en toutes communes où on pays pour monde ça servir Wi-Fi. Ils l'ont maintenant ces communes, mais généralement il parlait sur toutes. Avec enfin il parlait généralement sur toutes ces ministères, mais il aussi pour mettre pour garder en dedans une loi loi qui a concerné manière service servante public qui travaille avec faire un appel pour buy plus pour ça le travail là il a fait il parlait à tous ces travail là qu'il a fait un ministre avec après ça nous tenir ministre ça c'est même parlement pour pour l'Anslawi Canaries, honorable Wayne Girard, qui aussi c'est ministre qui est responsable, qui est un ministre finance, qui travaille en bureau premier ministre, responsable pour finance. Il était pas le général à cette situation finance, et aussi après nous tenions même parlement pour ça c'est choisi, ça c'est le seul monde à ce façade opposition qui était là aujourd'hui, puisque quand nous étions depuis oui bon matin, speaker a annoncé que chef façade opposition pas présent pour pièce séjour, puisqu'il parlait raison, mais il nous savait pas mais il parlait à ces différents il dit généralement il can supporter le budget, mais il y a un peu il a un problème, et puis enfin il avait clarification sur ça avec il parlait de Wasco avec différents c'est l'école là, enfin avec il a adressé chaque ces différents ministres là pour ces bagages là, il a besoin en Paris. Après monsieur ça c'est honorable Bradley Felix, qu'on dit nous tenir premier ministre en temps passé Dr. Kenny Anthony, avec aussi parlé à ce honorable Sean Edward, et nous finit et puis ça c'est honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste. Ça veut dire 9 moun j'ai parlé avec nous, l'autre qui restait, l'autre 6.
Yes.
Oui, moi quand c'est 6 qui restait demain, nous avons ces 6 là, c'est honorable Alva Baptiste qui a représenté la Bowie. Nous avons espéré honorable Dr. Ernest Hiller qui a représenté Sud Castries. Nous avons
Sports Minister.
Ça c'est le ministre qui est responsable pour sport, ça c'est honorable Kenston Kazimi.
Housing Minister.
Nous avons un ministre pour les affaires CAI, ça c'est honorable avec mon parlement pour Mittenville Castries, ça c'est honorable Richard Frederick, avec nous
Infrastructure.
Senior ministre, ça c'est le ministère Stevenson King, ministère senior, comme ça nous dit. Eh bien, vous dire
yes, that's it. It's been a long day, but we do hope that you will join us again here tomorrow when the House resumes at 9 a.m. in the morning. On behalf of everyone, I'm Virgil Leonti.
Avec M. Michael Gaspard, venez puis nous demain à 9h matin pour nous continuer. À l'instant là, annonce ces techniciens. Nous avons dit merci un peu avec travail GIS, merci un peu pour rester pour nous, avec nous avons virer 8 noms pour studio MTN.